And it's time for another day of Triton Poker Super High Roller Series action from here in Jeju. Ali Najad and Randy Liu kicking it off. And yesterday, Randy, we had a very vintage day of Triton action as we saw not only the culmination of the 50K, but the very keenly attended 40K Mystery Bounty. Of course, I might have a little bit of bias with respect to the numbers in that one, given that I was presiding over the Mystery Bounty draw, which is always one of the more exciting periods of any particular Triton festival. And for one guy in particular, it proved very exciting. More on that individual in a little bit. But first, of course, Ibinger had the most bounties in this one. I believe it was a fifth place finish for him, a fourth place finish rather, but had 11, call it 10.5 bounties. This rare sort of half bounty situation came about because day 2, day 1, the activation, and 2 players busted out in the same hand.
Yes, something about the busting out the same hand, so he had to chop the bounty, I believe, with Winfred Yu.
That's right.
So, I don't know who pulled the envelope. I'm not really sure.
It was, here's the thing, and I'm glad you say this, because it was an Austrian merry-go-round as all 11 of the envelopes that Matthias had earned had to be pulled. A number of different people, some of whom had their own bounties that they needed to pull later on, were called up to the stage, and then they returned the favor, and they brought up Matthias. First bounty, by the way, I think it was a 60K envelope, 30 of that going to Winfred Yu as the half bounty. Now, you might expect that Ibinger would have had just law of averages, 11 pulls, one of the biggest totals. But as it turned out, that was not the case. Matthias managing $750,000 in bounties after it was all said and done. Makita, who was runner-up in the event and had the second most bounties, Randy, was 7. He only hauled in $420,000. And then Sean Winter, this was crazy, the winner of the event. How many envelopes did he have, Randy?
He had 3.
Okay, and what's the minimum number of envelopes that you get if you win the event?
2.
So 3 minus 2 means he only busted 1 additional player beyond what happened in Heads Up. That's not necessarily what you expect in a Mystery Bounty event. Still managed to win the thing, however, just $140,000 slathered on top of that $935K payout. Now, I touched on the guy who really just took the wind out of the room, and it wasn't even he. I'm talking about Lithuania's Matas Simbolis, but his wife, Greta, who stepped to the stage and... What was your line yesterday, Randy? Matas has married a what?
A gold digger.
That's right, because the gold envelopes, she just ripped them off one after another. And I'm so upset, by the way. I even told Randy this, that I didn't think of that line when we were up there, because normally this is not who we want to sign the dotted line with in life. But when it comes to a Mystery Bounty nominee, Greta stepped up and did a ton of damage.
I mean, I don't know. I think the rest of the bounty pullers were pretty upset about it, right? Like, it's just golden ticket, the big 500. Like,
I don't know, because I'm up there. I don't know how many camera angles we have on everybody who's back behind the stage. But I would imagine whatever excitement and smiles that they were wearing with each successive golden envelope that she pulled, their faces just drooped. Because, of course, inclusive of all those 4 golden envelopes that she pulled was the coveted $500,000. Single envelope, biggest one in the field. Made him a $1.08 million in additional payout. Let's dive into the Triton Poker Plus app real quick for a look at how it stacked up, because Sean Winter wins the event, third in terms of actual total money earned, given that Matas wins 1.15 plus in total. He's actually down in 12th. Let me scroll to get you there. Just look at that, 71,000 the payout, but then 1.08. So when it's all said and done, he does better than Ibinger in 4th, who had all of those bounties, 750 plus 363, and better than the champ, who was Sean Winter. Now, you might think, job done. Matas is like, well, I don't need, I'm good. We're all right. We're going to take, no. He was actually at the final table of the 50K. We're going to talk about it a little bit, but for those that missed it, let's just flash back real quick and see how things shook out. Now, hopefully I didn't oversell it, because Simbolis with ace-9 offsuit as we began things 8-handed. Martirosian finishing in 9th would work his way into an all-in situation. He was outflopped by Mario Mosbach, who was keen with 10-7 and was able to find the pair on the flop and hold on So Simbolas, $276,000 richer for that performance here in this 50K. Sir Watts found a king 10 off suit, and boss Bryn Kenny with pocket eights would say, show me the rest. Deuce, deuce, four. The snowmen were always looking to melt away the hopes of Watson, who had 6 outs twice from that point forward and could not find them on the turn, nor the river. Wrapping the table and making his way over to the payouts desk for a $377,000 haul. Brandon Wilson, who has been making his presence felt, did so with an ace-5 offsuit. Unfortunately, the timing was poor. He did find a 5 on the flop, which was jack high, so Pardo was dominating pre and post, and no third 5 on the river meant Brandon Wilson would collect his belongings and $512,000 for the 6th place finish. 5 would remain, and then Dylan Lindy, who actually was lingering toward the top of the leaderboard for a decent chunk of this one, found ace-king toward the top of range, 3-bet to 1.4. Kenny just rips it. Queen-jack suited turns into top pair in a club draw, and an almost clairvoyant development for Bryn. On the turn, however, Kenny did not want to see a jack as Lindy added hooks to the aces and kings, which would have worked in non-club form. In the end, however, Dylan would fall in 5th, $676,000. Shaman O'Dwyer, king 10 suited, down to just 3 bigs. Or forgive me, 4.4 million. After opening and being jammed on, Bryn's ace-jack suited, performing well. Hanging on a 9-high rainbow board and then taking the 10s off the board, but replacing them with queens. And for O'Dwyer, he could not find the help needed on his feet and out of there. $854,000 going to Shaman. Final 3. Perhaps faces we would expect to be a part of the podium in this 50K. Juan Pardo, 8-9 offsuit. On his feet to give the rail an update, trailing the queen 3. Did find a tickle on the ace-queen 9 board. Bottom pair needed to turn it into 2 pair or trips. Failed to do so on the turn, and you saw the wince and the grimace for Mosbach. But ultimately he would hold on, and Malacca Styles out of there in 3rd. First of 3 7-figure payouts, 1.05 million and change. Kenny and Mosbach would strike a deal heads up, playing for $70,000, and Mosbach's queens were in a great spot against an 8-9. There they remained on a king 10-10 board. The Austrian rail robust throughout. So much love for Mario. A little bit of love on the turn for Kenny, who could have been drawing dead. Instead, found the gut shot, but did not find the hockey stick. And that meant high fives and a dose of justice for Mosbach, who tasted disappointment earlier here at this festival. 1.897 million. That is the exact tally for Bryn after they did a chip chop going into heads up. I mentioned they played for 70,000. So even though Bryn, much like he did in 2019 in the London Million against Aaron Zhang, finished 2nd in the event, he feels like the winner as he hauled in more than Mario did. 1.836 million would go to Mosbach. He has really been impressive, has Mosbach here in Jeju, Randy. Just talk about that 2nd in the 20K. He really, it was painful for him. Then he just vindicated it.
It was very painful for him, right? Like he told us in a winner's interview, like he really wanted to win that title in event number 2. Obviously, it was still a tremendous score. So it meant so much more for him to take down Bryn Kenny to win his 3rd title here. And it's really amazing for me to see that Mario first joined the Triton series in 2023.
I mean, that's not a long time ago. Just look at this resume here. 12.4 million, 18 cashes, now 3 titles, and Jeju a 1st and a 2nd already. So when he cashed in a very real way. 14th in the 100K main is not a shabby performance whatsoever. You see deep runs in Monaco, 6th, and 4th. I mean, you know, he's just beasting out here in the Triton streets. And as you mentioned, he just hasn't been here that long. Back in 2023 is when we first glimpsed Mosbach. 2nd and 1st, by the way, in Monaco. And, I mean, he's here to stay. I think he really, if there was any doubt, and I'm not suggesting that there was, he's cemented himself as just, even though I'm not here as long as some of these veterans, some of the people who I've learned from, I, I got game. And you're going to have to deal with me, I think, is the message being sent.
I think it's very clear that he's one of the best performing players at the Triton series. You know, he has a great crew, as you saw, supporting him there. Fedor Holtz, one of his big buddies that's willing to kind of like, talk strategy. I'm just very impressed with Mario Mosbach, one of the best.
All right, listen, Mosbach, maybe for some, jury was out. I don't think that was deserved, if so, and I'm not even alleging that that's the case. But one thing we know is nobody was expecting anything other than a deep finish out of Sensei Bryn Kenny. He doesn't even bother with the prelims. He comes through. He only likes to show up for the big stuff, and show up he did. What an end boss who lowers his average, Randy, with this cash.
Yeah, he cashed for $1.9 million, lower his average cash. Average cash prior to entering this event was $2.6 million per cash, which is obviously insane. Bryn Kenny getting heads up. I thought he was going to take this one down, but obviously a tremendous result. And, I saw a tweet from Bryn Kenny. It said, anyone want to crossbook versus me in 100K plus buy-in? No one signed up yet.
No, I don't think that's using your money wisely. Not to be overshadowed, Malacca Styles Juan Pardo, he too is just steady, solid. The Spaniards having their delegation always perform.
Yeah, you only hear good things about Juan Pardo. Hasn't gotten a title yet, but second and third places are on his resume. Third here. He's going to get it. Just give him some more time.
And by the way, he made a sick call with Ace King against Artur Martirosyan in a spot that I don't think the average bear would have been able to find. Unfortunately, Artur ended up winning that particular pot. So, who knows if it goes Juan Pardo's way in that particular exchange, where we end up. All right, so today we are going to turn our attention to the largest buy-in on the docket. The 150K got underway yesterday. Break down the numbers for us, Randy.
Yeah, so we did have 83 uniques for 128 entries, 24 entries today, the last second, decided to register. 9 of those players are fresh faces, including Bryn Kenny, Mario Mosbach, and Steve O'Dwyer, because, of course, they were at the final table last night.
Now, obviously, they have an excuse. That's 3 players, but there's 6 others showing up and willing to max late reg. Do you have feelings on, thoughts on the max late reg thing? Because you come in with a pretty lean stack.
It's not for the faint of heart, right? Like 150K, maybe it's not so much for some players, but it's still quite a steep price. But obviously 6 people were willing to do so.
And I think it's a really steep proposition also. But some, I think, want to get it over quickly or spin it up. And when you come in with like a 20 big blind stack, there are no rebuys at that point forward.
Okay.
Things come into focus rather quickly,
Fair.
I would imagine, rather than grind it out. And by the way, during day one, walking through that room, man, that was the stars were shining bright. It really was a minefield. I know we say this about a lot of our Triton feature tables, but that one in particular, there was just no gimmies anywhere. No matter where you looked, it was just a bad table draw, it felt like. You talked about 20 paid, 72 left, min cash 249,000. I think we may have glossed over it. First place is going to pay $4.61 million. 6 7-figure payouts are going to be delivered in this one. Want to talk about Dan Dvoris real quick because it's been a rough Jeju for him, Randy, but where does he find himself?
He is currently the chip leader, so that's a good spot to kind of get out of the hole. 0 for 7 so far in Jeju, but, just the way he plays is I'm going to go for it if I think I'm going to win the pot, and sometimes he happens to bust. This one's working out so far.
Sometimes I feel like we presume that our Triton gladiators are superhuman, but when a festival is going rough, when you're getting shut out, even they can have some of those negative feelings maybe creep in. It really is tough psychologically to endure things. Dvoris obviously primed to potentially right the ship here today, although there's a decent amount of runway between now and the money as 68 players do remain, you mentioned, and in terms of how many are getting paid, just 20, so 48 away from that. Leon Sturm, the only other person over 1 million in chips, a glimpse into the Triton Poker Plus app will get us there. There he is, 3 of 7 so far here in Jeju for Sturm. Nothing major for him. And as we look at those 2 features, you see Ellis Parson and once more in the 2-card streets.
Yeah, did he register the wrong tournament? Just kidding.
I think at this point, Parsonen is saying, you know what, guys, I'm having a tough time getting action in the 4-card streets, so let me see what this is all about. About 5 seconds away from getting it down to the arena for play, and there it is, maybe even less than that. Triton Poker Series happening at the Landing Casino at Jeju Shinhwa World. Brought to you in part by Club WPT Gold. By the way, Tan Xuan is out here in this field with a 5th place stack. Love him in the cash games. He's definitely the kind of guy that's not afraid to get the stack in motion. Jeremy Osmus with the title under his belt already here in Jeju. There's Bads. Not. Bags being emptied. Let's pivot over here. What do we have? JNT, the Shaman, Joe Chuen, El Conquistador, all present. $284,000 for Mateos. Shaman, by the way, involved in a little social media spat. He tweeted something where he was aggrieved about the Austrian rail maybe being a little bit outspoken when he was all in, Randy?
Look, I have nothing against players reading on someone at the final table. Of course, it kind of stings when they're kind of anti-sweating you, right? But it's part of the game.
That it is. Ponikov's usually part of the game on day 2s. Babet's there. Jason Kuhn also present.
Are we zooming in on the man, the myth, the legend, Phil Ivey?
He appears to have been one of those 9 players to reg with a fresh stack. Although I think he was out there yesterday, so this might be a multi-bullet, not first bullet situation for Ivy. Ibinger, 553K in front of him, nestled between Kisachokoglu and Hecklin.
Good like any bounties in this tournament.
Listen, as delicious as those bounty envelopes rate to be, the pure payouts in this one, 6, 7-figure scores are worth focusing up on. 59 bigs for Orpin, not too shabby. 8th overall.
Hey.
There's Artur, Bryn Kenny, Pardo, Tolerine, your stat. What's Malaka got? 24 bigs.
He's like, I'm going to get vengeance on Bryn Kenny. We're at the same table. Kind of looks like he's got a coffee in front of himself.
I don't think I would blame him. Maybe he had a tough time unwinding yesterday after that 2nd place, but largest overall haul. Fresh stack there. By the way, he and Tan Xuan next to each other. You know, take cover. There's Boss. Paul Pua also here. 44 bigs for Boss. So babies at this table as well in the 8-hole. All of this, of course, as you see Xuan with heaps. 86 bigs, 5th overall. Can be tracked in the Triton Poker Plus app, available for download free of charge in the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store. Whatever suits your fancy. Tolerine, feeling fancy. 4th and chips. Looking swole, too, by the way. Filling out that Triton shirt. Did see a post in socials earlier this week where Jason Kuhn was putting up 319 pounds, and Tollerine was spotting him. I think they had Seth Davies working the camera for that one. Kiat Lee working an 82 big blind stack. 6th place overall between Jaffe and Javiera. Ja, by the way, flagged me down, mentioned that he was possibly going to join us in the booth at some point, but if he keeps making day 2s and deeper runs, I'm not sure we'll have a chance to get him in here. So obviously we root against him being available, but if he is available, we'll always take him in here, as we have Jonathan Jaffe in the past. There's DeVoris, Chip leading, Chidwick beside him, but Leon Sturm in the foreground. 133 bigs, we talked about it, 2nd place overall. Pretty unfortunate to be parked at DeVoris's table, of course.
Yeah, obviously that's a big problem, and also a problem to have Chidwick at the table.
Yeah, with 20 bigs being between the 2 biggest stacks. You know, he's not a guy who's intimidated regardless of the situation. Command of craft is robust on Chidwick, but maybe there were greener pastures available. And that is the boss man, Double D. 166 bigs. All Georged up, as we like to say back in the Vegas streets. Here's Fedor. Doesn't look like a whole mess of tokens in front of him. You have the particulars. Yeah, it's a fresh one. 20 bigs.
Now we're starting to realize who bought in for 20 bigs last second.
Yep. There's a mystery bounty champ, Sean Winter. Soiza, 27 bigs. Been a quiet festival thus far for Soiza, it feels like. I haven't really called his name a whole lot.
I kind of feel like he missed the beginning portion. That's my read.
Yeah, his first event was the 30K. He did finish 11th in the 25K WPT Global Slam. Not an insignificant 146,000 hauled in. And that
Go
is
time.
the field, as Sonny has made the announcements. And we are set to get the cards in the air. Wang Ye, Red Table Boss, 710,000 qualifying. Nikki P down at the bottom of that leaderboard with a $140. In turn, Parsonen, aforementioned 4-card sniper, usually waits until the back end of the program to come out, but placing belief in himself in the 2-card streets at the 150K price point, 107,000 in front of him.
That can't be right, actually. That's times 200. Exactly. It's wrong. You go to minus ship.
So where the fuck?
The prize pool is the number that comes after the words prize pool up there.
Boss stack, by the way, here is reigning Avin Liao Player of the Year award winner, Danny Tang of Hong Kong. He's in the 2 seat.
You should have done 80 bullets and then we could get that number.
That's what you're
Patrick
trying
Antonius
I didn't try that
will
hard.
kick us off. Ace Queen, greasing 21,000. Cale Burns, Queen Jack of Hearts.
Looks like a fresh stack. Probably strongly considers call in this spot. Decent playability. Maybe he folds if he's very tight. No, he's just going to jam. Is this just a enter and play one hand moment?
Lose first hand again.
Wow, you heard Cale immediately when he did get called, lamenting.
Try to do 600K in like 30 hands.
Understanding
That's
that
not over.
Antonius is always going to be furnishing better than Queen Jack in this spot. Cale saying it's not over. 420K pot. Could get messy in a hurry. 10 of hearts is pleasant.
The window is really good.
Cale saying may have dusted off.
That's good.
600,000 in 30 hands. The ace of hearts trying to help him avoid that fate. As all of a sudden he picks up the backdoor heart draw and the gutter, and he finds hearts.
Well, if you moan about one hand of poker, maybe you get rewarded sometimes.
You know, on the flip side of it, Randy, Patrick really taking it on the chin. Ace queen versus queen jack on that board was a huge favorite.
Oh, Patrick's seen it all. He's had a lot of terrible beats in his career.
You know, you get down the streets far enough and you'll be able to say that, not with a sense of pride or fond memories, but.
Do you remember that hand where he played against Roble in like Palim Omaha and they ran it like 4 times? And he was like, this is the worst beat I've ever taken or something like that. It was
obviously a cash game if they're running it 4 times.
And then Roble was like new to PLO and he just got it in so bad. They ran it 4 times.
He got showered all 4 times?
I believe so, yeah.
Oh
and it was like an 80-20 or something on the flop.
You. Apparently producer James very familiar with that. And in the post-mortem, Patrick had some choice words.
20.
Suvarna exercising his choice with King Jack. Clicks it.
Suvarna's one of those fresh entries.
Unclear how fresh he is. Not from an entry standpoint, but from a did we get any sleep last night standpoint, because the cash games have been running. Overnight sessions, a common thing here in Jeju, especially the deeper we get into the festival. Santosh doesn't miss one of those.
Yeah, Santosh, like, he won't miss an opportunity to play poker. And given that I haven't seen him as much in the tournament, like in these tournaments, he's probably playing those cash games on the side. What's happening here?
Looks like Wang Ye, pocket 6s, has found himself entangled with Greenwood. Pre-flop it was a problem, but with a set on this 10-high board, it is far from that, and he is going to check call Greenwood. 5 on the turn.
Yeah, Wang obviously is going to likely stack Greenwood in this spot, given the texture so far.
If I had to guess, this was an open up front 3-bet from Greenwood, call from Wang Ye.
Yeah, correct.
The blinds at 5, 10, and 10. We saw the check call of 60, putting another 120 into the middle, which now grows to over $250,000. Second check in front of Greenwood. Two-tone texture, he unblocks all of it. Does that skew you toward pressing and wanting to charge a price?
Yeah, you want to charge 10x and, you know, jacks, 9s, 6, 7 suited. Greenwood is practically ready to get all the chips in there. And given Greenwood bet flop and turn his 3-bet pot, he's likely to be on an overpair or a strong 10 if you happen to 3-bet light. So I would like to see 6s just check jam here, given how much is already in the middle.
140 of 417 does feel like a chunky enough amount that a good bit of the time Greenwood's remainder would follow if asked. I mean, in the 3-bet category, we don't really worry about any deuce 4 or 7x where if the straight fills out, we have any sort of concerns.
I like
there
jamming.
are suited combos, of course.
No, I mainly like jamming because I don't want my action to be killed on the river as I'm out of position. So, yeah, that's why he's jamming here.
Oh,
Yeah, Greenwood calls and sees the bad news.
Massive pot.
Versus the chip leader, no less, here at this table. So 1 to come, and Greenwood needs to mount up. No cowboy available, however. And that is a rough and short-lived attendance here at this featured table. Greenwood was the second biggest stack at that table, Randy, and ran into it.
He lost a ton of chips, but what are you going to do with 2 kings, especially against Wanya, who's got a very splashy image?
You're going to take a shower, is what you're going to do.
A cold shower.
Mm-hmm. An involuntary one.
thank you.
Flipping back over to the other feature,
You get water, Patrick?
where we almost had bloodshed. but Kale Burns found
You
the
just take this
backdoor
one. I don't want
hearts.
yours.
Okay, you don't need?
No, I don't need.
Thanks.
I'll be pissing my pants with 30 minutes left in the level anyway.
I don't need that. Thank you. Perfect. Perfect.
Folded around as one fin passes from the button and the other in the small.
All in.
Antonius left with not a whole lot. Does jam it. Watson looks like a customer here. 10-9 off versus Queen Jack. Might that hand turn into the nemesis for Antonius? This time the offsuit variety in a 248K chip pot. Where so improbably Patrick's tournament life is at risk.
Oh, that's a good flop.
A lot of
Well,
fun flops in
top
this one.
two, but the open ender must be sweated.
Queen.
Turn is clean. 8 or a king. Spoil the fun for Patrick. And the queen on the river, giving Watson one pair. Did he say it was definitely going to be the queen to punish him for asking for it?
Wasn't greedy.
Flip it back. Ding
Yep.
Biao's all in with the dominating pair.
Patrick found the double there. 8, 9, 10 board.
Not ideal.
Open ender, and the 7 doesn't work for Theologus,
Looks good.
who does cover ever
But
so
it's-
slightly.
See, like now this is the fake thing, right?
And there is the 7.
Straight for Ding.
Jack would have been a chop on the river. Boy, Theologus is going to have crumbs. Just 2.5 bigs. After that, pardon me, altercation. 20K open on the button, jam, call. That's how it played out pre.
Yeah, pretty much a standard spot for both players. Now we pray for a hand for Alex.
Well, at least he's rounded up to 3 bigs by our stats team. There's nothing worse than when you see that graphic and it says 0 big blinds. As we've rounded down, there's a peek at Alex Foxen, by the way, also a part of the proceedings here at this feature. Didn't call his name earlier.
Looks like Foxen's playing a short stack.
Yeah,
Maybe if we were in that other tournament in Horseshoe,
16 big blind territory.
they would think lower straight with higher straight.
You have a chance.
I mean, pretty much everyone at this table is short besides Wang Ye.
And like 30, Alex?
At 25.
Sevens for Pascal. LaFrancois.
20.
20K announced. Caught up with Pascal at breakfast this morning, by the way. Hadn't really had a chance ever to chat with him, so got acquainted, and he was introduced to me as the token Canadian, sort of as friendly as you would expect. And very much fit the bill. As Theologus looking at Ace Jack, that fits the bill for another 5K atop. Wang Ye's Queen 9 offsuit. Making the call. Now, I believe this reopens the action, does it not, Randy?
Just making sure
Because
you
the
know,
raise was
it's only
10.
20 years that I've been playing this
You
game.
can fold. That's fine.
So an extra 5 means if LeFrancois wanted to, he could raise.
Could he?
Couldn't he?
Because I believe he would always jam sevens if that was the case. I don't think he would ever pass up that spot, to be honest.
But by rule, if the re-raise is 50% or more, and in this spot, of the 10K that preceded it, that extra 5 from Theologus would fit that.
20.
Seems that Producer
Do you have a
James is
pair?
perhaps suggesting
not
that
have a
in an
pair.
all-in spot, it needs to be a full re-raise.
But I have a
We'll get
surprisingly strong
an
hand.
effort,
Yeah.
an answer on that one. As you saw, Lefrancois betting 20K and clearing out Wang Yi. And then he could be clearing out Theologus in a moment as well, unless Alex can find Applejacks or a king. There's a queen now giving him a path.
Good luck, guys.
Instead, the 9 of clubs. And another early casualty here in the 150 for Alex Theologus on this occasion. Theologus with 2 cashes thus far, 27th and an 18th in the 30K and the 25K WPT Global Slam, and I'm sure that's frustrating for him. Has very high expectations of himself, rightfully so. Very solid player.
Yeah, especially because I believe he had a really hot Monte Carlo.
Oh, I
Over
mean,
there, you
Missing
remember?
1,000 chips.
the walls were on fire, and the arsonist
100% started.
was Theologus. If you look back in the Triton Poker Plus app at Monte Carlo for Theologus, Randy, just that resume was staggering.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he started off with a final table, 3rd place for 436K in the Global Slam.
Barely insignificant.
Then he got a final table again, 9th place for another 500,000. Then another 9th place. So he had 3 final tables in a row. And then he got a final table bubble for 10th place. And later, he got 2nd in the 60K.
I mean, it really was his festival. By the way, we do have an official explanation, producer James promptly soliciting that in the all-in situation, the action does not get reopened. Whereas if there were still chips behind, then that extra 5K would have been a qualifier, although it also would have been an illegal raise, so I'm not even sure where my head's at on there.
Yeah,
It's okay, we'll get there.
It's early. And I
Yeah,
believe this
yeah,
is the midway point of this
not that. Okay.
Jeju festival, which began on
It's a funny.
26th of February.
Yep.
3 days of action in February, and then 6 so far here in March, this being the 6th.
It's a lot of action remaining, though.
That there is.
And bigger stakes.
Yeah, the main event, 100K. We're going to have Pot Limit Omaha. We are also going to have Short Deck.
But I mean, like, this is a side event we're playing right now. It's 150,000. We also have a $125,000 side event. Like, it's insane that these are side events.
Oh, that would have been sick if I
I
got all
don't
in.
know if I'm okay with referring
Got all in and lost
to the
and then still got to play
150
another hand.
as a quote side event. You know,
It's not the main.
this is, you know, like back in the days. Yeah, and I believe this was. Yeah, I saw Joy Luck Club. You had like the number 1 wife and then the number 2, and there was like, you know, the 150 is
What does
is
this have to-
sleeping in the main house. You know, the 150 is not. It's not in a tent in the backyard.
And you
know.
said you saw
this
the
isn't
Joy
a
Luck Club
farewell my
as you-
concubine.
Jesus.
I'm just saying this is. I did. That's where I learned a little bit about this historical, you know,
Okay.
colonial era. I'm not suggesting that's still the order of the day, Randy. We've evolved, but you know, here we are. Did you not see the Joy Luck Club, Randy?
I have seen it.
Are you just saying that?
No, I just don't know what's about, but I've seen it.
Foxen knows what 10-9 suited's all about. In the small blind, rips Petrangelo, concedes.
I just remember them playing Mahjong in the movie.
That was a big part of it.
Yeah.
Mahjong, for sure. I'm going to bring my set to the next Triton. We're going to get down. Randy.
We're gonna do the pongs and the kongs.
Yeah, and the tsu when you want to Are we playing 16 tile or 13 tile though?
Which one is
My outfit,
the Chinese one and which one's the Japanese one?
$10.
Well, I don't really think there's a quote Japanese one.
A
I mean,
rule
the
set.
game is, you know, historically a Chinese game,
No name?
even though it's been appropriated.
It's like
But I
Jeju
think
or something?
16 tile is Taiwanese style, and 13 tile is more.
Okay, do you have the
Hong Kong
tiles
style.
that translates
Oh,
the
the sort right on
numbers
the
with
right
the
where
little
you-
American character on the top left corner? I might need those. Otherwise, I'm not going to know what's a
interesting,
straight.
Shirt that you bluffed me. I thought it was a GTO Lab.
Randy, why do I have to bring an anglicized mahjong set for, of all people, you?
I mean, I got the first 3 numbers down really well.
Yeah.
It's 1 line, 2 lines, and 3 line.
Right?
Then it gets really like
Dicey.
hieroglyphic.
My favorite is if you actually put a cheat sheet together. Every time you look over at it, I know what you just drew. Meanwhile, Petrangelo drawing up a limp with the 3-5 suited. Orpin will allow it and somehow is dominating as he interferes with the 3.
What? You checked. Oh. Did I check?
Ace, ace 3. Both players connecting here. And perhaps sensing that ace-x is not a part of this limp pre-flop
10.
positioning.
Petrangelo knows that his 3 needs a little bit of value. Plus, he can actually get called by worse, like king high, queen high, especially if they got a spade. It is the same hand versus same hand. Seems unlikely someone's going to be able to move their opponent off of it. Pair of 3s, just because they have a lot of incentive to try to show this down cheaply.
Deuce on the turn, and somehow this 6 is playing.
Yeah, so if we get a deuce on the river, the 6 wins.
Yeah, because the 4 obviously gives Petrangelo a wheel. The 5 gives him a bigger second pair.
I kind of want to see that.
You're actually sick, Randy. You just
Just want to see them like
evil
explode.
Randy, ladies and gentlemen, here rooting for the deuce.
I want him to go like 3. Me too, 3. What's your kicker?
I don't think Petrangelo's really going to be asking about kickers when he's got a 5. So the lead for 10K and flat on the flop. Petrangelo knuckles over, and now Orpin bets 25,000. Nick calls. And the 6 on the end. Orpin makes a better 2 pair.
That was supposed to chop most of the time.
You know, you're really laying it on thick for the boys out there today, Randy. Petrangelo is going to be well aware of that. Should he get to showdown, it's not a given. He's only got 75K back. That's 0.75 SPR as things stand. And
It's pretty tempting to bet, of course, pairing the 6, but he blocks the 3 a little bit, so he might be concerned that he's getting trapped by an ace.
there's no point in betting if it's busted spades.
Right. Unless you really feel like King X of spades was going to call. Although King X of spades probably doesn't bet flop. Like, if he had 6-5 of spades, Orpin, he probably would bet for sure, just because he unblocks the 3. But here it's a little bit tricky. But it seems like he did find the bet. Really good.
This is a decision for our tournament life, and what an unenviable one it is.
It's concerning that you river to 6. Wow. I feel like
That's wild. Obviously, I feel as though when Nick says that, it's more because of the straight draw combos that may have incidentally hit the 6, because he blocks the 3 himself.
Sure, I can see that. He's going to see it.
Good luck.
Painful. Well, he put his man right where he didn't want him to be. And ultimately.
Yeah. I mean, you weren't thinking 6-3, right? Yeah.
Did find the call.
Yeah.
One that would cost him
GG.
his remaining stack here in the 150K with no re-entries available.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he had a good read as opponent did have the 6, but he felt like if he didn't call that spot, that he's practically folding everything.
Pretty tough Jeju being put together by Nikki P. Just 1 cash now in 7 attempts. 38th in the 30K 8 max for 52,000.
I got the crying cold from the first pair. Maybe it's too thin.
Not going to go too far. Trying to work him into the black before this is all said and done, but plenty of festival remaining. We've seen some late surges in the past. Ace-8 for Tom Fuchs. Not enough. Wang Ye, King-8.
Foxen's got ace-9 offsuit. Should be willing to commit chips. I think there's a lot of reason to actually raise and deuce. Because if you just open jam, well, it looks like he will open jam, but you can't really get called by worse. I mean, I guess you still could, right? Like ace-8, ace-7, this kind of stuff. But kept it simple.
Single decision point, rip and take. 1 orbit's worth of tokens acquired there for Foxen. Long time now, super high roller. Closing in on 10 million in career Triton earnings. Working his way that direction on the back of 2 cashes thus far in 7 attempts in Jeju. 23rd in the 30K 8 max, 20th in the 50K 7 max. King 10 suited now for Foxen in the cutoff. Sitting slightly north of where he was at.
More likely to come in with standard raise, given he's chipped up a little more. But no, back-to-back jams is the play.
Boy, really pressing things, and I admit I'm a little surprised to see it, mostly because there is no more re-entry, and Foxen is so talented. Post-flop rates to be taking that one in position, and it's a durable enough hand. But just jams and once again takes it. One never knows as, you know, you're looking over at the individuals in the blinds and their stack depths, how much of a role that might be playing in the decision.
Usually that is kind of like the main reason why you would adjust whether open rip or not.
Yeah, if you got a jar of molasses in the big blind, you want to do everything that you can to keep it from being sticky. Ace King now for the boss stack. 20K open is the minimum. Pretty one on the button here for Pascal.
It's very possible he might just attack Wang Ye here, knowing that Wang Ye likes to open, especially when he's got a big stack.
Yeah, you know, it's unfortunate. You understand exactly why Pascal would press in this particular spot, just specifically against the chip leader, who he suspects is going to be V-pipping wide.
Mm-hmm.
But on this occasion, it is not width. that motivated. But the big slick offsuit edition, 475,000 chip pot. Happy to at least have a couple of clean cards. There's Lefrancois, the Quebecois. Lives just outside Montreal. One of those cities very high on my list to visit at some point. 7-7-3, and that flop is not high on Pascal's list. One spade. A non-issue on this turn. And might Lefrancois' time here in the 150K be short-lived? Indeed. Deuce of clubs on the end as he returns his time banks and delivers his stack to Wang Ye, who propels himself even further ahead of the remaining field.
Kind of seems like Daniel Divorce has surged even more.
1.6 and change from what I'm gathering for Divorce, but not a whole lot of runway between he and second place overall Wang Ye. Quite the opposite in terms of second in chips here at this table, Zhou Chuen, who trails by over 50 bigs, as you see Shaman. You know some of the responses to O'Dwyer's tweet that few of the Austrians had? Because the thing they zeroed in on was the reference that Steve made to the cast of characters on the rail that he took umbrage with being D-tier coin poker
Yes.
ambassadors. A number of people just played off of that, and they were like, oh, at least they're B- handsome. I think it was D-, actually. They said they're B- handsome. And it was pretty funny.
Yeah, they fought back.
They did, but it was in, like, not ill spirit, is what I'll say. And to be fair, Steve did follow it up by ensuring that Mario understood that that was not any sort of personal attack or slight, and he showed a lot of respect and admiration for Mosbach's play.
But not for the D tier.
The D- tier coin poker. Tom Fuchs, by the way, I believe was on that rail.
Oh, you think they're going to go?
I don't know about
Oh,
they're
Lord.
going to go.
They're going to go take it
I
out to
don't
the
think
pocket.
Tom's going to clock Shaman. The one thing that Shaman wrote, pardon me, which I admit is something I hope I never have to worry about, was I will not forget this. Listen,
Oh,
I don't want Shaman with a grudge. That's a terrifying prospect.
I want to see him with a coin poker trinket in the future, you know? Like little needles in it.
Oh, boy.
All right, back to this action. Shaman defended 6-3 of hearts against the table chip leader. But he only has 83K back. There's not too much he can do here, despite backdoor hearts, a little bit of connectivity with the 4 of spades.
$15K is what he's facing. Yeah, just might feel a little sus, but there's not a whole lot that he was going to be able to do with his hand after defending the big. Let's talk a little bit about Wang Ye, shall we? Randy first joined us right here at this festival in 2024, and look at the body of work that he put together at that first festival.
Yeah, he really did stood out there. He had 5 cashes, you know, the big buy-in, his best cash was in the 150K, so this very event. He got 7th place for $737,000, you know. I was watching that event, and Wang Ye and Shu Liang, like those two guys were going ham and really putting all of these pros in the blender.
Well, as such, some will be familiar from the performances turned in last year and likely have built some sort of scouting report for themselves as they attempt to navigate and contend with the talents of Wang Ye this time around here in this 150K. This festival, by the way, he has just one cash in 5 attempts. That was a 36th place finish for 41 dimes in the 20K 8 max. Meanwhile, Tom Fuchs ripping on the button, Queen 10 suited. Oh, Dwyer smothering the diamonds and has the best hand.
Thought about it.
You know, I wonder if maybe,
No, that's
you know, obviously
me
calling
get you.
off for your tournament life in there and you can't even shower the guy would have been a different story. Meanwhile, Wang Ye with pocket sixes is the customer, and Fuchs is going to have to find some help in a 315,000 chip pot, as early and often the short stacks are being put to the test, and that test has failed on this flop of 9-7 tray, where Fuchs fails to improve. 1 diamond on board. Now, even though he's up against a set, we take the queens and tens off the board. He does find a gut shot. Fewer outs, but at least not dead. And there's the 8. Oh my goodness.
150.
Seriously?
Frosty the Snowman icing Wang Ye's hot streak. Well, Tom will take it how he can get it. Such a massive dog. Post flop.
Yeah, from more outs to less outs, but he got there.
Not the way that he expected to find the double. As we flip back over and check in on Danny Tang and company.
Yep.
And it would appear that Cale Burns is not going to be a part of the party anymore. Patrick might be thinking, wait a minute, those are my chips.
He's got attachment to those chips. Kale, what table are you moving to? I'll find you later.
Yeah, right.
Don't do anything dumb with those chips.
Oh, that's super frustrating, isn't it? When the one spewer at the table is just giving it all away is the guy you can't beat. And you keep losing chips to them, and they keep putting them in stacks that are a lot tougher to unlock the chips from, and you're just breathless.
Yeah, I know that feeling. I think every player that, especially if they play cash games now, like
man.
it's.
Or like you play in one
boil.
of the best games you've played in months, and that's the game in which you just book a huge L, and you're like, no, I got to do good in those games.
Is it
Antonius,
20 or 25?
25.
ace-9 open.
Come on, people.
Come on, people.
No, he's calling me with my Thai name. 25?
It's a bit pricier given the 2.5x, so he defends a little bit less.
Tindu suited, however, qualifying. Teams Punsri doesn't have heaps, by the way. Just 53K back here, Randy. This is a significant investment. But with a couple of blinds already in there, the investment is made, and he's got bottom pair versus ace-9 unimproved.
Yeah, decision point is whether he should stop and go his stack or check raise all in. Mainly, if he thinks his opponent will always c-bet this board into his stack, then he should go for check raise all in. But he doesn't think that's going to happen, so he just open rips it, protect his equity.
Not getting snap called is always a great feeling.
I do believe Patrick probably has to call here if he thinks that all of the gut shots will jam and club draws. And a queen X probably checks it over to him, so if he is behind to a deuce or 5, he still has 2 overs.
Yeah, begrudgingly, he does flick it in there. Ace and the 9. Both alive. To spoiling the fun for Punsri.
Could get counterfeited with doesn't.
Nope. 5 on the turn did unlock other pathways for Patrick, but in the end, a full double enjoyed by Punat. It's been an annoying little day so far for Patrick. See what kind of festival it's been for Antonius thus far.
Don't recall him making many deep runs. What do you got over there?
5 events played, this being number 6, 20th in the 25K 8 max, and then 28th in the 40K mystery bounty. The 2 results thus far for Patrick. King Queen off will be looking for a result. Opens to 21. Suvarna with medicine.
I mean, is Patrick just going to continue to downswing? Don't think it's clear whether he'll call shove, but for Santosh, it's very easy for him to shove off of 16.5 bigs.
Now he declares all in. Now Patrick does cover him. Punsri asking for a count. I don't know that raise and 3-bet in front of us were keen with this ace-8.
Yeah.
So he doesn't take a whole lot of time to let it go. And now for Antonius. Randy, how well is King-Queen offsuit performing?
It shouldn't perform that well given that he raised from under the gun and we're at a full table. And Santosh is jamming the hijack. Kind of like fold in this spot. But if it was like button or cutoff versus the blinds, then I'm definitely calling off King Queen.
Patrick lets it go, and again the irritations mounting for the Finn. No cause for alarm. Still over 20 bigs for Patrick.
Attention please, in the 150K we have just confirmed a prize pool. We have a total of 128 entries, including 45 re-entries, generating a total prize pool of $90,200,000. We're going to pay 20 spots, with the 20th play finisher receiving $249,000, and the winner of event number 9 will take home $4,610,000. Best of luck, everyone.
Thank you, Luca. Making the announcement regarding the particulars. Reminding the crew that top 20 are paid. Just 55 remain. There's Poseidon Ho filling the vacancy. Suvarna involved again, this time as an opener with the hard 8. Antonius, the candidate in the big.
He's unlikely to reshove because Santosh, well, okay. Did he just reshove?
Seems like you just asked him for all of it.
I didn't think
Not
he would
quite.
reshove from the big blind against +1, but perhaps this is an adjustment to Santosh. You know Santosh likes to get in there a bit more, so maybe he's got more raised folds. So hard to call 2 4s in this spot. It's very easy to be cooked by a bigger pair.
I mean, even when you're not up against a bigger pair, you're up against 2 overcards, period. And now you're going to have to C5. So how much of an edge would you have? Not much, as you saw there by the numbers. 53-46. Nice timing there from Antonius.
I will wake up to eat breakfast and go back. I woke up to eat breakfast and go back to sleep. I see this one, yeah.
You did? You don't look like it.
Fucking sadistic.
Wait.
25K, the open from Danny. And now we see what motivated him. King Jack offsuit. Watson defending with Queen Jack, finding a gut shot on this paired rainbow board. 68K in the pot. Sir Watts promptly checking.
And blinds are now 6,000, 12,000, which shrinks Watson's stack a little bit. Gives him less room to maneuver. Probably unlikely to check raise because of the shorter stack that he has. Assuming a bet does come in for Danny, which is incoming.
30K, says Tang.
Yeah, if Watson was to check raise here, he has to commit pretty much all his chips, given he's got 174K back.
Comes with check call. Pot grows to 128. Third 10 is demoralizing. The gut shot becoming far less attractive. Danny's king high is the best hand. Doesn't realize it, of course.
I guess Danny just checks back the turn and see if it blanks out. Maybe consider heroing against missed straight draws. We'll see. That's a great card for Watson.
Both players making 10s full of jacks after Tang did check it back. Kicker's not a consideration any longer. I would imagine a value bet will be forthcoming.
Yeah, Watson should be betting here because 8x or like little pocket pairs are likely to just check back. So he doesn't want those hands to get away cheaply.
$32K, says Watson. Now, if you're Danny, is this one of those situations where the raise just doesn't make any money?
No, I think this is a mandatory jam or raise. You need to target the 8x. The way Watson's playing his hand, it kind of looks like 8x a lot. So,
but is 8x ever going to call off for his tournament life?
They might. I'm not saying like they would always fold.
Yeah, you see, the raise did come in. Watson snaps, and we're going to hit the carving station. And Danny obviously will be disappointed to learn he was dominating, but not the worst beat he'll ever take. Well, in between hands provides us an opportunity to wish a warm welcome to everybody who is streaming us live right now. Let us know from where you are doing so, be it on the Triton Poker Plus app, Twitch, or of course YouTube, where we do keep an eye on the chat. Love a good roll call. Yeah, the top of the day.
How do we say in Korean? An ha say yo. Did we get close? Did we get there?
Did you just break down hello?
Yeah, tried.
And just kind of hope that maybe that's a multi-purpose.
I tried.
I saw some red.
I don't think hello and shout out are interchangeable. Randy, and yes, you did try. Buddy,
Did I succeed?
What I saw.
that's debatable.
I wasn't really a 4.0 student in my time.
Randy, you might not have been a 1.7 student. I really don't know if you showed up to class or, you know, what the story was.
I was just asleep.
Would you really just go and sleep?
Yeah, and it's funny because like my teacher then would send me to the front of the class, and then I just fell asleep in the front of the class.
Wow.
It was,
That's,
yeah.
you were a real Class favorite. Would you snore?
Yeah, I have.
Antonius. Not falling asleep on the button. Suited king. Rips into Santosh. Actually, just clicked it. Forgive me. I thought suited king on the button. Maybe he would get after it.
For about 20 big blinds to start the hand. Probably a little excessive.
Sure.
But this is good.
Kings and sixes versus a gutter. After the Suvarna defense.
Okay, there's the flop check from Suvarna. Was a bit of hesitation. Not sure if Antonius is going to read into that, but usually some hesitation is like some medium strength spot. Patrick smashed his board, so he's betting very small, hoping for anything. Could even get the gut shot to hang around.
$18,000 and take it there for Patrick. He and Santosh, by the way, know each other well. So there's some context when they get involved.
AK for Thailand.
1-3. Sitting 166. Call it 14 bigs. Finds the click. Watson on the button.
Nah.
Ace-7 off, never a second thought. Ace-5 off for Suvarna. He, too, knows it's not a great spot. Haxton, different proposition in the big blind. King-Jack offsuit. Serviceable.
Finally, we found a customer. He's got a little discount. What kind of flop we serving?
Well, for Ike's sake, we hope it's not just king high and dry. Jack 4 deuce. That'll do just fine by Haxton. An awful sight for Punsri, whose ace of spades is working, and unless he's up against a Jack X, you could see worlds in which he thinks there's a clear path, an argument for barreling.
Relatively good flop for Punsri. Like you mentioned, the ace of spades, 2 overs to the jack. Blocking flush draws and backdoor flush draws that can continue.
13. 13.
A little sprinkle. I think there's a very good chance we see Haxton just play this one fast and check raise this board.
Well, 129 back for Punsri. This is a lot of hand for Ike, and he's not afraid to flat and see something peel on the turn.
I think he doesn't think
33.
that pocket pairs are going to fold, like 5s through 10s, even though there's a jack out there.
Well, the sizing is just another 20,000 from Haxton.
Yeah, this size is designed to get those hands that have very few outs to continue. Very curious pocket pairs. Some of these ace highs, as you can see, has got very poor equity. And I like the small check raise because it also allows them to have some check raise bluffs and folds. And I feel like Haxton's reputation is very aggressive, so Puna is very likely to continue in this spot. At least see a turn card, especially with decent potential backdoors. He would just have to have an insane read that Haxton always has the goods, and he just reshoves.
Well, trying to keep things simple and realize some fold equity, but of course not against King Jack, is Punsri, whose rip was always something Haxton was prepared for. The covering stack now has the tie favorite in a bad way, and on the turn he's got Punsri drawing dead. That'll be a disappointing sight for the tie delegation. Punsri always draws a crowd in the YouTube chat. Well supported and liked. But his support in the 150K comes to an end. Kevin C. in Boston. Joao Cardoso in D.C. Quiet Mouse from my neck of the woods. San Francisco, California. Hello. Good to have you with us. Yepanuna, a name we've called on more than one occasion in Seattle. Thanks for staying up late. Smilkfly in Tahiti. If you're actually there, good on you, sir. Buddy in Singapore. Shout out to you. IVP Skate in Rotterdam, the port city. Perhaps rooting on the Dutchies out there. Incredible one in Bangladesh. We see you. Steve Cotton also in San Francisco, so he'll Patanker in New Jersey. Thanks for being aboard. Cloud King in Cebu in the Philippines. Cebuano. Hello, sir. Robin Brown in Honolulu. Milu in Poznan. Lim Casey also out there in Singapore. Loop in Toronto. JC in Mexico. Bensei Varga in Hungary. JL in Minneapolis. Thanks for being with us. Vest Capital in Upland, California, asking how are the chicken tenders. They're all right. I give them like
I haven't tried them yet. They're not the same as Monte Carlo?
Dude, the Monte Carlo chicken fingers are the stuff of legend. What they got going over here is an actual finger. It reminds me of chicken fries. Remember Burger King did those chicken fries?
Yeah. Oh, I don't like those.
It's like an actual tube of chicken. It's anyway.
A test tube, yes.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there's some science experiments that were involved in making them. Axton, small blind versus big blind, did limp. Finds top pair. Tang doesn't find really anything, but the 4 of diamonds is working hard.
Yeah, so given it checked through pre-flop, Haxton's kicker is pretty much nutted, as Danny would always want to juice up the pot with ace-jack plus. Haxton checking, trying to induce, and given the flop check through, seems like an ideal time for Haxton to start betting. And a bit of problem for Danny, as Danny's picked up the pair of 4s.
So no action on the flop. Pot static at 36,000. And let's see if Ike is going to get busy.
28.
Yeah, there's some texture out there. 28,000 is a lot, though.
It's a bit sizable, which might get Danny to lay it down. But then again, it's just, this is Haxton, you know, like he's very capable of bluffing. There are a little bit of gut shot action happening, right? The 3 and 5 X's that maybe Haxton attacks with. And Haxton's image is getting himself paid at the moment.
Tang calls with the 4. Now a 9 on the end. Who's more likely to have 9Xs played, Randy?
Danny, for me. Especially for the sizing Isaac went with. Now, it's not unreasonable for Haxton to have a 9, because you can see him, oh, I'll play cautious on the flop, there's an ace out there, and the 4 undercard's a 9.
But it's also not unreasonable for him to slow down given the arrival of the 9, because he doesn't have one and feels like at the size that he went with on the turn, most of that deuce X would be dispatched. Maybe if it had a wheel draw with it, not so much. And some of the 4X didn't need to call, right?
Yeah, so if I'm Haxton right now, I'm still very comfortable betting this one, because Haxton can still have 9X, so Danny can't blindly bluff raise him, saying, "Oh, you never have a 9, therefore I can just raise."
122.
So he's not actually in a terrible spot. I like betting and just folding to any raise practically.
122,000.
I guess Danny should probably fold this, especially against the overbet. Because, like you asked me earlier, who's more likely to have 9? And I think Danny's got a little bit more 9x. And it would be just reckless bluffing from Haxton to just overbet into a card that your opponent could easily have.
So at that 122K price, Danny has made a believer appropriately, conceding. Flipping back over to the other feature. Yeah, with a suited 1 gapper. Flips in a click.
Hey, this is kind of a new look for O'Dwyer, isn't it?
Yeah, I could have swore a second ago he was dressed very different than what he... This almost looks like a uniform of sorts. They're very structured.
All in. Play all in.
Plaid jacket in green.
Oh.
Meanwhile, Tom Fuchs structures 175,000 around pocket 7s as an all-in over the top of Ding Biao. This open is not with enough of a durable hand to be a customer.
Yeah, this hand's over.
So maybe a little bit of posturing from Biao. Before ultimately laying it down.
That's the 150K trophy up for grabs. It's
Well,
very
likely.
exclusive.
What's up? I need to pee.
Thank you for that.
Okay, well, you are welcome to miss hands and leave early.
Fold.
Does that mean I get to jam a little more?
Fold. Not anymore.
You gotta play 1 card open. This Turkish Grandmaster handicap, you know, it's like queen.
24.
It's like queen odds in chess.
24,000.
Could be problems for O'Dwyer.
King, queen offsuit, hijack open. Ace 3 suited for O'Dwyer.
5 seconds. Play
It's a
all in.
candidate as
73.
the war cry is made.
Fold.
All right, Tom's going to be priced into call and a little bit of favorite for O'Dwyer.
You want 2 known cards or 1 known card and 2 unknown cards?
1 known card or 2 unknown cards. Depends on the situation. How deep am I?
Just any hand, like 1 known, 2 unknown.
3-2 favorite is Shaman. 176K pot. Might he be getting an early,
Say again.
not pound, but maybe ounce of flesh?
Or 1 known, 2 unknown.
Sure looks that way on an ace-4 deuce board where he's got top pair and the wheel draw. King-queen is
Wait, you're saying
performing
you
quite
get to,
poorly.
You can either pick 1 card or get 2.
I'll take 1 known.
Oh, but hang on.
You'll play that.
Just when you thought it might draw dead,
I would think so.
Fuchs finds the gutter, but he does not find the jack on the river. And steely as always, Shaman didn't even flinch. Awaits the payday.
You have an ace? Well done.
You know, just based on famously
957.
when O'Dwyer
What's 3 cards?
flew Lufthansa to one of our Triton stops,
I
and
just open jam every hand. You can't win.
I don't think he ever got his luggage
Equity.
because they had been
They think it's too
lost
much, yeah.
somewhere in London.
Okay.
He held a very strong grudge against that particular airline. And with that baseline, you know, to this day, Steve will not fly Lufthansa, and he actually gets mad at me for doing
Go
it.
that way.
Because he says they had terrible customer service, and terrible airline, and No, I didn't go through the whole thing, and
How are you? Okay, you need to
frankly,
go
my
in
experience with them has been very
okay,
different. But
Okay. No problem.
the
like 200
D- tier coin poker
Yeah,
ambassadors,
the deeper you get, the
as
more it
Shaman described them,
balances.
maybe
200 is probably too deep.
you know,
I'd rather
apt
have
to smooth things over with
MBB, you just take a 3
O'Dwyer. I know, you know.
Yeah, imagine 1BB. How do you think you go?
I would like to see O'Dwyer next up have a bunch of patches with C's, A's, D's, B's. He just puts them all to point poker. You're a D, you're an A, you're a
What
B.
about 4 unknowns?
This is how I feel about you.
Grading the ambassadors.
4 unknowns all day.
Ding Biao. Under the gun.
You're like flipping with
Grading Queen Jack offsuit.
Sure.
A score of 24,000.
There's a sweet spot. Like
Jack
3 unknowns.
10 off in the cutoff for Foxen.
25 is it?
Orpin. Gonna call in the small blind against UTG Open of Ding Biao.
Dominating.
Maybe like 6 unknown versus 4
It's
known.
another player from Coin Poker, Roland Rokita.
He
He's
too
gonna close
was
this
on
one.
that rail, by the way.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit interesting that O'Dwyer finds himself here with 2 of the
Then you take 4 knowns, I guess.
Mosbach rail attendees. Rokita takes the price with 9-7 off from the big. Finds himself an open-ender on the 10-8-4 board with the only diamond draw in the field. Both Orpin and Rokita knuckling over to Ding Biao. 2 overs, gutter, but no diamond to speak of. Plus 2 opponents, not 1.
Yeah, it's a 9 high that has the lion's share of the equity. Just Queen Jack offsuit, no diamond in hand. Is gonna start a bet. And Roland needs to continue with this pretty big draw. Now it's not a nutted draw, of course, but it's only 20K into what was 84.
Keeping it clean with the check call, understandably. Pot going to 124,000 as we are heads up to the turn. The very arid 3 of clubs.
It is possible we see Ding Biao double barrel this spot. There are some weakish draws that we check call, check fold. Ideally, he would like to have a diamond in hand, but it's a bit tricky. But hands that check call, check fold could be like Jack or Queen of Diamonds. Hands like 9-7 off. Yeah, look at this.
So Ding now posing a second question of Rokita's kit at 75 decibels this time.
There's nothing Rokita can do. He doesn't know how strong his draw is because he could be up against like Queen Jack off of a diamond. Like, you know, that's a great double barrel from Ding Biao.
Yeah, good find.
Like, it's so hard to find that barrel without a diamond. I think with a diamond it's pretty easy. But it just goes to show, like, playing against Ding Biao out of position is very tough because he's very willing to double and triple barrel you. Therefore, you can't realize your equity as much with weak hands pre-flop.
Pariur in Yerevan, Armenia. Welcome. Catherine Reardon in Santa Barbara. I just spent a weekend out that way in the Goleta, Santa Barbara, Montecito area. Did dinner at Lucky's Steakhouse in Montecito. Went to Sushi Terry for a quick and dirty local casual sushi spot.
I
had a good time.
Applied to UC Santa Barbara.
How'd that go, Randy? Did you get a letter of recommendation from your AP English teacher?
I didn't get in. Didn't get in.
You know, I don't know how to tell you this, but SB was kind of like, and no offense to Jeff Madsen, who, professional poker player, famously attended UCSB, but that was like a safety school.
Yeah, I know. It's no Berkeley. It's no LA.
Yeah, those were the two juggernauts in the University of California system.
I even applied to Irvine.
You're Asian and you didn't get into Irvine?
Did not.
Maybe they realized you weren't Asian. They looked you up and they were like, no, this guy's Phasian.
I was strongly considering Sacramento Community College or whatever it was.
Oh my gosh, Randy. Life would have been different.
I write a good letter. I'll just say that.
You know you don't have to write a letter to get into community college, right?
24.
Oh, you meant to Davis.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Jesus Christ.
Hi, Caxton. Ace-9 offsuit. 24K open. If you can write such a good letter, Randy, why didn't you get the grades to get into the... I'm sorry, I don't mean to... Pocket Queens, A+ for Antonius on the button.
Wait, what's he watching?
No, Ellis? Feels like maybe the fam or something back home. 216K jam from Patrick. Now Suvarna in the big. Must be mindful of the fact that Antonius' jam on the button is coming over the top of an under-the-gun opener. And
it's still too good.
A total of 18 bigs from Antonius.
This would be a crazy fold.
Yeah, he does announce all in. Covered. Haxton bows out. Antonius will pull back some of his stack. And unfortunately for Santosh, this is ill-timed, as he's run into the upper crust for Antonius. 316K pot. Ace 8-4. No issues for Patrick, but quite the opposite for Santosh's tens. Facts remain on the turn. And can Suvarna find the miracle 2 outer to stay alive here in this 150K? The answer is no. And he too falls by the wayside.
Santosh's buddy is going to be able to reunite.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that if given the option, reunification was what he was hoping for today, but nevertheless, began with 72 players on the day, down to 48, I believe, with the elimination of Santosh. So we've already lost 24 players. JNT, David Chen, Sam Greenwood, Kudzmanas, the Elogist, Barack Visprod, Vogel, Mike Joseph, Nikki P, Paulius V, Chris Brewer, Nikita Kuznetsov. We saw Pascal Espen-Jorstad, Bads, Malaka, Bryn Kenny, who finished second yesterday in the 50K, Maxim Vaskresensky, El Conquistador, Alex Kulev. We saw Punsri, Jaffe, Jason Kuhn, and most recently, Santosh Suvarna, all among the departed. Tom Fuchs.
Wait, what? Why is he tanking?
No sweat.
He said, I'm giving Kale a second, did Shaman.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
I was
Wasn't personal, right?
I thought you said you would fold, but like giving.
No, I said I'm going to give him a second.
Oh.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think this was a slow roll from Shaman. In fact, I'm quite confident.
You would think that knowing you were going to call the 3-minute run out would be enough time.
I gave you 10 seconds.
10? Well, this guy drinks a lot of Red Bull.
Yeah. As well.
Next time I'll give you 25.
King 3 deuce, and Fuchs, who is covered by O'Dwyer in more than one way, heading to this flop, now flips the script. And on the turn, all of a sudden the arrival of the queen, which improves Fuchs to queens up, means O'Dwyer has more outs, and he goes runner, runner, queen, ace, and showers the German. Perhaps the dark arts were invoked. by Shaman. He certainly didn't look concerned throughout the run of that hand. Listen, you know, I'm just telling you, there's nobody at Triton who's more intimately familiar with the science of luck, and for that matter,
Revenge.
bad luck, as Shaman O'Dwyer. And, you know, he's trying to tame this beast. And on account of that, I'm just saying, coin poker crew that, you know, was out there on Mario's rail, just if you see Steve, you know, maybe come over and offer up a live chicken.
A live chicken.
You know, or like in the movie Major League with Charlie Sheen, a bucket of fried chicken, perhaps as a viable substitute. Some sort of sacrifice, I think, would be appropriate. You know, maybe Austrian tears in a small vial.
Austrian tears.
Service.
Something
Hello?
to just get Shaman off your scent.
Service.
Yeah. Just a D tier tears, all right. We don't need the A tier tears. Just the D.
I need Mosbach tears. No, but Mario wasn't really the one that he had the grievance with. I gotta tell you, if I'm rolling Rakita right now, I'm pretty nervous.
Table change, please.
Table change would be nice. Just saying. Deuce is on the button.
So he's looking at a small blind of O'Dwyer, who has 302,000. Foxen 102. He might jam. Yeah, looks like he will. Try to shut out O'Dwyer, which he does swiftly. But Foxen's got ace jack.
Sorry. No problem.
Going duck hunting.
Grab your vest. Foxen takes flight with the ace-jack. Behind ever so slightly, 4% with 5 to come in a 286K pot, and he finds the needle on the flop. The pawn stays devoid of waterfowl on the turn. And nothing feathered on the river. So Foxen will double through Ding Biao.
Ding Biao loaded the wrong game. He was playing clay shooting.
Yeah, the wrong ammo.
You're here.
Yeah, you're definitely here. 8, 9, 10, 11. I don't think there are 11 seats.
So the time is mind fucking with the small chair and no number 5.
It's true.
He skips blinds now, yeah? Next time?
Well, things just got spiced up a little bit. As
I'm in the big blind, yep.
a dose of Arrabbiata arrives. Italy's Enrico Kamoshi.
You picked the best one, too.
So personable.
He's very fun to watch. And
He
very
really is, isn't
chatty,
he?
too.
Oh, for sure. No sooner do we say that than he arrives and says nothing at all. Ace 9 for Roland Rokita. Clicks it.
Small blind, king
Start with
7
180.
suited against hijack. Seems a little bit loose to defend here. So he folds over to Cale Burns, Australia.
Jack 6 suited in the big.
Cale loves to take it post flop. Be very surprised if he doesn't defend in this spot.
And that's exactly what he's going to do as he defends. 66K in the middle. King, queen, 8. No pair anywhere.
You have bad time bank management.
Normally I don't use them.
Every time I play with you, you use them all really fast.
It's better to use them at least.
That's
But
true.
Not to use them at all. You know.
I don't disagree.
Not so much to think about.
Burns' check being mauled over by Rakita.
He's thinking about like the decoration.
Covered stack,
You're
but
like Elon Musk. Your mind is a storm.
undeterred. You bet 16,000. Really nowhere for Kale to go.
Yeah, it doesn't even have a backdoor spade.
Yeah, before I was in a river in a hand, and like.
So
considering
Kale
that
will
in the
bow
river in
out.
hand, I used already one time. Bank.
Apparently he had
In the second time,
an emergency
I
tinkle.
realized after 10 seconds.
Oh yeah.
Shaman suggesting that he likes
Totally to something else about the
to
hand,
drink a lot of Red Bull.
Like to something else. Totally.
And,
Like
you
my life.
know, those that do,
Like, focus on the hand. Is mine. And then I
bladder
focus on the hand,
situations
and I call
can get real out there.
Is there a way to use auto time
You
banks?
end up calling.
So like Burns goes to the toilet, but then he auto time banks and doesn't fold his hand, you know?
I feel as though you should be able to auto bank.
You're a fascinating character.
But the problem is, I don't know, do you get dealt in if you're not at the table when the hand is dealt? You know that rule, right?
Okay, so
like,
what if
how
we
would you
sit
end
at-
up auto banking?
What if I sit at the table,
It's probably
okay?
neutral on its
So I
own.
get
Yeah,
dealt
it's the
cards
most neutral
properly within the rules, and then I leave,
Skewing
but I don't fold my hand.
positive, I would say.
Can
yeah,
we
it's
do
not
that?
indifferent to
I don't think that's GTO
It's not meant.
time bank. And for
No,
that
no,
matter,
that's
you know,
not
when
for
you're
sure.
there, you know,
But I want to know, is it within the rules?
Can I see your stack?
yeah, I'm sure you could do that. But, you know, and now all of a sudden you get really unsatisfying drainage because you have this crazy urgency. You're counting in your head, trying to figure out how many banks you're ripping through. You know, I like a little extra time, maybe a shake, you know, just to, anyway.
That was quite detailed.
Okay, well, you know. This,
My question didn't go that deep.
no, but here I am to take us into the abyss.
Yeah, cool.
24.
Do you need another time bank to wash the hands too?
Now, right, yeah. If a guy comes running back and I see no moisture on the hands at all, because you have to assume that it's not like he paper toweled it extra hard. I'm like, hey, just out of curiosity, I know you have a lot of reason to get out of there quickly. Did you?
One. Play all in.
Producer James, by the way, compelled to get an answer for you, as Cale Burns has the answer for a King 6 open on the button with these 2 5s. Jam and take. Your hand will be killed. You cannot bank away
No.
Can ask for new one.
I think,
once
yeah,
you
yeah,
leave
take
the
it.
table.
Oh, so the only player who could do that is Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, I think they just put them out at the beginning. So.
Mr. Fantastic, Randy? Is that a,
You know,
a comic book hero that has a particular...
yeah, he can stretch. You don't know Mr. Fantastic.
Wait a minute. What do you mean he can stretch?
Yeah, he can.
So you're saying... I just want to make sure I get this right. That he could stay seated at the table and then stretch, you know what, all the way into the...
I mean, he puts his hand on his cards and he
So,
stretches his
yeah,
whole body.
that's what he does, Randy. I went the other direction with it. Although I got to say, if you're just kind of in the hallway and you see that stretching its way toward the restroom, I'll be like, whoa, who's this?
Man, you're in the gutter, buddy.
You brought him up.
Because it was a.
It's what? It's a real what? Ace 3 offsuit
Fold.
for Kamoshi. Apparently real enough. No. Just got out of there. So big boss stack vibes not being flexed just yet. He does have heaps compared to now second in chips Orpin. 97 bigs for Kamoshi. Things have gone his way. Button limp from Kale. We don't see this often.
We don't, but I've seen KO actually do it in a number of tournaments so far this series, and yeah, you tend to see him do it against someone who's short in the blinds. It kind of gives them a worse price to reshove on him. and he saves a big blind here and there. They can't like ISO as he'll just like call a lot. It's a very interesting strategy that one he's used to perfection. I would
What
say.
an interesting flop. That's right, Randy. His choice to limp allows Rakita to flop what he thinks is a super strong top pair. Unfortunately, unbeknownst to him, he is out-kicked by Kale. 55K in there.
There's a good chance Rokita even check raises this 9 in this spot.
28.
Now, given it's a limp pot, the stack to pot ratio has increased a bit, but this 28K is still reasonably sizable.
We await Rakita's response.
Rokita's more likely to check raise against a big size, especially because his hand's very vulnerable.
66.
66,000.
You're loving this situation if you're Burns.
The check raise to 66K.
The kicker is solid. Plus, ace-9 off would probably jam pre, so there's even less combos of better 9s.
5 seconds.
King 9, Queen 9, the only things that outkick us. We do unblock spades and many of the straight combos that lie between a 9 and a deuce. 9 and 5 and 5 and deuce respectively, of course. So in comes a 3-bet to 120,000, and now it's really getting awkward for Rakita. He's only got 128 back. This is a lot of hand. He decides, let's sail away. All in for 194. Kale, a quick customer, and it could be a quick exit for Rakita, bar some assistance. 443K pot. 8 on the turn, and all of a sudden, it isn't simply a 6, but a 7 that would be salvation for double R. But the ace vanquishes Rakita not long after Tom Fuchs met his maker, and Randy.
Coin Picker's done. Is that what you want to say?
Listen, I'm just saying, if there's anybody out here who may have the power
Yeah, I'm playing new value ranges
to
now.
cast a spell, the voodoo sort of stuff, it's Shaman, and those boys are on the wrong side of him right now. And all of a sudden, they're both showered back to back.
So what is the GTO counter? Is it remove patches?
No, no,
I
no.
was like,
The patches are not the issue. I told you.
like Tony,
A sacrificial offering. You know, from what I've come loosely to familiarize myself in the voodoo streets, you know, usually the correct path. Meanwhile, the path, potentially, to a Triton Poker Super High Roller Series is one that you could cobble together courtesy of the folks over at WPT Global. What am I talking about? Well, you can qualify for our next WPT Global Slam by winning passport dollars and using them to buy into future Triton events. And it only happens on WPT Global. Download now with code Jeju for a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. I do think also, just to get back to the sacrifice, as much as, you know.
Yeah, I want to hear it. Go on.
I don't think, like, you can't bring an orange, you know, or something like that. I think it's got to be, you know, I suggested Austrian tears, but just something meaningfully atoning. And the Austrians are smart. They're going to figure this out, I hope. I hope that they're smarter than they are stubborn. Because I'm just telling you, Shaman's not the man you want to be on the wrong side of out here. So listen, just clock the Austrian performances from this point forward, Randy. If they get shut out of the rest of this festival, you going to believe me? You going to look at me and...
Yeah, maybe. I think they should double down. I think they should bring in the F tier as well.
You're really sick,
like
Randy.
the people they haven't flown. They're like, let's fly them all out. The students, the up and coming ones, you know. Oh man, do you really believe in all this stuff?
Listen,
Shaman's
don't
changed
put
you?
me in a weird spot. I carry the golden Buddha that Shaman handed me with me to every Triton. He's been here on the set. I don't know. I don't not believe it. How's that? As producer James pointed out when we were having a conversation about these things, it's a free roll. You know? If we're wrong, so what? But at least I didn't tempt fate. As Cale Burns used a 9 to bring Rakita's fate into focus moments ago, this time suited with the king in the cutoff. He makes it 30 to go. Shaman in the big, 7-6 defense. Ace, ace, 7. O'Dwyer out flopping.
Luck's on his side. Although Kale still has some equity with King 9 of clubs. He's going to at least see a turn card, because it's very rare for O'Dwyer to come in with check raise with a pair of 7s. With 2 aces out there.
17,000.
17K the C-bet sizing. This into 85. Steve mulling over what kind of course he'd like to chart. The muck is not in his immediate future.
40.
I did not see this coming.
I confess I didn't either, and it is the road less traveled, especially by the covered stack. But credit to Steve for the find. Now, it's not a given that Kale goes away.
Yeah, it's not, because especially because KO has backdoor clubs and he has 2 overs to the 7. So he does make the call. This is going to get very fun.
You see Steve just kind of sizing Kale up there. Turn is a non-issue for O'Dwyer. Of more concern, of course, is the fact that the check raise did get called. It's not just ace-X automatically. This much we know, as we observe the King 9 of clubs, which now has action checked over to it. And this check from O'Dwyer doesn't mean that all of a sudden he's just ready to fold or that he had dust on the flop.
I mean, it looks pretty honest for me if I'm KO. Like, if my opponent was check raising ace, they probably bet a lot of turns. Thing is, KO has king high, which does beat some check raise bluffs, so he doesn't feel he needs to turn it into a bluff with a stab. Probably just goes check check. Unless KO can range O'Dwyer on a 7 and represent the ace, which he easily could.
I mean, I don't know that O'Dwyer has the reputation for check raising with very, very low equity spots on that board.
7.
Kale does shut down. So O'Dwyer able to cobble a little bit of value out of Burns there. Nicely executed.
Okay, so how did you get the trinket? Because I kind of want one now. I mean,
you know,
I'm starting to become convinced.
I don't fully remember.
You don't deserve it, man.
You know, remember when Dan Smith had the owl?
Yeah.
And a few other players during that particular festival, it may have been in Cyprus, were, you know, showing off these various little things. And that's when Steve had come back from Japan and he had picked up a whole bunch of various, you know, good luck charms, if you will. And so, you know, I was just talking to him about it, and he said, hey, well, if you want one, I have this. This is a little golden Buddha.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, yeah, I'm into that. And it goes with me in my backpack basically everywhere I go. So
all right,
think of that what
the
you
final
will.
Dwyer. I feel a little left out.
To be fair, that golden Buddha was nowhere to be found from December till now when I polished off 80% of my portfolio shorting. But you know.
Start with 286.
I gave up on the trades too early. Buddha was there. He was in my corner. I'm not questioning Buddha. Oxen.
Thank you.
Questioned the field with his ace-9. No customers. Shout out, by the way, to Donnie in Tehran, Iran. Multiple days in a row, Donnie's been watching the stream. I don't think I've had the opportunity yet to shout him out. I confess that I marvel at how it is he's able to live stream, but I guess the wonder of VPN gets him around some of the governmental limitations on the sort of content that's allowable by the Republic.
We might have switched cards there.
I wouldn't say Triton Tehran is around the corner, but, you know. Ace, Queen of Hearts, raise could very much be around the corner.
Raise 30,000. Toss. Toss.
King 5 of Hearts, Kamoshi surveying. Tabich, second biggest stack at the table.
Is he contemplating a 3-bet size, maybe?
110.
Yeah, and you know, I feel as though this is just a disciplinary measure being taken by Enrico, who's suggesting to Tabich that this is not your table to push around. As we can see, that's not what Roman's trying to do. He's just got suited ace-queen, and what a great spot he finds himself in here. Granted, he's not eager to tussle with this guy, specifically the only one that can introduce him to his maker.
So Roman has a suited ace-queen. He's going to play this as a call. He's got position, deep stacks. There's no reason to 4-bet this hand because you're not looking to get it in pre. Excellent flop for Roman Robic.
Queen Jack 5 as he called the 3-bet. A little tickle for Kamoshi in the form of bottom pair.
Not unreasonable for Kamoshi to fire a c-bet with the pair. Of course, he's got outs in case he's behind. You can also fold out a lot of better hands. Pocket pair's lower than a jack. He not calling a flop c-bet. He only needs a bet a quarter pot to get that weak stuff out.
60K, and this is far from weak stuff for Hrabic.
Definitely merit to raising for Hrabic, right? He's got top pair, top kicker. He can get a little value from ace-king, king-queen. But there's certainly nothing wrong with just calling, given how deep they are. But he is going to raise and try to get all the chips in now.
I think he wants to reduce the murkiness in the water, and this is one very simple way to do that, you would think. Enrico, craning over the rail, though, showing potentially continued interest. He, in turn, by the way, Randy, isn't necessarily looking to all of a sudden play some crazy one with Hrabic, who can deal the biggest blow to his stack. I confess I really have no idea how Enrico's going to respond to this.
I mean, if there was a heart on the board, he's much more likely to continue. He is out of position. It's a big raise. I guess he's asking, what is Hrabic raising the flop with? Is it a queen?
He's just trying to find out, I think, if he were to go ham, how much of Hrabic's range could find the muck with 433 back. It doesn't feel a whole lot to me like Roman comes with this raise and then has folds.
I agree with that. So that seems very unlikely to expect Roman to just raise fold. Like if Roman was raising without a made hand, it's probably some big combo draw. It's kind of interesting to watch how Enrico kind of verbally analyze the situation.
Yeah, there's
you know,
gears
like,
turning. There's no question about that.
He's calling.
And Foxen had pointed out that Enrico is unafraid to rip through time banks. Multiple of them utilized there in that flop exchange. Now,
Check.
the 3 of clubs on the turn, 600 in the middle.
I believe this card can potentially get Enrico in trouble. For him to bet call the flop means he believes Hrabic has got a decent amount of draws, and of course the 3 doesn't connect with any of those draws. He probably doesn't give Hrabic credit to raise ace queen or king queen on the flop too often. Otherwise calling wouldn't really line up. For Roman, probably just jams. Yeah, he needs to make his hand look as much as a bluff as possible when it bricks out on the turn.
Can I have the
This
count?
one's over.
I'm not 100% sure, Ali.
I mean, 433? What on earth?
433.
Well, if you thought you were
Ace king of spades?
look, if you thought you were good on the flop, you're probably still good on the 3 of clubs, right?
Yeah, but
I'm not saying you
we
are.
reserve the right to reassess whether or not we thought we were good.
How
And
much
of
is
course, I don't think that Kamoshi's call on the flop was because he was 100% certain that was the case, but maybe he felt like he had some outs. It's only the big Broadway spade ace that I feel as though the king 5 is beating. And of course, Kamoshi's fold understandable at that point as Hrabic takes the chip lead at that table after that pot. Meanwhile, Poseidon Ho finds himself all in with ace-8 against queen 10. Ivy with a open-ended straight draw. Could spoil fun with a queen or a 10 to make a pair. Ho holding on and ultimately landing on trips.
She doesn't seem very excited that
Well,
Ho
you know,
doubled.
I have to confess, I don't know whether or not she's even there on his rail. I know the camera is making this assumption. You know, I mean, just saying. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that she is there on the rail, but maybe the excitement being reserved until our man gets in the money there. A little north of 20 bigs, snacking on Ivy's stack. Boy, there does feel like there's considerably more weight in the air today, Randy. Forgive perhaps the obvious, just given the altitude in terms of the buy-in. But, you know, the prelims, everybody was just kind of summer camp. Here we are. Great to see you. How have you been? All right, I'll give you action. Now all of a sudden, no rebuys, maybe multi-bullet investments made in a 150K event. And professionalism rules the day.
I think it's a pretty fair assessment. You know, top 20 is going to get $250,000 guaranteed. Like, that can really save your series if you've been bricking every single event.
Sure.
That was definitely not.
Antonius in the big. Hangs in there with the 6-3 suited. Comes up empty on the 9-8-4 board. Same story for King 10, which started the party for 30K pre. From under the gun, no less.
10's a decent card to consider a c-bet on this flop. What's in the middle is pretty important to Watson. Then again, if he c-bets and folds, hurts his stack quite a bit, especially because the big blind's the next hand for Watson. So a flop check through. Going to give Antonius open-ended straight draw. I'd imagine he's going to want to stab relentlessly in this spot. There's a lot of high cards or ace highs that Would check back here and just give up for Watson. Got a clean draw to the nutted straights.
So he decides with what appeared to have been some disinterest on display in position on the flop from Watson to seize initiative. 35,000 the lead from Patrick, and King High concedes.
You know, Patrick's not doing too bad given a slow start for him. Lost multiple hands, now sitting on about 620K or so.
Yeah, you're right. You know, I kept talking about how it seemed as though a lot of the exchanges Patrick found himself involved in earlier, a few of which didn't go his way, were kind of mounting what felt like some irritability, and then blink, and all of a sudden, he is sorted. North of 600K in front of him. Small blind dust for Patrick.
You know, he's getting a discount though, right? Because the blinds are 10,015 rather than 7.5, 15. So he's more likely to complete.
Which he does.
Are we doing it?
Well, it's not a mystery hand, but it appears that Mike Watson has not scanned his hand, whatever it is.
Wait, send those cards back. No, we want to scan. I want to know if he had the goods.
I mean, it was either bottom of range or, you know, something reasonable, right? Meanwhile, ace deuce up in range is Ding Biao here. This was a checked around flop after Ding Biao made it 30 to go pre. Rabech defended. Gut shot straight draw was what he managed.
Look at that bet.
Yeah, 125,000 and over bet. And Ding Biao loves to see this.
Obviously, Ding Biao's hand is so strong, but there's only 175K on top of the 125K. He might be just tempted to raise to kind of charge clubs or hearts. Obviously, he doesn't know that Roman is this weak with Queen 9 off. Like, if he had a little bit more chips, he's very likely to just call, given how hard he smashes his board. Still makes the call. That's nice from Ding Biao, showing restraint.
Well, also maybe showing that he senses Radech may have very little equity. Zero now that the 7 of hearts shows up. Well, let me ask you this. We know that suited combos will defend in the big.
Mm-hmm.
How many heart combos do you think would take the check on the flop line and then come out swinging after the deuce pairs on the turn? Is it something that if Roman bets, which he does, and he goes all in, Ding Biao would have to be worried about? His mind was made up, just 175K more behind. And Rabech being played by Ding Biao there.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of heart combos that Roman would play in that spot, but if he's playing heart combos that way, he's also playing club combos, which missed. And then we throw in the Queen 9, Queen 10s.
I mean, I even think if a club comes over on the river, I think Ding Biao's mind at that price.
Oh, he was never folding.
Yeah.
He's just like, if you got it, you got it.
Yeah, and sometimes that's where we find ourselves. Meanwhile, we find ourselves back at the other feature where Poseidon Ho has doubled through Phil Ivey, 321,000.
Big fold there, King Queen.
Just lays it down.
Would have preferred a min raise, but Didn't feel it.
Curious, in the blinds, we find Greenwood and Haxton at present. Both of them have decent chips. Over 40 bigs. Wonder whether or not that factored into Poseidon's choice. We see the ace-10 of Antonius. Undaunted by those talented veterans behind him. Open to 40 and gets piled on by the baby-suited ace. This is solver approved. Luke Greenwood with an ace-10 offsuit of his own, as 3 of 4 aces are present and accounted for here pre.
There is some chance Greenwood overcalls ace-10. It's a bit dicey, because Patrick also has quite a big stack. Let's see, and Watson's what, reshuffling 11 blinds. I think Greenwood's more likely to overcall if it was around like a 8-9 big blind jam, maybe a little bit less.
Yeah.
This makes sense, and ace-10's in there, right? There you go.
That it is, as Antonius does cover in more than one way. 61% to 28%. There is still a little over 10% of the time that these guys will work out a chop.
Kind of good news.
In a shy of 400K pot. Three of diamonds was a pretty one in the window, but the view got considerably less attractive. As the rest of the curtain was peeled back. King 8 of hearts, not what Watson wanted to see. 7 of clubs on the turn. Not doing a whole lot for him either. Can he find some feathered friends on the river? No. No deuce means no more Mike Watson, as the Canadian long-time professional poker player will concede his seat and bring us yet another step closer to what eventually will be a money bubble where 20 are paid. Pardon me.
Seat open, table 5.
The rest go home empty-handed.
Yeah, this result not so great compared to his 7th place finish last night in the 50K for $377,000.
Just consider, though, that a couple of bullets in this 150K, and there would be no shame in it, as I don't think anybody that registers this one, with the exception of maybe Max Late Reg, no other alternative, is doing so thinking I'm taking one shot for 150 and then that's it, you know? So
yeah, if you have the means to play 150K buy-in, you definitely came loaded.
I mean, you're supposed to be able to put in multiple bullets. It's tough to orphan that first one, especially if you feel like you're getting it in good and, you know, you just bad spot in terms of outcome versus maybe you question how well you're playing. .39 players remaining. Yesterday's 50K champion Mario Mosbach out in 41st. Jeremy Osmus, who has a title here in Jeju, also out. David Peters, Tobias Schwecht, Parsonen, Sean Winter, who won the 40K mystery bounty, also out of here. Tang sees a cheap one, blind versus blind. Ragged 9-3 offsuit doesn't improve, nor does the 8-6 of Haxton that limped.
Haxton got the best of Danny Tang last time in the blind versus blind confrontation. 2 quick checks.
King of Hearts turn. Tang picks up a very modest flush draw.
Most likely, if Haxton's to stab, he will wait till the river. Especially with 3-2 straight, 3-2 flush. There's more hands that Danny can peel one with, so you kind of want to just stab once and not be put to a guessing game with a double barrel. But he's kind of deep in the tank, but we'll check. And another quick check back from Danny.
And Tang finds a pair of 9s. 4-liner on board.
The 8 high is not going to win at showdown. Could see Haxton stab. Maybe he feels that a 10x would think a little bit before checking the turn. Because once Haxton checked on flop and turn, like Danny checked back in 0.1 seconds. Curious to see if Haxton's reading that as potential weakness, but he gives up. The 9's good.
Full shutdown post flop. Well, Cho in the YouTube chat, Randy, he writes in to say, Jeju is so beautiful. I hope they take the time to explore it instead of gambling the whole trip. Now, I have not done any gambling on this trip. Although calling it investing is probably not the fair way to characterize it. Randy, have you done any gambling on the trip? I wish you could see the nervous way in which this man's eyes are darting back and forth. What do I mean by gambling? Do I need to define gambling?
I don't want to answer. No comment.
I know he won one of Griffin's meal vouchers the other night betting on something. As you get a look at the next 2 feature tables there. Looking forward to that. Well, the weather hasn't been great. Largely overcast, quite cold, wet. Not exactly peak season this time in Jeju. And truth be told, you know, we're burning it at both ends with some relatively long days. Working hard to make sure we can deliver this Triton Super High Roller Series coverage to you wherever you may be. And while rumors of this being a beautiful island, I am sure are true, I've only ever seen it through the window of a taxi between the airport and this hotel, and that's about it.
Apparently, there's a lot of golf courses here in Jeju.
Yeah, well, you know, the Koreans do love their golf. There's a massive golf shop, by the way, here. Probably not even just one. Seth Davies hit it up. Quite a few of the boys like to swing the sticks on tour, including producer James. By the way, Petrangelo.
You want to go for a round?
Listen,
I need a par 26.
I need mini golf. If you show me mini golf, you're on. As Phil Ivey's been shown King 10 offsuit.
Can we do the Happy Gilmore?
Puts on the 30K. What exactly is, you mean where
we use a hockey
one of our
stick to
hands
play.
gets eaten by an alligator?
Serious?
Oh, the hockey sticks.
Oh
okay.
my God.
I wasn't sure which way you're going. It was a great movie, a lot of parts to it. 10-7-3 offsuit. Top pair for Phil. Performing beautifully for the time being against Poseidon Ho, who's holding on to some Ivy chips. Methodical check.
Could potentially see Ivy size up a little bit on this 10-7-3 with his decent kicker. Trying to get Poseidon to put in a bit more chips. So it's going to be 40 into 85.
$40K was the number. As Ivy takes it down. He famously played a lot of golf, too. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, there was a point where Phil Ivey and Michael Jordan were playing golf. And I'm sure that this is a game of telephone that's been handed down, or maybe the numbers are exaggerated, but it is well documented that Michael Jordan loves to gamble and gamble big. Ivy, not one to shy away, The rumor that I heard was that they played for $1 million a hole down in Mexico.
I need the results.
18 holes. I mean, you know, it's not like you're going to clean sweep someone, I don't think. But the idea that you could lose 18 million, I mean, you know.
That scares me.
It's very scary.
Would you play $1 million a hole in mini golf?
Korean,
Against Ivy?
Korean won. Yeah, I probably would do that. I'm sure Ivy's game is still nice. You know, he's just one of those guys that when you put big money on it,
he delivers.
He delivers. You know, you just don't want to bet against certain people when the pressure's on, and he would be one of them. And how about these two old school legends, so familiar with one another, intertwined in this one. 30K open from Antonius. Ivy defending. 3-5 of clubs.
Yeah,
Good hunt backdoor equity.
Patrick's also one of those guys that really thrives under pressure. He just loves the big stakes. Ace-9 is the pre-flop raiser. He can just sprinkle something, he'll win it. It's just so nostalgic, right, to watch Ivy and Antonius here at Triton playing the biggest buy-ins.
It really is kind of a bygone era.
Oh, wait. Sorry, I thought the hand was over. Doesn't he have 5 high?
He does, but he's looking for an excuse to maybe try to take this away down the streets. 9 of hearts isn't going to help his cause. Antonius making a pair as the check call of 20K followed up on with a second check by Ivy.
I think Ivy's going to win this pot. Even if it's just so likely Ivy should win here because what kind of bluffs can he what hands just whiff? Nothing. Antonius is not expecting 5 high to check call to just all of a sudden stab.
Well, Patrick's check back now plants a jack on the river, and Phil comes out swinging 60 into 125. Definitely 1/2 pot is in the value territory, and some King X and Jack X feel very plausible.
Yes, and that's what's very effective about the half pot bet because it allows him to have a wider value range, which makes it more difficult for Antonius to make a call here. Because if Ivy went like overbet, then it's usually just Jack X or nothing. But here, I mean, yeah, I'm not surprised the 9 went down and the GOAT.
Last one.
That was sick.
Not the final pot that those two storied legends will be playing against one another, and add one to the countless before it. With this round going to Ivy, who found the float.
The out of position float 5 high, man, that was something. That was some old school poker there.
That's a little bit old school. Well, in our group chat, Randy, you put the link to that Monte Carlo Millions heads up Ivy versus Paul Jackson pot. I mean, that was a 20-some-odd-year-old clip, 30-year-old clip, who knows?
It's the best hand you'll ever watch if you haven't seen it.
It was a 5-bet all-in bluff versus a 4-bet bluff on a paired flop. Antonius, undaunted, by the way, back at it, King 6 suited. Pocket 7s for Phil.
We're not playing heads up, are we? Antonius versus Ivy again?
Well, let's see. Ibinger.
Oh, third wheel.
Won't allow it as bicycle turns to tricycle.
So Ibinger going to pull ahead. Pair of 9s.
Yeah, 10-9-5 board.
I checked for that.
Advising that he already checked. No follow through from Antonius. As a quick check back from him. Plants an ace of spades on the turn. That makes things a little more interesting. Ivy doesn't love it even though he has a 7 of spades. Matthias, same story, obviously, but his jack of spades is more durable. They got to be mindful of an ace-high check back on the flop that now has made top pair, though.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of ace-x in Antonius's range. So Ibinger is kind of giving that perception, like, I've got a good hand, should I bet? He's trying to buy himself a free river card here with this tank. He was never intending to lead out into the pre-flop raiser.
Two checks in front of Patrick. He's deliberating.
He's looking at his chips. Yeah, he's counting out a bet.
100K. This is virtually full pot.
This is a cool bet.
Ivy promptly lays it down.
The big bet is basically trying to shake out these medium strength hands. He read into Ibinger's tank check on the turn as something trying to buy a free river card, and Antonius is having none of that. Like, it's that live intuition that really allows you to kind of find spots to attack. I would think that Ibinger's just done with his hand, even though obviously he's got a hammerlock in equity.
You know, he doesn't know that, and if he thinks he's up against ace-x, it's also maybe tough to get action, provided that that jack of spades is even good when the 4th spade shows up on the river.
This would be an amazing read from Ibinger, because his hand is very marginal. He's not drawing to a nutted flush. He's got a medium pair if he's up against an ace.
The only thing is, you know, okay, let's say he makes this call. Randy pot grows to over 300,000 and he doesn't improve on the river. Does he anticipate that Patrick is simply going to come off the gas?
Oh, is he going to do it?
This is a huge amount of his remaining 182.
Yeah, this hand could define his tournament. You know, if he's wrong, he's just out of there pretty much.
Well, listen, I don't think he's check jamming, do you?
I mean, what, there's 80K, 82K back?
So you're suggesting no matter what on the river that he would make the call?
I'm just saying that he's pretty committed to this pot, that's all.
If he clicks call.
If he clicks call, yeah.
Which he still has yet to do. And it's unclear which way he's leaning.
He's like, why so much, Patrick? It is a bit peculiar to kind of go check back and then pot the ace with a flush out there.
Everyone else has already made their way to the break, and Ibinger really given this a big think. He understands that for Patrick, who checked back on the flop, when the ace shows up, he's so incentivized to represent it. Look at Antonius giving nothing away whatsoever.
Looks like he's done.
Yeah. Burned through multiple time banks in the process, did Ibinger, but very nice execution there from Patrick Antonius as he earns himself the last hand, or last pot rather, of the frame. Ibinger. Boy, he had his doubts, didn't he?
That was a good hand of poker.
12 bigs now for Ibinger with the blinds headed north. As you get a glimpse, brought to you by GTO Wizard. At the stacks, Tan Xuan. 1.8 million nearly in front of him. That's good for third place overall. Ali and Randy back here at the desk with you. Wang Ye continues to be your chip leader. He's got 179. Daniel DeVoris, second overall, 1775. You know, that hand was pretty neat, Randy, but it wasn't the only thing that caught our attention throughout the course of the frame. Were there some other highlights maybe that come to mind?
I mean, you kept selling the story about Steve O'Dwyer versus, you know, D tier. So it's kind of hard for me to remember some of the other key moments.
The specifics,
yeah.
yeah. Well, obviously, he did claim one of the Austrian pelts in Tom Fuchs and did so ace-queen, runner-runner versus the queen-deuce, I think it was, that flopped a pair. And then he wasn't involved in the situation, but Rakita worked his way out the door promptly thereafter. Unclear whether or not there's any merit to what's going on. I'm going to be stepping out. Griffin's going to be stepping in. We do want, before we send it to the break, to remind you guys that your input matters to us here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. If you're in the YouTube chat, especially while you're on this break, it takes no time at all, and we really are listening. Type in !survey. You're going to get a link. You click that link, and then it's going to give you an opportunity to give us feedback and express to us what it is that you'd like to see more of, what suggestions you may have for our coverage. Help mold this animal in the shape that you see best fit, because we really do want to make you guys happy and want our community of fans to feel as though their voices matter and they make a difference. So please, !survey. Let us know what you think. We're very eager to get your responses and to continue to improve our product. So on that note, we're going to step aside 10 minutes, and then we'll be back with more of the product, which, of course, is the 150K. Don't go anywhere.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code JEJU and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you it's not just about luck or talent? It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Strongly considers call in this spot. Decent playability. Maybe he folds if he's very tight. No, he's just going to jam. Is this just a enter and play one hand moment?
Lose first hand again.
Wow, you heard Kale immediately when he did get called, lamenting.
Try to do 600K in like 30 hands.
Understanding
That's
that
not over.
Antonius is always going to be furnishing better than Queen Jack in this spot. Kale saying it's not over. 420K pot. Could get messy in a hurry. 10 of hearts is pleasant.
The window is really good.
Kale saying
Oh,
may have dusted off.
That's good.
600,000 in 30 hands. The ace of hearts trying to help him avoid that fate. As all of a sudden he picks up the backdoor heart draw and the gutter, and he finds hearts.
Well, if you moan about one hand of poker, maybe you get rewarded sometimes.
Yeah. Pocket sixes. Has found himself entangled with Greenwood. Pre-flop it was a problem, but with a set on this 10-high board, it is far from that, and he is going to check call Greenwood. 5 on the turn.
Yeah, Wanya obviously is going to likely stack Greenwood in this spot, given the texture so far.
If I had to guess, this was an open up front 3-bet from Greenwood, call from Wang Ye.
Yeah, correct.
The blinds at 5, 10, and 10. We saw the check call of 60, putting another 120 into the middle, which now grows to over $250,000. Second check in front of Greenwood. Two-tone texture, he unblocks all of it. Does that skew you toward pressing and wanting to charge a price?
Yeah, you want to charge 10x, and, you know, jacks, 9s, 6, 7 suited. Greenwood is practically ready to get all the chips in there. And given Greenwood bet flop and turn his 3-bet pot, he's likely to be on an overpair or a strong 10 if you happen to 3-bet light. So I would like to see 6s just check jam here, given how much is already in the middle.
140 of 417 does feel like a chunky enough amount that a good bit of the time Greenwood's remainder would follow if asked. I mean, in the 3-bet category, we don't really worry about any deuce 4 or 7x where if the straight fills out, we have any sort of concerns.
I like
There
jamming.
are suited combos, of course.
No, I mainly like jamming because I don't want my action to be killed on the river as I'm out of position. So, yeah, that's why he's jamming here.
Yeah, Greenwood calls and sees the bad news.
Massive pot.
Versus the chip leader, no less, here at this table. So 1 to come, and Greenwood needs to mount up. No cowboy available, however. And that is a rough and short-lived attendance here at this featured table. Greenwood was the second biggest stack at that table, Randy, and ran into it.
He lost a ton of chips, but what are you going to do with 2 kings, especially against Wanya, who's got a very splashy image?
You're going to take a shower, is what you're going to do.
A cold shower.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Perfect. Perfect.
Folded around as one fin passes from the button and the other in the small. Antonius left with not a whole lot. Does jam it. Watson looks like a customer here. 10-9 off versus Queen Jack. Might that hand turn into the nemesis for Antonius? This time the offsuit variety in a 248K chip pot. Where so improbably Patrick's tournament life is at risk.
Oh, that's a good flop.
Well, top 2, but the open-ender must be sweated.
Queen.
Turn is clean. 8 or a king. Spoil the fun for Patrick. And the queen on the river, giving Watson 1 pair. Did he say it was definitely going to be the queen to punish him for asking for it?
Wasn't Grady.
Flip it back. Ding
Yep.
Biao's all in with the dominating pair.
Patrick found the double there. 8, 9, 10 board.
Not ideal.
Open ender, and the 7 doesn't work for Theologus,
Looks good.
who does cover ever
But
so slightly.
See, like now this is the fake thing, right?
And there is the 7.
Straight for Ding.
Jack would have been a chop on the river. Boy, Theologus is going to have crumbs.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller here in Jeju. I'm Griffin Bencher. That's Randy Liu, and we have a little guest here stuck in the middle. Jonathan Jaffe joining us on the broadcast here for this 150K. How's it going?
I feel like a real little guest looking at this. You're up there. I'm a little guy to begin with.
I'm tall. I didn't realize how tall I am. Maybe it's the chair. How does this work? Oh, yeah. Okay, that's more reasonable, maybe.
There we go.
Yeah.
Make the guest feel welcome.
Well, now I feel less cool, but that's okay. Jonathan, it's great to see you here in the booth. Obviously, you have come in the booth before here at Triton before.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, a regular now in the Super High Roller circuit and a little bit of success. But what can you tell us about the 150K?
I can tell you a lot. I played it 4 times.
No,
I can tell you from every angle.
No, you did
Checked it
not.
out.
Oh,
Yeah.
my God. So this is like a retirement thing. Fantastic.
Yeah. I only played 1 bullet absolutely terrible, though. So, 3 of them were kind of standard.
Okay. Yeah. Awesome. So you have a good feel of the field then. A lot
got
of your
to see
chips
a lot
out there.
of people. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So, yeah, Jonathan, just looking a little bit at your sort of history in Jeju, obviously, well, in Triton in general. Jeju, not so kind to you so far?
No, but absolutely terrible.
You've had a little success out here. If we scroll down here in Monte Carlo, pretty awesome result there in the 125K main event. So no stranger to these 6-figure buy-ins and success here in Triton.
Yep. I've watched Bryn win tournaments on every continent. It's, I've been a part of a lot of people's success. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, so Randy, what can you tell us so far of what we've seen in the 150K?
Well, I think you've been disrespecting Jaffe. I mean, like.
Oh, should we keep going?
That's right. I don't know why you went that route.
We were only going to go
mean,
far. Okay.
No, but let's take a look at the Triton Poker Plus app. We're looking at the chip counts right now. We do see Wang Yang is the chip leader. I'm sure it's someone you've played quite a bit of poker. Tan Xuan also at the top of the chip counts with Daniel DeVoris.
Okay, fantastic. Well, let's just jump right into the action then. Here we go, 150K. There they are. We have myself, Randy Liu, former Dolphin trainer. Jonathan Jaffe.
My chips.
Your chips are
you
out there?
You recognize them?
I see them.
They're everywhere. You can see just 39 players remaining in this 150K buy-in.
How many cash?
20.
That's a good question. 20 people.
Never got to the point where I wanted to check.
Here's Phil Ivey, Danny Tang, Steve O'Dwyer, Alex Foxen, spotting him. Ibinger.
Matthias, he always makes her on.
He sure does. I don't know if you're familiar how many bounties he acquired in that mystery bounty.
No, how many?
Not only did he have 10, he had 10 and a half. Don't ask questions.
All right.
It was an elimination with 2 different people. And they had to split. They had to share the envelope.
That makes sense. I saw a hand where he took 7-5 suited about as far as you can take it. So I can imagine 10 and a half bounties when it goes well.
Wow, you must be jealous. I feel like that's the kind of hand you would have wanted the record of taking as far as possible.
Yeah, I would like 10 pulls. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
And a half.
Didn't have great success, I have to say, on the actual pulls. That obviously went to Mattis Symbolis.
What was the big bounty?
$500,000, but he cashed in 12th place for $71,000, and he cashed in the event for over $1 million.
Wow.
No, it was probably the most incredible.
Wait, so he pulled a 500. What else did he pull?
The 200, the 200, the 100. He pulled them. He actually won the most money in the tournament despite not making the final table.
That's unreal.
Yeah. And that's also with a bunch of people having more bounties than he did. It's not like he had 8 bounties. He just had a lot of luck on his side.
That's so sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, last year in Jeju, I won a bounty when I had 4 big blinds. That was sick.
Nice.
Yeah.
As we have a little hint as to what to expect on our feature table See Leon Sturm there as we get a look at the chip counts over on the blue table, leading the charge with a massive stack. Always dangerous Canadian Daniel DeVoris with 89 big blinds. Over on the red table, Vladimir Minko with 58 big blinds. Leon Sturm doing well with those 47, all the way down to short stack Brian Kim. Also, Seth Davies, just 6 big blinds on the blue table. No texting when you're in a hand, Leon. I think you can make an exception.
I mean, I think he folded under the gun.
Oh, really? I thought those were his cards and chips in front of him.
I think it's his number tag.
Okay, okay. It's my first day.
Might be your last.
At least I'll go home in a pretty suit.
Okay, what's
Never
happening
seen
here?
Brian Kim rocking the festival gear.
Oh, Brian Kim's one of your buddies, yeah?
He is.
Loves the suited king.
Loves the suited king.
Wasn't that the World Series of Maine bust out?
Oh,
supposed
yeah,
to get
King
that
Six
reference.
suited. Ah, okay,
Like,
okay, yeah.
yeah.
I was, his Burning Man scarf has me.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. Ferdinand has one of those, could open it. Some people, don't want to have any opens off 10 bigs, think it looks a little too sus.
And hey, look, you got a customer. Maybe alarm bells would have been going off on that min, and Vladimir may have played it differently, but
it's the quickest way to get 10 bigs in with 90%.
Jack 10 to clubs.
just Jack 10 2 clubs. Not ask for too much. Doesn't even want to pair. That's pretty
Oh
good.
my.
Wow.
Is it possible?
1 of which will be a club.
Do so diamonds.
10 and then Jack. Club.
Brick on the turn. Gonna need to hit the club.
Say it again. Do some diamonds. Do some diamonds.
There it is.
That's a bad beat.
It's really sick, too. If he 2Xs that, there's a decent chance Minko calls and Ferdinand's still in the tournament.
Yeah. Doesn't end up busting by the river in that case.
So
Yeah.
But all things considered, got it in as good as possible.
Yep.
It is going to be our 39th place finisher.
That's why we are here.
Is that why?
Because mom not
Ponikov's the storyteller.
Well, guys, if you have a second, do check out Club WPT Gold, where online poker is back in the US. You can scan that QR code on the bottom right. Join now for free. Take your shot at playing with some of the biggest ambassadors out there, like Phil Ivey, Wolfgang. Do check out Club WPT Gold.
Too many cards. Yeah, this
That's
is
fine, it's fine, it's fine.
Can I see that one?
Sure, I'll show you. I don't have them.
Ponikov's about 18 big blinds at the cutoff. Likes to go for a raise strategy instead of shove.
Yeah, or even instead of fold, it's starting to get to that really close spot.
What about Jack 10 suited here? What's the game plan?
Yeah, what are the stacks behind? So Leon looks pretty deep. Brian looks pretty shallow.
Brian's on 6 bigs.
Yeah. I mean, there's no folding Jack 10 suited here. The question is whether we mix, raise, or want to pure call this.
Looks like raise incoming.
And elects to go with a not messing around sizing.
Mm-hmm.
Really wanting to put the screws on Ponikov's.
It feels like the bigger sizing's a little bit more committing, which might dissuade Ponikov's from going with fours.
Yeah, or at least maybe pretending to be committing. But I don't know with Minko off 1.4 million. I mean, I guess he would be folding to a shove here, Jaffe. It's kind of interesting.
I would think not.
Yeah,
I think Minko's calling a shove.
Yeah.
Especially if he invested a little bit more.
Yeah, I guess that's the utility of that. Just saying, like, listen, I have 2 cards. I'm prepared to play all in against your cutoff range.
Yeah.
Had he made it 105, then
this is cutoff button. We don't find these folds.
Snap call.
And maybe Ponikov's thinking that that was a bit of a balk,
Black.
making it that big because he had ace-5 and just. So there's levels to these intricate little spots.
Yeah, it's tough to predict what Vladimir's doing with his range there. I don't think I would have had that size, so I can't really say.
Yeah.
You don't feel it, be honest.
It's harder now.
A lot of trouble for Ponikovs.
Black.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a good example as to what you were talking about, Jonathan, where maybe we want to play.
Oh, that's a black
words
card.
right out of my mouth. I
like
was
that,
suggesting,
Minko.
I was suggesting maybe this is why we consider just open folding, because when we do 4-bet jam, we can be, at risk near the bubble, but finds the 4 and a big smile on his face.
Yeah, and only, what is it, 55% of the remaining field is cashing, so, it's difficult if we think in terms of absolute numbers. 18 from the money sounds relatively close, but, half of these guys are going home without a payout.
It's fine now.
Which is something you know a lot about in this event.
Yeah, but I don't know if any of them are going to be down 600K plus rake on the event, so I might have the mantle on that one.
Leave him alone, Griffin.
Sorry, I can't help it.
Jeez. Don't you want him to come back to the booth?
I'm going to be spending a lot of time in the booth if I keep dropping 600K tournament.
I'm interested in the post-mortem of these 6-figure buy-ins. I was popped into the Dunkin' Donuts where they have the sort of convenience store there, and I saw Pascal Lafrancois getting 2 scoops of ice cream for his 2 busted bullets. We all have our.
Yeah.
You come in here and you talk about poker, and he has a little treat.
We're all trying to avoid the pain.
Yeah.
No, it's interesting. You play, say, World Series, and 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock rolls around, and you see a round of beers hit the table. And at Triton, no, you don't see any drinks at the end, but you see these scoops of ice cream being delivered. There's like, hey, we made it. I'll take my scoop of green tea.
Wow, that is so interesting. So there's really it's very rare for you to see any kind of drinking culture. End of the night, a glass of wine, nothing?
Super rare. One of my students had a scotch the other night, and I took it from him. He said there's 40 minutes left in the night. I said, great, you're going to look forward to this in 40 minutes.
Yeah. You're just like hiding it in the venue somewhere so he doesn't find it. Brian Kim going to put in his last 5.5 blinds. Not going to get through Hajayev's pocket 5s. It's going to be a fair fight. He just loves the suited kings, man.
Yep,
I'm telling you.
He does.
It's
it was spades too, wasn't it? Was it king 6 of spades?
It might have been. Of course, we're referencing his very brave all-in play at the World Series of Poker main event final table. Not a lot of players going to be prepared to make a badass move like that. Did not work out for him that time, but let's see if he can stay in this event here. Pretty good flop, all things considered.
Deuce of spades would be fine.
Okay, fine.
More opportunities.
Yeah, and also a chance for a chop. I mean, the 10 does give him the prepay. Does give him a Broadway draw, but that 10 would chop things up.
Good game.
And is going to break. And Brian Kim is going to find his way to the non-payout desk.
You were just hoping for misdeal. It's not greedy.
Did you run any ragers when you final table the main?
Did I what? Sorry?
Did you run any ragers?
What, like parties after and stuff?
No. Any bluffs? Any,
ragers, bluffs? No. My experience at the World Series Poker final table was remarkably just crazy card dead, and I just basically bled out into 7th. And it was funny actually because it was back when we did November 9, so you have 3 months of anticipation. And am I doing enough? Am I studying enough?
Yep.
Suddenly I'm floating and doing yoga and meditation, and everyone's telling you how you should prepare. Then you get there, and I think it was played like 68 hands or something, and I played 2 hands. And it's funny because the one time I got a shove through, it was like I shoved in middle position or something, and I high-fived my rail like
offensive.
almost as a joke, like running over, like I finally won a hand. And then afterwards, when I was talking to my coach Igor Kurganov, he was like, "By the way, that wasn't a shove." So I got it through. It was like, you know, some suited ace in middle position for a bit too many chips. It's just it was funny.
So he didn't give you a high five.
No. The one hand I played was a mistake, and then I busted in 7th.
All right, king queen suited for Minko.
What's Igor Kurganov up to? He's always doing interesting things.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's. I mean, I don't want to speak for him, but last time I spoke to him, I think he's involved in some sort of maybe online casino type thing.
Okay.
And obviously very involved with his partner Liv.
Yeah. Online casino is not what I was hoping for. I was hoping for some like cool transhumanism, like.
Yeah. I mean, I still think he's involved in that stuff. Of course, like he was obviously deeply involved with Reg and that kind of thing, but. He's been jumping on Liv's podcast, which is cool too. They're out there living in Austin.
It's cool.
Overcall of the 3s and the big closing the action.
Wow, action flop.
So we got 2 pair versus top pair. Jack kicker with the gut shot for Sturm.
This is one of those spots you might see more betting 3-way here from Minko than you would if it was just heads up against Leon.
Why is that?
You want to make things difficult for Dominikas, who's really lacking the nut hands. So a small bet just puts him in a box with his queen. So, you know, Minko can kind of cage Leon's mid-pocket pairs, some of his, let's say, Jack-9 suiteds and whatnot by, you know, if Minko has his own pocket 3s. And then, of course, a hand like he's holding wants to get money in, and he has stronger than that as well.
Okay.
Seems like a good spot to play no raises for your whole range as Leon.
That's a full house for Minko.
Yeah.
That's a dangerous card for Leon because it's not like Minko's betting his whole range, and king is not the intuitive card you expect Vladimir to be betting the flop with. Sure, it could be king-queen, it could be ace-king, which we block. That's a scary card.
Well, let's check out the blue table because we do have Seth Davies all in against Dan Smith's 2 kings.
Yeah, clash of the Americans here. This ain't the Poker Olympics. They will fight each other. Backdoor Hope. 8-9. But Davies in trouble. Ooh.
Okay, there's that hope.
Perked up a little.
Not there.
And down.
See you guys.
All right, can we get back to the other hand? I really want to see how that one's developing.
Yeah.
Please?
Yeah, that king, queen, ace,
All right.
jack's dangerous.
Ooh, and 150.
150 was into what? The pot's now 550, so
Into
250?
Yes, that should be right.
Oh, shit.
So he's got the 3 pair going on.
Yeah, I mean, so Vladimir has some 10x bet.
Can it be a decent amount of king, queen, and Leon's range here? So
sure.
Obviously, that's not what Vladimir is thinking, but Leon must see that if this is, you know, faced with a big bet here, it's going to be pretty strong. I mean, Leon can even have, of course, king, jack as well. So is Vladimir going to be indiscriminately bluffing at this spot? I mean, it's hard to say. Probably leaning value.
It seems like the clear target for Minko is 10x, right? Like ace 10 or like some
He's
queen
going
10
for
of
it.
clubs. He's just going for all of it.
Yeah.
So he's just praying Leon's got a 10 that doesn't believe.
Wow, that is sloppy.
He got there.
I'm not nervous. You're nervous.
Well, at least Leon doesn't have to consider turning his
I
hand
did
into a
not
bluff.
like that suspicion from Leon Sturm's face. I mean, this Must feel like a fold most of the time, but I don't know. There was something in his demeanor, the way he lifted those glasses.
Oh, what does he beat? Just some kind of club draw going ham?
Jack 10, Jack 9. In that case, we don't like having the Jack. Which other bluffs? Just some low clubs.
I mean, does he ever have Queen 8 of clubs that 2 barrels to try to get out an ace by the river? Probably not,
I think
right?
the bluffs don't really involve much blocker. It's just a product of the fact that Leon has a wide button call. You know, on the one hand, you say, what do you beat? And they are creative bluffs that a lot of people aren't going to have. But on the other hand, we don't have much ace-king. We do have king-queen. We do have king-jack. Yeah, it's a tough spot.
Deep in the tank. Can he be concerned of a 10? Or the 10 not?
I don't think a 10 is going to shove.
Yeah, especially to overbet, right?
This is polarized.
Yeah.
Wow.
Does make the call. And
wow.
We'll be shown the bad news.
Massive pot for Minko. The overbet. Did he just say thanks to your mom?
I think he said greetings to your mom.
Oh, okay.
Probably not a Stifler joke.
Yeah. It's not going to go down smoothly.
Yeah, that is a big ol' expensive sip of orange juice for Leon Sturm. One of the great young talents in the game. And just sometimes you step in it.
So he must have called because he blocks a lot of full houses that can go for value. Is that the logic? Or am I just far off?
Yeah. I mean, I think blocking king-jack, blocking ace-king, although certainly we have a lot of ace. I don't know. I mean, that 250 on the turn probably do ditch some low ace.
150 on the turn into 250.
150 into 250. Gotcha. Yeah, that's a thinker.
Your name on the screen.
I'm not sure intuitively what Vladimir's 3 barrels look like.
Panakovsky. On the screen?
Would be nice.
Well, that pot. That's going to move Minko up to second in chips. Just 5,000 chips behind new chip leader, Fedor Holtz.
No, I mean, basically, if you don't know what to do, just add an S in the end to any word.
One of the things just kind of classically you can say about underbluffed spots is that they're underbluffed by the massive, majority of the population, but then the people who do know the bluffs there, they overdo them most of the time because they're working off of the fact that they understand the rest of the population doesn't know them. And I think just about everyone here has certain situations that they know very well and are going to overbluff for that reason. It's possible that's the metagame Leon's reading into there.
Yeah, actually, I was actually a fly on the wall with a conversation between Leon Sturm and Thomas Mulacher talking about a pot that Sturm played against Justin Saliba. I don't know if you remember this, Randy, if you're in the booth with me, but it was where Saliba had the ace-king on sort of the jack 8-3 turn brick river jack. Do you remember this hand? It was a couple of events ago. And he elected not to go for the bluff on the river with king-queen. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because one of the comments that I made, I was like, that jack on the river is pretty bad, and I understand why you should shut down. And then Thomas Mulnacher said, he's like, yeah, but nobody bluffs these spots, so that's why it can be nice to bluff with it, And I was like, wow, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's like he said, I kind of like the jack because nobody would bluff here, so that's why we should bluff. It's like the levels these guys are thinking on, right?
Definitely. Yeah, when you feel like you've got some insider info, you want to use it.
Yeah.
All right, on to this hand. Top pair, top kicker for Pondikovs. 40 into 110. Takes down to ace-8 suited. Suppose that's because it's the undergun. See better?
Yeah, was that under the gun 7?
Yeah.
We're certainly short at least one guy.
Right, like as if that was button versus big blind, ace-8 suited gets involved.
Yeah, I think even at this stage, we're not folding the cutoff.
he could see your cards as well.
Yeah, he didn't take the free roll before calling.
It actually would be nice him.
No, I mean, it was off the table, but it's just funny.
It was flashed. I don't know the card, but I could see it. Yeah, I mean, he could just negotiate a little bit with outcome. Maybe he just says like, okay, I think you have king of spades and just like calls, and at least he wins $500.
But
or it
was
should be
on
before the flop.
Yeah, I mean, I think I already told him that it's not on anymore. Some guy took a free roll, didn't work.
Some guy.
Now we're done.
He's famous guy, not some guy.
Okay, I mean, I didn't mean it that way.
Legend.
All right, Michaelitis, ace-9 offsuit.
14 big blinds on the button here. Bit tricky. Nice as a pure shove sometimes, but you hate to get snapped.
Oh.
Yeah, it's that nice zone where, you know, we're not going to get away from this hand, but it doesn't have too much trap value. We're not looking at the ace-10 suited, for example.
Yeah.
I think ace-9 suited's an interesting spot there. Has a little more playability, a little more interest in opening.
So would you say you're more likely to jam offsuit because of the playability post-flop against the big blind who defends?
Yep,
No, just
exactly.
2 is enough, okay.
A lot of your lightest traps, you know, come from, say, a king-jack suited, an ace-9 suited, maybe an ace-8 suited. That way you've got some board coverage. You're not just trapping ace-king. So there are a lot of these situations you might jam ace-queen-o or ace-king-o, but trap ace-9 suited or ace-10 suited.
Fair.
Killed in one tournament.
I mean, there's yeah.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure that happened.
Oh, you have students? I didn't know.
No, a little bit.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Just enough so I don't need to spend too much time on that.
Ramin Hajiev,
It's a
7
close
6
spot.
of hearts.
So Michaelitis had 14, so now he's working with somewhere around 17.
Yep, about 17 or so.
Yeah, I think that's a good disciplined fold.
This is fine, right? Perfect.
Over to the small blind, which is Panakov's.
Yeah, we lost a few players here, so 34 left, 20 cash. You know, you're not going to fold 7-6 suited in the hijack very often, but that one looks reasonable.
Yeah, and if you're wondering if Minko is the tournament chip leader after that massive pot against Leon Sturm, you would be slightly wrong. Actually, the chip leader right now, familiar face, Vaderholtz.
How can you be wrong? You only wondered. Curiosity shouldn't be a crime, Griffin.
2.2 million for him. Dvoris now slipped to 3rd.
I've heard that Holtz guy's pretty good.
Yeah, he holds it down.
I'm going to go D- on that one. I know you can do better. I've heard it.
Open and a straight draw for Minko.
Battle of the
Can you
Shades.
push clock a little bit front, so I don't need to.
I guess lots of stabbing incoming from Minko with 10-9 off.
Yeah, you can do both here. I think this is where you've got a lot of players bet a hand like this a little too often. They're 7-9, 7-5, 10-9, and don't bet enough with their backdoory hand. Say a, I don't know, 9-4 of hearts or something.
But you suggest that it's all right to check back and open and straight draw on this spot?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we need to have some of that. We're 40 deep. Flop play is going to have a lot of diversity. You're going to see almost no pure bets from Minko.
I was just trying to, you know, angle you a little bit there.
I know.
Didn't work.
Expert of cages. to focus.
What I've heard.
One of the problems a lot of people run into there is exactly a 7 turn, having virtually no bluffs left in your range after betting the flop. Maybe they've got a queen 10 or a queen 9, but not too many.
Yeah, it always feels like the blind versus blind spots are the trickiest, you know?
Yeah, the flop balance is super important in those situations, especially in the limp check where the lines are just super, or the ranges are super wide. Kind of just need to go down a lot of different lines and not fall in love with a certain rhythm to your flop play.
Well, Tan Xuan is one of those players who has many different lines in his game. Gonna open up ace-8 suited. A little chuckle and raise and take. Cool to see David Yan out here. I believe he missed the earlier stuff. Buy-ins are big enough now for David.
Yeah, he was originally going to skip the stop. Said it was a little bit of FOMO combined with the fact that his new puppy, which he was staying home for, is not quite as crazy or energetic as predicted. So his wife is holding down the fort.
There we go.
Yeah.
That is very good insider info. Little puppy.
Border collie, if I'm not mistaken. He's letting the locks flow today.
Oh, God, I just love it. I mean, please someone bring it up so I can start talking about it. Just.
Have you ever seen Ben Heath with his hair down? That's another line.
I
I've never seen that.
It can't fantastic. Be as luxurious as David's.
40.
Danny's got some cute curls. Ben too.
I was actually talking about how I like.
This is the salt and pepper curls game.
I like the salt and pepper curls. I was talking about it on Ben's FT of the 40K. Look at that nice little disciplined fold with the medium ace.
Yeah, we're entering the territory where some of those hands start to compete for some of your 3-bet folds, a little more polarized.
Yeah, 27 bigs here for Kiat Lee. I mean, yeah, this is going to be playing
like
for
that jam.
stacks.
Yeah, we're still on a jam there against Dan's range.
Just going to take it down so often pre-flop, you know, fold out so many flipping kind of hands, even maybe as good as, you know, ace-9 off.
Dan's going to get himself a little pot sticker or a dumpling before checking out this flop.
That's strong.
Wow.
There's no fortune cookie in those dumplings.
You've checked, eh? Since you get it every day.
Kiat says, how can you eat at a time like this?
Exactly. 7 would
Good
be nice
start.
for Kiat.
Let's say 8
Close
for
one out.
Only an ace or a king. And Kiat Lee's going to get a very, very nice double up in this 150K. This is a really big swing. And holds.
Yeah.
So start of day chip leader down to 1.3 million.
It's been a tough run for GTO Lab since I got in here. We got Brian Kim went down, Leon went down.
You're the cooler.
Dan
man.
just
you are
lost
the
a big
cooler.
chunk of his stack.
What you
Shit.
want to tell you.
Really doing a great way of advertising.
Yeah.
Viewers here.
Jam your suited kings, hero call the ace jack, and lose the fake flip.
Come on, Daniel, hold the fort down for GTO Lab.
Seriously.
So I mentioned the Federholz was the chip leader of the event. Just looking back here, won a massive pot against Yi Wang with 7-10 on 8-8-9. Wang had ace-8 for trip eights. Turn was a 6, making a straight, and that created a very, very, very big pot. As we get over here, and João Vieira in a little trouble. Fair bit of min folds even on this stack size from Michailidis. So you just gotta have to shove and hope you don't run into something better, and has suited properties for NASA. Might create more opportunities down the streets, but he's in trouble here. 66 to 28%. It's a good start. Decent, decent.
Yeah, pretty good.
Looks amazing to me.
Is someone going to say 10 hearts? Come on.
Just the queen.
Need to do all the tricks now.
But you have,
Dominicus
you
is
have to be
breaking it
already
out.
leaving, man. Like, I have. Do you know how this trick works? You should be already like by the toilet at this point.
Didn't work. All right.
Unlucky
Yep.
for Dominicus.
320 maybe.
Played spike ball with him the other day. His serve was on. He was killing it.
Spike ball? Is that what you
Spike ball.
said?
You know what spike ball is, right?
No. Is
Griffin
it a ball
played with us in Montenegro.
It's got spikes on it? Or?
Absolutely, yeah. You, it's like murder ball.
Just bandages everywhere?
Yeah, that was
Limbs
actually
missing?
that was a really costly day for me. Actually, I sprained my calf at tennis, and I got a wicked burn. I was reckless the one day I came out there with you guys. Dan Smith up to 52 big blinds.
Is he rocking chess pieces on his sweater?
He is, and I saw it the other day. I liked it, and then I caught what it says on his sleeve. I'm fairly sure this will be very bizarre if I'm just wrong, but I think that's Botez. I think it's probably
okay.
Alexandra Botez has a
merch line.
It must be, yeah.
Nice. Chess fan. I think, yeah, that sounds
more
like
than a fan. He said he's like close to her level.
Wow.
Yeah.
That also does not surprise me. Dan Smith, you know, a modern poker genius. Here are the chip stacks now. Vladimir Minko, 100 big blinds. Tan Schwen with 88 over there in the blue. Must be one of the leaders as well. He's top 5 in chips. Dvoris taking a hit, but, you know, he can afford it. Kyat Lee now, huge double up with those pocket fours. As we get down to 32 players, it is going to be 20 that get paid, and they all get paid a lot of money. First pay $249,000, good for near $250,000, all the way up to our champion that gets $4.6 million. But no Jacob and co-watch. That's for the main.
That's what we play for, the watch.
I knew you'd do. That's why I figured you fired 4 bullets. I had to tell you, by the way, you wouldn't even have gotten a watch.
I wish I knew that.
Leave him alone, Griffin. That's what I told you. Little king queen suited for Kyat Lee.
Yeah, he's got options here. This 3-bet call or flat.
45, right?
Just the flat. Options now for Tan Schwen with queen 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Tan with 1.8 behind you. Feels like the passive option with any mixed hand can't be bad.
I assume Tan Schwen is between call or squeeze.
Yeah, we're not folding here, and I don't know if Tan's folding queen 8 suited here. So he's definitely weighing that out, possibly weighing a size.
It's a little awkward, right? Because if he squeezes, he has to squeeze a little bit bigger because of Kyat being very deep, but then he doesn't want to raise too big where, oh man, do I have to call off against Tollerine?
I mean, I think he's going to have to call off against Ben. That size, though, maybe he's
on the small
trying
size
to pull himself out of that. But, you know, like, remember, Ben's still a cutoff opening range there. There's a lot of pocket pairs getting jammed on you. Kyat flatted the button. That's a pretty wide range. Seems like a pretty standard call for Kyat. Not going to play any back raises.
Yeah, and the price is pretty good in position.
Yep.
Deep stacks, of course, as you can see on the screen.
And he's in a great position to go from, what did he have, 500K a minute ago?
True.
Could be big.
Yeah, sizing might be quite intentional, where make it a size that you are going to be prepared to fold the Ben's shove. Ace, King 8, 2 diamonds. We are in, well, we're not in royal territory, but we're in straight draw and flush draw.
So, you know, if you don't squeeze hands like the one Tan's holding, it's really tough to find your bluffs in these situations. You know, he doesn't want to be squeezing 7-6 suited.
Yeah.
So what do you have left? Are you going to be bluffing queens and jacks? That seems pretty high up. You need to have something, if not a 3-barrel bluff range, at least hands that want a 2-barrel bluff.
And we're immediately uncomfortable now, right? For Kiat, King Queen
Oh, yeah.
could even be drawing dead, practically.
Brutal situation, but you're not going to fold the Tan Xuan at this stage.
You're just hoping it checks through.
The design of this hand, I feel like Kiat's always going to lose it unless he hits a king on the turn.
Is that amazing card for Kiat or what? Because it's less likely Tan goes for double barrel, isn't it?
It is if he's not holding this hand. This hand is pretty good because remember, you know, we're in a situation. Tan has aces, Tan has kings, Tan has maybe a little ace-8 suited, but
ace-king too.
His ace-x is going to try and take Kiat off a chop some of the time. I don't know. I don't think we're going to see a check here from Tan.
Well, if he can find a bet, it should get the job done against the king.
I'd agree. His Queen of Clubs starts being a pretty bad card to be holding.
All right. Looks like you are right, Jonathan, as he is going to double barrel 260.
I think Tan can structure a little smaller here on the turn. This might be more of a betting my hand than the situation bet.
Okay.
You can imagine the problem Kiat finds himself in with any ace that's not ace-x of diamonds is that even facing a small bet on the turn, you say, shit, he's going to be putting me in on the river a lot. Am I calling off with the hope of it being a chop?
Yeah, kind of finds himself at the bottom or near the bottom of his value range, right?
Mhm.
On the turn with a king instead of an ace.
Yeah, when Tan finds that size on the turn, it really
They go
limits
to
his
one.
bluffs. I don't
They
think
go
you
to
can
one.
find as many creative ones. I think it might be a more reasonable size if we were looking at tighter action where he has less squeezes. If it was, say, U7 open, cut off flat, and then squeeze small blind. But I'm guessing.
Chidwick having a little broccoli, I think, over there. I've been enjoying that from the restaurant.
Yeah.
The garlic broccoli.
Yeah, I think Tan Xuan, of course, like he's most known for his playing cash games, so he's used to playing 200 big blinds deep minimum.
Sure. Mm.
So like the right idea of knowing he needs to multi-barrel this hand,
Mhm.
the little nuances of the bet sizing. Sure, maybe he could have tweaked that a bit, but he's got the right game plan
Yep.
overall.
That would provoke them, I think.
And for all I know, his bet size is better than what I would have come up with. I'm guessing.
of my keys.
7-3 of hearts. Yeah, I'm not surprised. This is Tan Xuan.
You can make two pair with that.
Good. You can make two pair of a lot of hands, though, Jonathan.
That's a good point.
This one is loosely connected.
This situation, what percentage are you mixing here between call and 3-bet with something like ace-3?
Yeah, I think this is where Tan's going to get a lot more calls than a lot of other opponents would. On the one hand, you've got him opening 7-3 suited, but on the other hand, you don't expect any borderline hands to find a fold.
Yeah, good point.
But yeah, 50 deep, they're pretty high up. I'm sure Dan feels a bit of a post-flop edge. I would imagine he's not 3-betting that very often.
Tan does take the lead, bottom pair. He's in a betting mood.
That's close. Does have a club, though. Yeah, I like that fold.
All right, so Tan continuing to build up to 2.2 mil.
Yeah, Fedor has some company. They both have the exact same stack at 2.15 million. Looking around the rest of the field, obviously, a lot of very familiar faces. Ibinger is our short stack with 130 bigs. Pardon me, 130,000, 7 big blinds. Steve O'Dwyer in there, Foxen, Danny Tang, Phil Ivey, Paul Pua, Chidwick.
Have you gotten to play with Tan a decent amount, Jeffy, or have you just kind of dodged him at the tables?
Just kind of in the bigger events. He doesn't often play the smaller
Almost.
events. I'm going to guess lifetime I've probably played about 30 orbits with Tan.
I see.
Not much.
So, yeah, not too many data points. But you know his reputation.
Yeah, and you've got the Triton app to look around and keep an eye on hands. So out here, I think it's not even how much you've played with someone as much as how many of their hands you've had a chance to look over.
Mm.
AK 什么88，你什么牌啊？很大吗，大哥？炸弹咯，很大，大个锤子。
All right. Over Dan Smith in the small blind King Jack offsuit. It is a UTG Open.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a fold here.
You're right about that. Chidwick, 9-7 off. He's mucking as well. Back to the food.
Easy run. I was like, wow, feeling great. Running a lot.
You were talking about Fedor Holtz, Griffin. Here he is.
Steady down, okay.
Slight. And then all of a sudden,
Oh, there's a mystery hand, yeah?
It seems that way, given there is a pre-flop raise, cards are covered.
Maybe since I
This is where we really test you, Jonathan.
Yeah, this is chip lead on chip lead. I mean,
Like, you better get this right.
So
all right. A lot of it also with 2 million.
Yeah, but still, I made it like
Both players playing 100+ big blinds.
You know how many subscribers you're going to get if you get this one right, Jackie?
Because
You better
Donald
try
was like,
hard.
wow,
Easy,
so,
yeah, it's
wow.
easy.
All right, so UTG
ready
Open.
for the Olympics.
Fedor flatting King Queen off.
But then as soon as I go up, then I realized this is not flat. This has been down the whole time. This was like, oh, 3.3. Backwards as well.
Upwards,
no.
Good exercise.
Yeah. I'm from an island, so I'm used to it's ups and downs, yeah. But
Pretty
still,
good for Fedor
I'm not in
Holtz,
that
top
type of
pair.
shape anymore.
It's a pretty
I
good
would do
start.
Like your 5K flat.
Yeah, it's okay. 5K.
Just about right, like those 530s, 540s.
I feel like we see a lot of pre-flop raisers just check auto position. Is that right, Jeff?
This looks like a very good texture to check. Facing a cutoff flat, super deep.
Really high level.
We're already approaching that cooperative play, wanting putts to be a little bit smaller.
It's a new check. You see that one? The way he checked?
Yeah, I've been to the table when he's pulled that one. I'm not a big fan of it. It's
something else.
It's very susceptible to misunderstanding.
So it is going to be a check, though. Or the
It's pretty theatrical.
Looks like the in-position bet's coming in.
Yeah, a mixed spot here for Fedor. Completely reasonable to check this hand. There's not a ton of runouts where he's going to want to go 3 against UTG, despite having top pair and a reasonable kicker.
So I guess the reason on whether you want to bet or not kind of is, am I willing to go for 3 streets of value sometimes, is it?
No, not necessarily. I mean, Fedor wants to bet some 9x here. I don't think he wants to pure check a hand like pocket 10s or even in a 7-6 suited seems reasonable at some frequency to go ahead and put a bet in.
Jack 10
we
comes
just want
in.
some diversity there.
8-9 kind of gets there, and 7-8 in case that's in Minko's range.
Question here. Does Fedor bet to check the river, or does he check here for a little pot control? Seems like he's kind of in the middle of his value range, which on many turns leads us to check, but this would be a linear turn to bet for value. I like that check.
2 pair looking good for Fedor Holtz.
So presumably if this is a mystery hand, we're facing a very large bet.
This is just going to go check, buddy.
I mean, unless I love the idea of a mystery if we're facing like facing B50, do we raise or not? That's a cool question.
Yeah, I'd assume there's a bet incoming and Fedor raises. Otherwise, it's a check raise for Minko, but we'll find out shortly. That's check.
Action on Fedor. Now the question is just Matter of sizing.
Yeah, what kind of sizing we thinking, Jaffe?
I mean, the first question is who can make a fantastic meme about that Minko check? I think someone needs to do something with that.
Second question, the sizing.
Sizing, okay, back to that. Trying to think about our bluffs here. So, I mean, I think around 150 looks good. That's exactly what he's grabbing, huh?
I think it was 6 whites, exactly that. Now, I presume the check raise is incoming from Minko, just given it's a mystery hand.
If we have to guess whether he should call or not without knowing his cards, that's a true mystery.
How do we feel, though, if
Fold,
we're
Vladimir.
Fedor? If, you know, let's just, I don't know what the sizing is, I guess.
Yeah.
875,000.
Yeah, the question is, what do we block? And we block pocket kings for value. Seems absolutely plausible to check call at this depth, kind of approaching the money. So kings is, you know, blocking kings is still quite reasonable. Blocking queens, even more important, given that, you know, Vladimir's, you know, close to 0%, I think, to check raise the queens on the flop.
So if you have 2 10s or 2 jacks in Minko's shoes here, how often are you raising and what size are you making it, you think?
I mean, I'm curious, did he like leave 500K there because he missed that barrel? Yeah, if you have 2 10s, whew.
That's a huge check raise, 1.15.
Yeah, I mean,
those seem like such natural check raise bluffs because...
I don't think so.
No? Okay.
Fedor checked the turn, so blocking Jack 10 is not super relevant here.
Oh, right, because he should never really have it, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so interesting.
Is it ever worse value?
Is it ever worse value? No.
Okay, so we throw it out the window.
This is 1.15, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
this is an 8x.
Trying to think here. What does Vladimir want to be bluffing with? And the answer is almost certainly not a king. So Fedor's king looks like a pretty damn good card to have right now. Not a bad card. We can start there. The queen. Does Vladimir ever bluff with a queen? Yeah, it doesn't seem impossible. At this size, we're truly repping Jack 10 and pocket queens.
So ordinarily, you know, we would like to obviously have 10s, jacks, you know, 9, 10, whatever, these kind of hands to make this bluff. But in this situation, because Fedor checked back the turn and we can deduce he shouldn't really ever have Jack 10, it's almost irrelevant having those cards. It's just like, I mean, he could have ace 7 of, you know, diamonds here.
I'm going to go fold, and here's my quick fold, is the fact that I don't see 2 10s or 2 jacks as intuitively or immediately great blockers has me thinking it's going to take me some time to figure out the great bluffs as Minko in this situation.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people could just immediately say, like, oh, yeah, 2 10s, 2 jacks makes a good bluff here. Therefore, you can kind of overdo this with the Jack 10. I don't know. I'm going to put Minko on the actual Jack 10 here.
I guess the other thing that makes it fun is that Minko can, because we can deduce that Fedor doesn't have the Jack 10 based on the turn action, you can do what he's doing here with pocket 7s, with pocket 9s. There are a lot more value hands beyond the Jack 10 even, right?
I don't think it's impossible that
maybe he wouldn't go for the
check
sizing.
the turn. I don't think, but he doesn't bet 8s on the flop all that often. So yeah, I mean it's 7s is ambitious but possible. I think.
But if he had 8s, he would still check the turn because he's deferring to Fedor.
Oh
right?
no, I meant if Fedor has 8s,
okay,
you'd be worried. But question: is this 7-handed or 8? Because
8-handed.
Vladimir Minko has Jack 10-0 in his opening range. That's a huge piece of the puzzle.
He folds. What's Minko got? 6-5 for the straight.
We didn't talk about that.
Yeah, we didn't.
Yeah, the check call flop with no backdoor. I don't like that. But
yeah, check called 2 big blinds into
But you got it right that he wasn't bluffing. Good fold.
I'll take it. Thanks, Randy. Yeah, that's an interesting check call versus that cutoff flat. That seems pretty ambitious.
What an interesting hand.
Yeah. You just get coolered so often when you make your straight.
You just saved GTO Lab.
I mean, Devoris, that's our last hope.
Ace Queen.
Not to be lost in all that. Great fold from Fedor Holtz. I mean, ultimately he had top 2 pair with a hand that had only played pretty pretty chill. You know, one street of betting until the river, and then suddenly fireworks.
This is the guy I'll make a plug for. Not a part of GTO Lab, but I mean, one of the greatest poker minds of all time, Ben Tollerain. The plug is I had him on my podcast, and he was just phenomenal.
It was great.
That was one of the most fun conversations for me, just listening for 3 hours to, you know, everything from Ben. He's awesome.
So Jaffe, tell us a little bit about your podcast. What's it called? What's sort of the how does it work? It's a pure poker podcast. Are you mostly just always talking about poker? What kind of guests?
Yeah, it's the GTO Lab podcast. I'm trying to get some other people to host it too. I want to kind of, you know, have different people in there for those who are sick of my shit. But it's to this point been pretty much all Triton players, all high stakes poker players. It's very much aimed at people who are interested in Tritons and the high stakes poker. It's not really a grow the game build
right.
kind of podcast. And yeah, just having guys on that I'm interested to hear some of the things they have to say and try to only ask questions that I'm interested in.
Personally, I think the only people that are sick of your shit are your investors right now.
Well said.
Jeez, leave them
Well
alone,
said.
man.
I'm sorry. It was just an alley-oop, you know? Like I felt like a LeBron when he threw that thing up. Chidwick with the ace-9 of spades is going to play this as a small 3-bet, less than 2.5x.
Yeah, and Wangya here, 7-6 suited. He's got the stack. He also has the appetite to kind of get in the weeds a bit, even out of position. I kind of feel like he's going to call. Is it a standard call? Is this a standard fold? I don't know. Any thoughts, Jaffe, on this? With 7-6
yeah,
suited?
I would fold this. You know, we're facing a polarized range. Some of Stevie's bluffs might be the ace-7 suited, probably not ace-6 suited. But yeah, you can see Stevie playing some ICM poker at this point. That was a 3-bet fold. You don't really see a 3-bet fold with that kind of hand, 20 bigs for Chip EV.
As the blinds go up, 10,000, 25,000. There's Phil Ivey. There's Antonius getting great face massage there, getting situated. I think that was Bryn's masseuse from the final table.
Good things coming.
Yeah. He'll take second.
Yeah, I mean, they chopped, right?
They did.
Yeah,
make
and
make
Bryn
a
actually
deal.
got more money, I guess. But come on, we're only here for the trophies. Really. Folded to Kiat Lee with that very nice double to well over 50 big blinds with the fours against Divorce's ace king. Gonna start with a min raise, 50 grand.
King Jack offsuit for the min raise. Tan Xuan, Jack 10 off.
Yeah, you don't really want to peel here with David Yan's ability to reopen the action.
He doesn't care, but
Thought we might see a 3-bet.
You're just saying it's a little bit nicer to 3-bet?
Yeah, 3-bet or fold. I think it's pretty brutal spot with David shoving so many hands in the big blind there.
David doesn't shove as we go to a flop 3 ways.
Ooh, yay, David. No, David.
Yeah, who are you rooting for, bud?
I rooted for that. I was rooting for David, but
because we got the Nutter Butters for Kiat Lee.
Yeah.
They give you the percentages there, helps you know who's ahead.
Yeah.
You were rooting for the guy with 3%. Little 40K sprinkle.
And you can imagine, you know, right away this spot for Tan, kind of brutal. Like, you didn't call Jack 10 to fold here, but shit, still got a player behind.
You're like, please don't jam, David.
And now
This
what
is a
does
tough
David
spot.
Yan do? Yeah, I mean,
very tough spot.
Overcall, overfold.
I mean, with that being Tan and the small blind, and Kiat has plenty of hands that can stab the flop. This
might be a
doesn't
shove.
seem unreasonable to just rip it.
Yeah. Important not to be results oriented, knowing that Kiat Lee has King Jack, but like, oh my God, I mean, David, what are you gonna do? David?
Looks like he's stacking chips
I
in
like
there.
jam.
Yeah.
I like that play. I mean, Kiat's just got so many just random King X, Jack X that just stab flop. Not impossible if you're Kiat. Stab 2s, 3s, 4s. There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, even maybe like King 7 of clubs or something. Just being able to, you know, have the stronger range against 10, not expect David Yan to have many check shoves.
Yeah, and if Tan's calling Jack 10-0, you can imagine Queen 8 suited's in there, you know. Is he folding King 8 of diamonds to this small bet from Kiat? Probably not. Not expecting David to have any ace at all behind him.
So I think in a way, David Yan getting cooler in this spot.
That sounds like fold.
That's definitely fold. And terrible for David Yan.
Your Chinese is
过来呀！我不来呀！你过来。人狗会闪。
Gonna need some runners.
他说不教我了，我说你过来呀！我想你教我这把。
Okay, we can chop it.
别追了
We
哦。
will switch
后门花。
the lenses.
有分钱。葫芦啊。我操！
And Jack 10 would have backdoored a full house. So
这个上电视
in the event that David Yan had gotten out of that hand in some way, which is highly impossible, unlikely, it would have been a real
Tanchuan's so
rundown.
tilted.
Yeah.
David Yan's like, yeah, I'm not going to listen to this. I'm out. Oh, he's still there. Okay, so that David Yan out in 30th, 29 remaining. Once again, top 20 make the money.
Something we missed, by the way, with our guesses around this hand. Fedor made a hell of a great fold.
No, I said that.
know.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, I was like, not to get lost in the shuffle here. Like, that's a.
I thought I was at the table there for a
fold.
minute.
Yeah,
I was trying to
yeah,
figure it out. I was
yeah.
like, shit, Fedor made a really great
Of
decision.
course.
Yeah.
And you suggested that was, seems like the right play, and you were
Yeah, I'm
right
still
on.
very curious what the great bluffs are for Minko in that spot. You know, I'm not ruling out the 10s and the jacks because there's something to be said for Fedor not having a jack or a 10 in a spot where you think that's going to be a lot of it. But
I think one of my biggest takeaways from the hand is when there's kind of muted action and then suddenly there's just like I mean, listen, we're playing, in that hand we were playing 20K big blind, and out of nowhere there's a 1.15 million chip bet on the river. Does Minko really want to just like get this TV hand with like facing this 150K river? Like, is this really, you know, some sort of crazy move? Does he really want to like, or is he just going to have, and his value range, as we learned, wasn't just Jack 10, right? It could be 6-5. It could have been, you know, some sets, I think.
yeah, I don't want to get to the point where we say Vladimir doesn't have bluffs there because I definitely, you know, we're looking at one data point, but there's definitely people who don't have bluffs, and for those people, they're probably not going 1.15 because they kind of know that people can smell it on them, and they're finding the old 600, 550.
Yeah. Probably also
So
unlikely
when
to play
Minko finds that
150K.
size, he at the minimum believes Fedor thinks he has bluffs there, and given everyone here has a lot of respect for Fedor.
Yeah, and this is going to be trouble for Fedor if he goes big chips. And
Oh,
he
he
puts
is.
him in.
Triton. Look at that.
Yeah, this is going to be about 26 big blind.
Misstep.
All in, and yeah, you got to sort of protect your hijack open sometimes and shove these pairs. Actually, I guess it says Fedor under
It's
the
under
gun.
the gun. Yeah, it's very different.
Oh, wow.
He does unblock the bluffs. I can understand this, you know. You expect some ace 10s, king jacks, etc.
Yeah, I mean, a sign of respect, too, that expects Zhou Xuan to have some light 3-bets here.
Yeah, absolutely.
There are 7s left in the deck. A little bit of hope. Backdoor 6-9 or 6-4.
Oh,
That's where you're in the big bucks.
Seriously?
I mean,
Don't do Joe Trent dirty
it's
like
always
that.
coming 7.
Like a king? Nope. That's brutal. Joe Trent out in 29th.
It was like
So quiet.
Fedor's will, man.
So when
Six.
he saw the 7,
Huh?
he was sweating.
Huh?
I love it when Soisa calls him Fedor all the time.
It's 7.
Always funny.
It's our favorite hand.
Unexpected.
Value push.
Yeah, you can't fold it on TV. I fold 8s, I fold 6s, I shove 7s. It's like sounds German GT.
Rules are rules.
Also,
I will
his
say
charts always have 7s.
Yeah, well, there's some lore within the.
Proven wrong, proven right. One more time.
There's lore with pocket 7s in the. It's always coming 7. There's a 7s guy. It's this whole thing on the EPT.
Gotcha.
If I move to Austria, should I start playing 7s? It is, or it's supposed to be in the blood.
There's a quote too. I don't know it verbatim, but it's a pretty good quote. It's a German player going. The 7. It's always coming 7. This is why we scream it. This is why we scream it. It's like a thing. It's always coming 7. He was like on the rail, just like.
Steve O'Dwyer took issue with some of the Austrian
Yeah.
German screaming the other day. I don't know if they were screaming or not, but.
That was something special.
It's crazy because the hand
I heard about that. I don't have a Twitter, but that got sent to me a couple times over.
For 1 year.
I just want to highlight a pretty deep comment. On YouTube from ADM. Ready for this? Poker is 99% luck and 1% stupidity. Put it on my gravestone, man.
All right, so Ramin Hajiev, who did win a trophy this week already, opens under the gun of ace-queen suited. Fedor going to defend jack-9 of clubs with those Joe Trend chips.
Is that good? Not good.
See a queen. Top pair, top kicker.
Looks like a flop that's going to keep Fedor out of trouble.
Yeah, seems like a fairly simple hand.
Yeah, can't imagine Ramin wanting to check back this holding.
So 45K will win it.
Did you see this?
I assume ICM is now quite a consideration with 27 remaining.
Yeah, definitely. We are approaching what you might call soft bubble. So what is this? We've got 7 out of 27 not making the money. Means approximately 75% of them will be cashing.
Well, guys, if you want to ever find yourself up at the Triton level, I'll tell you what, GTO Wizard will really, really help. Want to make optimal decisions in high-stakes pressure spots? GTO Wizard AI has you covered. You can study any situation using any bet size, making it the ultimate tool to prepare yourself for those critical moments at the table. Check it out at gtowizard.com. Can't promise you'll become as good-looking as Espen Jorstad, but could get as good as him. One day, elite players use GTO Wizard.
Damn, Soisa looks happy in that picture. That was a beaming Michael Soisa.
Yeah, he's a happy guy.
He is.
In my limited time with him.
Old 99 blinds, use the 99 blinds.
One of Portugal's finest. João Vieira's got king jack of clubs. Let's put in the little min raise. Muller's got ace 10 off.
Also known as NASA.
We got some thoughts here of ace 10 off?
Yeah, I think this looks like a pretty mixy spot, but as he goes for the call. Let's say as we approach more ICM, you see less flatting, more 3-betting, but I think that's right in that zone of don't want a 3-bet fold and don't want a 3-bet call.
Fedor's got ace 8 of clubs. Dominating stack, of course.
It's more about you, your personality.
He'll come along.
You're ready to do for.
Yeah, he's still not dominated by, you know, the vast majority of Sam's ace flats there, so his ace still has plenty of playability as a flat.
Win game.
Just backdoors for all three. João is the pre-flop raiser.
It's a pretty interesting flop for Fedor, though. He's got a lot of that bottom end of the board there with that overcall range.
But no, I'm just trying to make like an image that
See if João wants to c-bet king jack high. It is the worst hand of the three.
pretty nice hand in a spot where he doesn't love betting too many hands.
Balanced. It's hard.
So he tosses in a quarter pot.
Yeah, Sam is immediately caged and is going to have to muck this one. Still has Fedor to worry about, and it's not like he's doing all that well against Naza.
Any chance Fedor comes along?
Yeah. Yeah, Fedor's got a real interesting spot.
Does get over to Fedor.
Yeah, both the backdoor straight draw and backdoor flush draw enough to entice. Also, while he is out of position, as opposed to Mueller, who was in position, he doesn't have himself to worry about behind.
So let's see what he does with that relative position. Yeah, there's the check raise. Such a tough opponent.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think Fedor is entirely polarized here. I think it's reasonable for him to be taking a hand like an ace-5 suited, maybe an ace-4 suited, a 5-6 suited, and be doing that as well. I don't think this is simply, I have queen-jack or better, or king-queen or better.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but he does have the two combos of 4-5 suited, kind of buttressing the sets.
Nice hand there for Fedor Holtz.
Yeah, really nice pickup.
And we're actually down to 26 players now, as we did lose Steve O'Dwyer. Steve lost King Queen suited versus nines of Orpin. Got in 420,000. Unable to get there.
Ten eight of clubs, Vladimir. Folded all the way to the big blind. Michael Soiza.
Look how happy that guy is.
Looks like he just
won a game show or something.
Have you played basketball?
What?
Where? Have you played basketball?
Have I played basketball? A little bit.
But not like in a team.
Yeah, I'm playing in a team.
Wow.
A little bit.
Ponikovs is asking legitimately, not trolling Naza here, who was a semi-professional basketball player. Or a professional basketball player.
A couple of times.
It's not that popular in Portugal.
Not a soccer, no?
Oh, this is funny. He's keeping a straight face. He's looking around like, is this anyone? Is this a troll?
Am I getting punked?
You don't know I played.
Oh, I
There we go.
don't follow basketball at all. Just played street ball.
Played in the first league of Portugal for 7 years. Oh, kind of.
Fedor opening up his range here at the cutoff.
Yeah, that's disrespectfully wide here, and I think Michael's going to punish him for it.
You know what Soiza's photo looks like?
Okay.
You know when they like freeze frame those divers, and you see their faces, and they're just like all scrunched up, except he's smiling. You know, you don't often see the smiling version of the. So it looks like he's a professional diver.
Do we have merit to go of ace jack in the spot?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this looks
slammed up?
pretty good. Especially, so why did Fedor open so wide? The button, okay. I think he doesn't have Ramin having 3-bet bluffs on the button, and maybe doesn't have him flatting much in the way. So, because that was a very wide open despite having 100 plus BV. So, we'll see how much Alex is piecing that together and trying to figure out where Soiza's shove here looks. It's really close, but I think he's going to go with this.
All in.
Right.
You know, it's easier if he's only covering Soiza by like 150 or something, but
Yeah.
he's
No, I
risking
think-
a chunk if Fedor does somehow wake up to it.
So Michael Soiza.
Two smiley guys in those picks.
One's not going to be smiling after this hand.
I mean, did they change the picture that quick?
You know, graphics team.
They actually
Soiza.
took the photo when he saw the Jack 10, and then they put it on right away. That's how quick they act.
That's what I look like when you deal me Jack 10 suited.
Yeah. Bad start for Soiza. He is going to be heading out of here.
Yeah, so we are in the progress of changing that photo shortly because Soiza's out in 26. 25 players remaining.
Yeah, and I mean, pretty close to the bubble for a 20 big blind Jack 10 suited shove, but I guess with so few tables and eliminations not coming fast and furious, you find yourself shoving there as well with the Jack 10.
Are we on the previous one?
Jaffe?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, figured.
Yeah, I'm definitely ripping that.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate for, obviously, Ponikovs to wake up and to bust 5 from the money in a $150,000 buy-in.
Nothing distracting you, right?
I never play with headphones.
Really? I saw you. No? Maybe I'm wrong.
All right, throwing out a comment from my phone. I've got Nick Petrangelo texting me. Says, you guys should have talked about Minko just bombing the river with his hand. Seems pretty clear that would have been a great play rather than just let it show down a ton, get a bunch of strong bet folds. I'd just bet 600K or something. Yeah, we didn't talk about that at all. Let's check.
So instead of check raising to just lead 600, would have got him 600K.
That's true, 450. I mean, he did pull the 150 out of Fedor. And a couple of time banks for the absolute zero that's worth. But no, yeah, I hadn't thought about that at all. I'd have to replay the hand entirely. But if Nick's saying it, I'm sure it's...
No, but it's interesting because what it makes me think about is that, I mean, if we're checking on that river to hope that our opponent has improved with the king, but then he's still going to fold to an 8x check raise, then by that principle, a big lead instead.
Now there, of course, we did see the fold as opposed to there's another world where Minko makes 1.15.
But I want to focus on this world, Jonathan, right now.
Yeah. Griffin's inhabiting the world where, look, first he had it, so no one ever bluffs there. And second, he didn't get paid, so you should never check.
I don't want to fight on the stream, but there's something you need to understand is that I am very results-oriented. I'm representing the people. I'm a man of the people. People are results-oriented, therefore I am.
That is the nut poker commentator. Even in 2025, being results-oriented is going to get you a lot of fans.
Hey, listen.
I don't know. I don't know. I never look outside, you know.
All I'm saying is Nick Petrangelo would have made 600,000 there.
Trapped.
Samuel Moog giving a lot of thought to this 10-2-0, really balancing.
Yeah, maybe we're on a 3-table redraw bubble. So I think that makes sense to me.
Yep.
Because we're right.
Yeah.
Or maybe he was inspired by one of the legends of the game, and he told himself, if I ever play a six-figure buy-in,
if he was inspired, he would have played his hand, Griffin.
That's what I'm saying.
He's thinking just open jams.
He's thinking about doing something for Doyle.
He's definitely
it's
stalling for the redraw. Because if we do get one more elimination on one of the tables, full redraw, he gets to dodge the big blind next hand. He's bleeding into his normal time banks here. Does spend one. And Fedor is going to use some of those red time banks with the same idea on mine. Of course, he's never going to fold this.
Worth noting, Ding Biao found himself 6th in chips now. One of my favorite Triton players to watch. Won a big flip, it looks like, against Pulpua.
Okay, so min raise from Holtz. Standard so far.
Is there a reason everyone was tanking? Or?
Yeah, they're trying to flip the big blind. Didn't work.
Could you
redraw 24.
If nobody does it, nobody gets rewarded. If everybody does it, nobody gets rewarded. If some does it, the others don't do it, get.
No, yeah, I understand.
So it's a game that whoever's willing to tank makes.
Naza is explaining some
$2
prisoner's
whoever's
dilemma.
wants
It's
to
not a
game.
few
You're right.
bucks. It's stalling
But
style.
if nobody does it, or if everybody does
all
it,
of it,
there's no
despise
game.
it. Hate
Even
watching
if it's
people
as
that I
long as it's
respect
part
and
of the
like
game.
do it.
I didn't say you were wrong for it. I just explained you what happened.
Random table draw would fix it partly.
It is wrong. Yeah.
Less
So do you
motivation.
do
I
it?
think what Ponikovs is saying is if they randomize the spot at which they redrew, maybe 23 or 22, something like that, then that stall wouldn't exist. It's definitely a bad look for the game that we have this. Triton has the absolute least amount of stalling of high stakes because they manage it so well with these red time banks and whatnot. But yeah, unfortunately, some of it is still difficult to control for.
I still think he was thinking about playing 10 deuce.
Yeah, might be a Doyle fan. So I'll tell you Samuel Mueller story while Ramin's in the tank with the Queen 5. We, in the first 2 days, ran into each other in the hallway a couple times, so we knew our rooms were nearby. And then on the third day, I went to that ramen store, picked up a bunch of ramen, went back to my room, and I'm kind of stocking the shelves with it. And I guess I didn't fully close the door. It didn't click. And Sam walks in, and he's just staring at me, and I'm staring at him. And I wasn't fully clothed either. I was just kind of chilling in my place, and we're just looking at each other like, the fuck? And I can just see it in his eyes. He's like, is Jaffe robbing me? Is Jaffe propositioning me? What is happening here? And then I was like, buddy, you're a couple rooms down or something. He just figured it out. It was great.
But
yeah,
it took him some
hilarious
time to figure it
3
out.
seconds
He
of
used some
awkwardness.
time banks there.
Oh, he did, yeah. Yeah, that was not a stall. That was a true brain scrambled in what universe is Jaffe in my room right now.
That's great.
To not draw the latest stage and to make sure there is random chance of getting like table gonna be broke your one.
See, here's the thing that I really don't like about the stalling is that
but it's just
it
EV-wise,
comes
it's
from a
like,
place
as long as
where
there's
some
people in the
very
tournament that I
clever
know are never
people
gonna
figured it out
change
early
the
on,
strategy,
long time before now.
like-
And then it trickles down to everyone else. I'm not sure Ramin would have stalled had Sam and then Fedor not stalled.
And they could just do a different system where it's
And then Ramin probably at this
less
point feels,
incentivization and then-
hey, I would be an idiot not to stall. And I think, I mean, there's all sorts of philosophical arguments for off the poker table how this kind of backslide happens for society.
that's what they are doing.
I think you're actually
gonna
right
be
about
random.
that. Is
No, but
kinda
imagine,
the trickle down
for
effect.
example, a random table breaks. Already EV is totally different. But now it's like you literally get a new position 100% of the time, which is huge difference. But if you get a new position like 25% of the time.
Random table draw you want.
Depending on your perspective, it always
Like,
either
there's no
evolves
reason
or
that we need
devolves
to
into
shuffle
these
the whole
academic discussions
field.
of like, oh,
Yeah.
wow, philosophize this. And it's just like, I don't know, let's just fucking not stall. Can we
what I
just
meant
not
before.
stall?
Yeah. It's like, I think it's some kind of old thing that they just keep doing, and it's a bit silly, and I actually think it's a lot of money, and if I see a few people who do it, I think it just...
Especially if there's a guy with 4 blind.
Not the point, actually.
Thanks, Mueller. There's definitely players
And I guess
out there
also you
that
could say
would never
with the
take the
timings,
stalling
it's kind
route.
of part of
Yeah.
I'm very aware.
I let my swaps and sales know I'm
Oh,
never
yeah, I
gonna
prefer to-
I'm never gonna stall, and that's gonna hurt my ROI. And it just is what it is.
I like
Really?
that.
Yeah.
Lots of respect.
My gosh.
Wouldn't it be better
the
if
principle, I
it was
love it.
none of it?
Sorry?
Wouldn't if it?
If no one does it? Oh, I would.
I think
would
we all
highly
do that
prefer
off the table. There's like many things where you don't take edges. It's just this
Yeah.
weird thing in poker where people are like, "Oh, you must be an idiot not to."
Interesting spot here.
Happening, yeah. 3x
Yeah.
open from Panakov's. Minko now 2-10s. Deep stacks, of course.
Yeah, a lot of people don't have a 3x here, so this is going to have a big impact on how Vladimir constructs his range, saying, what is Alex 3xing here? This is not a misclick.
Flats in position with 2-10s.
Yeah, so much metagame gets started immediately by that 3x. And in this particular case, it happens to be the most intuitive hand, the old hand that like Fish used to 4x all the time.
Yeah.
Wait, I used to... No, just kidding. All right, ace king versus 10s. Flop incoming. What do we got? Ace high?
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if we saw some early folding from Minko or just passive play in general because of that 3x. Certainly he's not putting Alex on a range that is, say, 30 or 40% ace-king, but you can imagine how a lot of the low ace might want this as well and how maybe suited connectors less often.
And this is mainly because of the 3x.
Yeah, it's not, you know, we're not... Seems very unlikely that Alex would have ever accidentally 3x'd here. So Vladimir can't get away at this point. This seems like a pretty standard call.
Yeah, because we can still include, you know, nines, king jack, these kind of hands that'll start with a bet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not ruling out that Alex 3x's king 5 suited. Like, it's by no means just ace-x hands and value.
So board pairing 8. Does it slow things down? Is there still 9-8 suited flatting in position against the 3x?
So he still has Mueller behind with a pretty big stack, and he had Fedor behind that, or not? No.
Fedor
How'd
starting big.
Fedor was big, okay. I'm just trying to think what Vladimir's flatting range looks like here.
165.
You can see
Yeah,
there's still
full steam
confidence.
ahead. We're not scared.
Yeah, mainly because he doesn't expect that many 8x's to flat.
And, you know, we're facing a lot of ace-x. Of course, if we're facing a hand like 10s, we want to bet. He's just going to check it back anyway. Any money we're going to get out of him has to be extracted with a bet. But, you know, the enticing thing about a check is letting Minko start to take some suited broadways and let them bluff. And I just don't think there's not a ton of them.
Yeah.
They exist, but I like this bet. I like, all right, Vladimir is not scared of that 3x so much.
Non-believer.
And one of the things to remember, they're at a depth way, hey, binking a 10 is incredible. Does not. Scary card for Panakov's. Ace-queen looks like pretty close to a pure flat pre. It's 3-bet folding, it's a nightmare, and too much to get in at this stage of the tournament.
Well, if we fear ace-queen a little bit, do we comfortably bet fold, or do we just check decide? What's the mindset?
I think we bet decide. And bet decide leans towards bet fold. Goes for the check. So he's trying to induce some of these spades that floated twice. And I don't know a pocket pair, because I don't think we expect 7s to call the turn all that often. 10s just seem too strong to bluff. He's just trying to fold them off of Queen X of spades. Queen X of spades doesn't bet the flop all that often.
Yeah. Hate to see Queen Jack of spades here or something.
I think that's a very conservative check from Alex. I mean, he didn't have a spade, so he does unblock those, but he's trying to get Minko to fold him off of a queen.
Yeah, that would make sense.
That's a big ask. I'm not sure. I think we're just facing a lot of ace-X. And we just bet to side.
And they kind of let the ace-jack, ace-10 off the hook there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, all of our other ace, the kicker's not going to play. You can check so many ace. The ace-king feels like the one to bet. But, you know, maybe without the king of spades, there's some checking.
So an update of our chip counts. Fader holds pulling away after that nice little bit of fortune with the pocket sevens, 2.7 million. Minko doing real well with 89 blinds.
Yeah, some people expect it's more.
All that said, I mean, I don't think Minko's finding a call with tens there. That's a hell of a tough call, even without a spade.
Yeah. Sevens.
Pocket nines for Vladimir Minko.
Look at them all going fast. 24 left.
Yeah. Fold around.
What a coincidence.
Yeah, everyone's.
He played it.
Yep. Yeah, that's a hand we're calling for chip EV and folding at this stage.
Yeah, and that does mean that we are going to go on a redraw break with our final 24 players. As Poseidon Ho falls in 25th.
You win?
Best name at Triton.
Yeah, no, it's something I've mentioned for sure. Tan Xuan, leader at the blue table, 2 million. Dvoris, 51 big blinds. Kiat Lee is up there in the Millionaire Club. And we're going to say goodbye to Jonathan. Jonathan, thank you so much for coming in. That was really great. We really appreciate you taking the time. It's always a pleasure to hear your insight into some of these hands, especially as such a successful player here on Triton. Not today maybe, but in general, overall, we're in the black. So thanks a lot.
Fun chatting with you guys.
Okay, we'll go to commercial and we'll see you in three or 4 minutes.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
You got to stop flirting with me, Jacob & Co. God, I love that commercial for those watches. Those are the Jacob & Co. timepieces, which is one of our sponsors, and we give one of them away to the eventual winner of the main event. But here we are in the 150K. I'm Griffin Benger. That's Randy Liu. We're down to the final 3 tables here, 4 players from the money. And if they do make that money, it's a cool $250,000, which can go a long way here at Triton. Less and less as the series progresses, of course, because the buy-ins keep increasing. But we have a star-studded field, and we're going to, winner gets almost $5 million.
Yeah, and currently the players are on a 3-table redraw. We can see they're populating in the app if you want to take a look at that very quickly. We do have, big stacks all around, right? Who's the chip leader right now?
Fader Holtz. Yeah.
Fader Holtz, yeah. Fader Holtz.
2.7 million, significant chip lead. One of the most decorated players of the last 10 years. When it comes to tournament poker. But, all over the field, you look at that spread of the players, you recognize Danny Tang, Patrick Antonius, Ponnikov, Ding Biao, Daniel Dvoris, Orpin. It's just a who's who of some of the greatest players in the world and here on the Triton circuit. So going to be some really great play. Things I think might slow down a little bit with this bubble, the way it often can happen, especially at this bigger buy-in level. Everyone wants to get into that money before they start getting their chips at risk. But I think it's going to be interesting to see some of these big stacks and how much they really go after maybe the middling ones on the table, put pressure on them. It's really your job at this point to make sure that you get into that money. That 250 grand will, it's important. Absolutely.
Yeah, and the shortest stacks right now, they're trying to hang in there, and they're not actually that short. As I'm looking at the bottom of the leaderboard, Lucas Greenwood's got 16 bigs. He's the shortest player. And we have plenty of 19 to 22 big blinds. So it could actually take some time for us to get into the bubble. I imagine these players are not willing to get it in very light at the moment. But, it's hard to say because these are also the type of players that are going to give up high EV spots.
Yeah, no players in that 10 or less big blind range. So I think it's going to be pretty interesting to see how it goes down the stretch. Of course, as usual, we are going to be featuring 2 different tables. On the blue table, we got the likes of Lucas Greenwood, Dan Smith, Orpin, Ding Biao, Kiat Lee, and then over on the red table, Danny Tang, Antonius, Chidwick, Ponnikovs, Dvoris, Phil Ivey, and Peter Holtz. That red table in particular, incredibly stacked with legends of the game, both new and old. So this is what happens on Triton. Get used to it. But we are going to be throwing to the action any second now. As we see, there's the room, Landing Casino. Our final 3 tables. We talked about how stacked that red table is. You look at those names, just remarkable. Blue table, Samuel Mueller is going to be leading it. And over on the outer table, which we won't see as much of, guys like Alex Foxton still in there. Benjamin Tollerine, João Vieira, Isaac Haxton. Wow, these names.
Big chip discrepancy on that outer table. 2 big stacks and all of the shorter ones. Let's take it to our main featured table. Mueller with the most chips, as you mentioned. Ace-5 offsuit. Gonna go ahead and raise. Basically a byproduct of where we're at the tournament. Problem though, Greenwood's got 2 kings. Greenwood the shortest stack. I guess he's just asking a question, can he 3-bet small, or is it just look too strong? And maybe he just plays it as jam.
We will be finding out.
Okay, it looks like he's cutting out a small 3-bet size.
Oh. Orpin, how is he going to react? How is he going to navigate this spot? I mean, this seems so strong from Lucas Greenwood. Does Lucas have some 3-bet bluffs in his range here? Surely. he wouldn't be doing this if sometimes he would do it when he doesn't have it. So Orpin might be looking at too good a hand to fold, or we might be looking at the very, 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 very top of his fold range at the bubble. I mean, I don't know. Ace Queen off feels maybe, but suited's real tough.
I kind of feel like he's going to lay this one down. Like Greenwood has a lot of reasons to just 3-bet rip, you know, and not induce as much with jacks, tens. It looks like he's clicking, isn't he?
I would have bet you a voucher, by the way. Damn.
250.
That was dinner for me right there.
Obviously, cards are going to go in. Chips are going to go in, and cards will be revealed shortly.
All in.
Yeah, and Orpin not happy to hear that.
It's
I guess
like,
now he sees how poorly this hand is doing, but it's only 155 more. Got to put it in, and you got to try to get lucky. Yeah, no surprise from Orpin.
Bad timing for loose open.
At 32%, I mean, this hand can be a real heartbreaker against two non-clubbed kings. I think worthy of note, of course, ace-5 folded, so that doesn't work in Orpin's favor. But club. 10 of diamonds, 4 of diamonds, 6 of clubs.
Couple more outs for Orpin, pairing to queen.
And nice hold for Lucas Greenwood. You know, someone who, by all accounts, is a very, very accomplished, talented tournament poker player, but someone who, you know, doesn't have the level of success as, say, his brother Sam, which I think is also a result of volume as well. Sam Greenwood's been on this super high roller circuit for quite a bit more time than Lucas, but Lucas looking for that big breakout score, and that's a good start towards that. 36 big blinds is going to be a favorite to cash at this stage. Mr. Greenwood does have nearly $4 million in Triton earnings and does have a title. You know what? Lucas has been playing, actually, in Tritons for a bit longer than I expected to see, so maybe due for a big win. Doesn't have a 7-figure score on tour yet, and even if he just gets into the top, what would it be, top 4 or 5 in this event, would net that. Yeah, top 6 in this event gets over $1 million. He did win a 25K for close to 900,000 once. No stranger to success on the tour, but maybe hoping for that big breakout, and this could be it. Keeps on getting dealt pocket kings, Randy.
That's right.
Cafe. Bingo.
All right, iced coffee gonna go over to Danny Tang at some point. He's queen for Robich. King queen quickly in the muck from Chidwick. ICM, Cajuness, very clear. Ooh, that's firepower for divorce.
Yeah, this is trouble for Roman. I think it's difficult to navigate these spots with around 30 big blinds at the bubble when a bigger stack comes after you. Feels too tight to fold to a 3-bet, too loose to shove. Not enough room to really 4-bet fold. Maybe too passive and difficult to navigate as a call. So I really am flying blind on this one.
The thing is, Roman, he's a fighter.
Yeah.
He is willing to get in there, and he probably expects divorce to attack him in this spot. Kind of seems like
it's 8-handed, right? It's not. This isn't like a cut-off button situation. So, you know, I think the range certainly strengthened in that way. I would say it would be a bit more trouble in a sort of button cut-off scenario.
I wouldn't I wouldn't fault him if he was to still get involved. I don't think he will ship. Call. I mean, 4-bet out of position click is a lot of his stack, right?
Yeah, I think he would have preferred to be.
Oh, he's just gonna go for it. And Ace King is gonna make the call. Roman in trouble. Did not believe divorce. Told you he likes to get in there.
Yeah, just a really tough spot. You know, you're gonna have to 4-bet shove sometimes in these spots. It's not like we're one for the money either, right? We talked about with only 3 tables remaining, it's gonna be hard to wait to make it. But Roman can get lucky.
Gonna need that queen. That's it.
It's going to do it, yeah. And that's really too bad for Hrabik, but not too bad for the rest of the players in this field. One more elimination means we're just 3 away from that 249 first pay jump. Pay bracket? Pay slot? Pay hole? You know what I mean. 20th place gets 249 grand. We now have 23 left with that elimination. And now I just got to say, our 4 short stacks between 18 and 20 big blinds are just progressively more legendary. Listen to this. So we start with 20th. We go with Stephen Chidwick. I would argue Isaac Haxton, slightly more legendary in 21st. Slightly more legendary than him, Patrick Antonius in 22nd. And you think, is there anyone more legendary in the field than Patrick Antonius? How about Phil Ivey in 23rd? All at that 18 to 20 big blind mark. So just absolute, you know, giants at the bottom there.
They're too good.
Gods of Olympus down there.
We, all of us. Wow.
There he is. There's the man.
Merch from GTO Lab coming. What do you mean?
And our chip leader,
Seen before?
the unknown Fedor Holtz. When will this kid ever make a name for himself? King 10 suited on the button is a good start.
Over to Danny Tang. Danny currently in 13th out of 23 players. He folds. Does have 5 titles under his belt.
Switch over. There's Enrico and Kiat. Stay hydrated, Lucas. This is the one. Friend of his, Dan Smith, there at the cutoff on 950K, 8-6 suited. Maybe a candidate to open, but elects to go for more passive route. Orpin on the button.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to open when the table captain is in the big blind. Samuel can defend so wide. But it's going to be a walk for Samuel. Samuel had queens. Nice, nice walk there, Dinkel.
Blinds will be up in 30 seconds. So what was the 18 big blinds between Antonius Ivy and Chidwick all sharing that stack amount? That's going to go down, and then things are going to get a little trickier for them. Do you see an open here from Wang Yi? 9-8 of spades. Orpin fresh off losing half of his stack, unfortunately, with that ace-queen suited going to fold. Mueller might have a decision here in the small blind with king-9 suited. Because he's so deep with Wang, certainly a candidate to continue in some form.
He is up against the +2 open against a stack that's equally as big.
Yeah, I think it's one of the worst hands he will play with. And because of that being the reason, he decides to make a very large 3-bet, really pressurizing. He's got that blocker property of the king. Little wince from Wang.
And Wang Ya probably wanted to see a 3-bet, but this is so big. And kind of tricky thing about 9-8 suited is sometimes you flop open-end straight draw like Jack 10x, but one of your outs actually gives you the straight is giving ace-king a straight as well. So 9-8 suited actually doesn't play that well.
Yeah, and it just pressurizes like an ace-jack so hard there. Like even if you're sitting with like ace-10 suited, even ace-jack suited, I mean, maybe ace-jack suited would lean call, but it's still like when it's that large a 3-bet, and it's just like, do I really need to play this talented player in this spot? I don't know. So great find for Mueller. A man who I would imagine, by all accounts, very, very well studied, very prepared for such a large buy-in of this nature.
It's 2 hands at 10.25 and then the blinds go up. Got it.
So just a little housekeeping there from our floor staff. 2 more hands at the 10.25 level, and then we will be up to 15.30. Ding Biao looking a bit unrecognizable with that mask. Is going to find the raise with the 8-6 suited. Worth noting, we saw this exact hand folded by Dan Smith, but things can, of course, change player to player. Stacks behind. Ding Biao with a little more chips than Dan Smith.
You know, it's the players from China. They have a different appetite. You know what I mean?
I mean, look, Dan Smith's no stranger to getting in the deep end with hands like that too. I remember when Dan Smith was really first starting to big time break out live. Came to an EPT Monte Carlo and won 3 5K events with many runners. And I think it became very clear to everyone at that point that he was going to be one of the best in the world. And he's proved it. He's stuck around and he's won a lot of money since then. $23 million in Triton earnings, including 2 titles, 32 cashes. And slightly better than me at tennis. He beat me.
All right, Enrico's got 2 6s. Just open rips into Greenwood, who has a big stack. Greenwood was playing 34 big blinds.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
Yeah, I guess it's just one of those unique bubble spots where it's kind of like you don't really maybe want to play it as a limp shove because Greenwood shouldn't really be bluff raising very often, being covered by him. So you're just ending up giving a free flop to a player when you limp, and then when you raise, it just gets a bit weird if you get 3-bet. So Enrico's just like, you know what? How about all of it, pal?
I
Show me
just
better.
Don't think Greenwood's still folding like really solid hands in that spot. You know, just yeah, it would be kind of insane.
I don't know. I think I understand what you're saying, but I think that he does fold ace 10.
Oh, okay, sure, but
Right.
like nines, tens.
Right, the
I don't think
nines plus, yeah. As we go check out that outer table, Isaac Haxton sitting up, about to take a flop against what appears to be. Who's got the cards over here? Tan Xuan? Yeah, button against big blind. Can see João Vieira to Isaac's left. Always paying very close attention to every action.
Alright, so in this hand, Tan Xuan was the pre-flop opener into Isaac Haxton's big blind, who defended. 6-4 deuce, 2 diamonds. $55K C-bet from Tan Xuan. Haxton's playing a 400K stack. Big blind being 25K.
Yeah,
so
not a ton of maneuverability, but
kind of short-ish. Gonna send it over to Tan Xuan.
you're the man, Tan.
You can catch these hands also in the Triton Poker Plus app if you scan that QR code on the top right. Download the app. Enhance your experience.
Is Foxen getting bigger? Like stronger? It looks like Reacher to me.
I mean, I don't think he's getting weaker.
Definitely not. And he's always been a big, strong boy, but my goodness. Speaking of gods of Olympus, he definitely has his place amongst these titans. Titans and Triton. Triton Titans. I'm working on the alliteration of all this. Workshopping.
Okay.
There he is. Over to 10.
Tan and Vladimir Minko sitting very healthy at this table. Tan's going to be the one that opens and takes some more chips.
Back to our blue table.
And in Italy, they gave like some watches if you win it. Like watches, yeah. I've never won one. And after they didn't give anything for a while.
Yeah, I wonder.
And now they do trophies again.
Sometimes they cannot ship it to certain countries. I've heard. Like now Austria, they also don't ship it anymore. So
Maybe Italy as well, they do.
I thought we played our two hands. Now it's up. Can you pause for a moment?
EPT, and then you can.
I thought we've played our two hands, and then you said two hands, and they go
Tom
up.
did the same. Tom is gonna pick his trophy up in Monte Carlo.
What you want?
2K scoop.
I thought you said two hands, and then they go up.
2K bounty.
I thought
Yeah, it's
you,
like
when you.
the trophy. You put it in the living room.
Okay. Got it.
I want a Triton trophy.
Looks like this is going to be the last hand at 25K here.
Do you have a Triton trophy, Sam?
Shout out to Martin Olson on YouTube saying, I thought about Foxen all the time when I watched Reacher. You know what, Martin?
Sam
never
does not have
believed
a
this.
Triton trophy.
But my mom is in
He
season
said,
3
Sam, do you
of
have a Triton
Reacher.
trophy?
It's a
True story.
No, I was not joking. I was serious question.
She plays mother of a character. She has one scene with him.
What?
I'm not sure if it's out yet.
Ah, you're not Sam. Ah.
I'm going to have to look into it. It's so busy out here.
Are you going to watch it?
Hell yeah. I watch Reacher anyway, so I'm not like looking to skip to the scene. I want to have it emerge to me organically. But her name is Nikki Gudani. That's my mom's name. And she's in a scene in Reacher in season 3. Check it out.
now?
Shout out to my mom, who's definitely asleep because it's 4:30 in the morning in Canada, so she's not hearing this.
We played together before.
Did you? Yeah, sorry. Sorry. And
Okay, so Orpan opens King Queen
you
off.
won at least one trophy in two? You won one.
Yeah, play,
won one
of
and
course, bit more tight
25K
as of late.
First to second
As
to third
expected.
and a fourth.
So you hit for the cycle.
Yeah. Fifth
Yeah.
also.
What scam is it that you have like someone have one title, and then there is Jason Kuhn, 10 titles.
We've been rocking the
What's
GTO
that?
lab gear. We had Jonathan Jaffe, of course, in here, who runs the GTO lab podcast.
I used to, but I kind of stopped.
Bunch of these scientists running around in these high rollers, huh? These lab scientists.
Is it not really?
These
It's like-
GTO nerds.
It's not a popular game anymore.
Just want to give them wedgies.
So,
Blinds are up, 30,000 big blind.
Yeah, they're smaller. Like some of the short
Game.
decks are like, like only like 30, 40 people. But still, I mean, like Jason has won everything. I think he's won a PLO and No Limit. Like, he's won them all. The sick one, though, the one I won.
Antonio on YouTube says, Final Three Tables is the best where dreams are crushed. Jeez, dark, man. You all right?
The French Poker magazine
Well,
with John
3
Noel
players'
as the cover,
dreams
and I
are
got
gonna
John
be
Noel to autograph it.
very miserable.
I mentioned it, that one.
As we only pay top 20.
Mentions me in one of the.
Oh, look.
Hard to feel miserable with King Queen suited. Cat Lee,
They just shipped it to me.
man from Malaysia.
Big one, I like.
Going to throw in the call. Mueller, of course, opening quite wide in this particular spot with the table chip lead.
I just got the
Ace-8
regular
off,
one,
but now
and
Wang
when I got home, they were like, oh,
has
yeah,
a decision on 1.5.
And then they sent it to me. It was like this big ball.
It kind of seems like standard protocols to call
Put it in the living room.
with being this close to the money and very deep. Now, certainly squeezing is fine. But Samuel does cover Wangya. And
Yeah, I mean, I would just say that I don't mind 3-betting this because I think it plays quite easy.
Sorry.
Once we start 3-betting, like if somehow Mueller decides to pull off some sick bluff after we make it 300 here and he makes it 650, then you can have it. But it just seems like it's not something that's going to happen. So
It's super good.
I think you just take this down pre-flop so often, or you're up against monsters and you can get away. It's kind of a unique spot.
But I also don't think this is never going post flop
Very
too.
large
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's not like Mueller only plays a 4-bet fold strategy. I'm sure he has
Nothing
some
important.
calls, but obviously not with Ace-8 off.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Kiat's going to have more calls, but whether King Queen suited, it's just getting dominated by the value range. So, but that plays quite nice when it goes down like that. I think I totally understand your reasoning for like leaning call, but I think I do prefer 3-bet. Just easier to play at this stage. My point being is like I don't think we should be polar there, right? I don't think we should have like bluffy hands and big hands. I think we can maybe have some value hands that can just clear out equity or be dominating post flop sometimes if someone calls. Heading on out to the outer table.
Tan's got
Tan's
chips
just
in
very
front of him
active,
again.
huh? Like he's in there.
Looks like James Hopkins is also in there as James is jammed. 270,000 chips.
Yeah, our short stack of 9 big blinds.
See the cards at the moment. Hopkins has jacks. Tanschwin has 6-9 offsuit. He came in Ace-8, 3-6-4, so Tan turned equity to knock out Hopkins, but didn't get the runner. Double up for Hopkins up to 600,000 in chips. Yeah, so Tan is playing very loosely given that he has 9-6 offsuit from under the gun opening that hand.
Yeah, he's in a mood. I love it.
Enrico Kamoshi. See, I like watching Enrico play because he really just attacks, like he's just not scared. You know, he's 3-betting king queen against table captain.
And collecting the chips. Went for a nice chunky sizing too. Just said like, hey, I'm not messing about here, buddy. Chidwick, ace king, 18 big blinds. Say he's in the Hall of Legends when it comes to Triton. $24 million in earnings, 2 titles, 51 cashes. It's got to be one of the most cashes, if not the most, I would imagine. Probably up there with Kuhn.
I know once upon a time, Boss Paul was the one holding that title. Not so sure anymore.
So number 2 all-time on cashes is Chidwick's 51. So if I look at Paul, he is number 5 now with 42.
So Antonius has got ace-9 off suit against the +1 open of Chidwick. Chidwick did open off of a shallow stack, so there's got to be some concerns for Antonius as he plays this as a call. Jack 10 deuce.
Yeah, going to be an easy takedown here for Chidwick. I just got to say, funny little wrinkle on the Triton app. I'm trying to find Jason Kuhn's profile to see if he has the most cashes, which he does, 55, first place. But I kept on going into the search function for Kuhn, and it kept on, every single time I typed it in, it auto-corrected it to Moon. I feel like the Triton app should know I'm trying to find Kuhn.
You could put
like
Jason.
Get a script in there. Yeah, maybe. Well, that's a lot of Jasons, though.
All right, a little tiny C-bet from Chidwick, 35K. I feel like Antonius is more likely to speculate if it wasn't this close to the money, if him and Chidwick weren't as short. And, you know, of course, if Chidwick didn't open from +1, so little 35K is enough. Well, guys, if you do have some time, do check out BetACR. You do have the opportunity to throw out some bets on the Triton Poker Series. Bet on who you think will take down the events. Also bet on other sports if that's your thing. Also, the best odds, and they do update as matches are being played, like in tennis, for example. So do check out BetACR and easy deposits and withdrawals.
Does BetACR accept food vouchers from Jeju Casino here?
I do.
Casino. You do. You do. I know you do. We're 1 for 1, I think, right? You won 1 and I won 1.
Yeah,
we're even.
We're even players.
I like that.
You up on K-Rab?
I think I'm up 1 on K-Rab. I don't know. Maybe I haven't bet with K-Rab yet. I feel like
he's the one you're talking. That's who we're betting about.
Well, we had one this morning, right? That was when I even things out with you, or am I up 2-1?
No, that was when you even things out. That's right. But hold on, we do have mystery hand coming in.
Oh, this is very important.
Chidwick open under the gun off of 22 big blinds. He's got ace queen, quite a strong hand. Divorce, 2 million in chips. We'll play mystery hand.
165.
Ooh,
3-bet.
Very tricky spot for Steven Chidwick. I mean, we talked about what happened to
Fedor's got
Roman
9s.
Hrabek. This was pretty much the exact same scenario, except Chidwick has even less chips. So this is weird, man. Obviously going to be made all the more weirder if Fedor plays but doesn't.
So it's going to get back over to Chidwick. Yeah. Roman reshoved about 35 blinds of ace-queen in similar-ish positions against this exact opponent. What's Chidwick's game plan with 22 big blinds?
So that particular situation was at 25K big level, and it went from 50K to 160 over 3x. This one, on the other hand, more of a standard. I guess, the sizing obviously is adjusted for the stack size. Is Chidwick going to be able to get away from this? Does he ever want to lean call? Does he just feel like he has to protect his biggest hands, the worst premiums, and shove? I mean, I'm really thrown for a loop in spots like this, Randy. I just don't know what to do with ace-queen near bubbles.
Well, Chidwick's decided on call. He just feels it's a little bit too strong, but he doesn't necessarily want to force it in pre-flop.
And getting an interesting texture where, intuitively it would feel like maybe you should just check fold Jack 6-4, but because of the two hearts, because presumably DeVoris is going to be sizing down, we might see Chidwick peel a turn if faced with a bet.
Yeah, it's usually this middling stuff that Chidwick is going to have here right? Like ace, queen, but like, I don't know, does nines call a 3-bet? Or did he jam? It seems like a very condensed range right now for Chidwick. He's not going to speculate as much.
I think if he's calling ace-queen, he's probably calling nines. They're sort of in the very similar hand strength range.
So small bet, you expect it to size down. He has the back doors. He might even have the best hand. Of course, a good price. It's like 20% pot or so.
Makes the call, and now you can see the pot has inflated to well over $500,000. Chidwick does turn that 7 of hearts, and with 415 back, this becomes very tricky. I mean, I have to imagine is just going to call again, facing a bet, but do we ever see shoves here from DeVoris with, like, some of his, strong value range, maybe something like 2 black kings? Does he shove? And then Chidwick is just flying.
He's leading. So, technically speaking, I guess this card improves his range. His flush is right. He does open the door to perhaps maybe get all the chips in on the turn by accident because, he's bet small, and if DeVoris ever raises, it's probably for all of it. That's very interesting. Bet here for 100K. I mean, DeVoris is pretty uncapped, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
All overpairs, of course, exist. Some Jack X's, hearts.
This is so interesting. I mean, this is what a hand. I mean, what do you do with black tens here if you're DeVoris?
Black tens,
for instance,
would be so annoying. You probably just call and see what happens. Obviously, the price is amazing.
But Chidwick can have a lot of jacks here. He can have some flushes.
I'm not sure how many jacks he can have. I'm trying to think. Does he call out a position right now in this spot? Like Queen Jack,
So
Jack 10,
that's everything. Yeah, this is just not what Stephen Chidwick was hoping for.
Yeah, that's one of the problems, of course, of leading out. Now he's created a situation where he perhaps needs to put his tournament life on the line, 3 from the money. Okay, so how live is he? Of course, we know the hearts are live, but what about the ace, the queen?
Yeah, I think the ace is live and the queen isn't.
He's gonna fold. What's divorce got?
Yeah.
Aces.
I mean, he got away from it, man. He didn't shove pre-flop in the way that Roman Hravic did. You know, he didn't. Sure, he could have saved 100,000 by leading the turn, but maybe it's just a way of being like, it's very difficult for Daniel to continue with his bluffs when he leads there, right? He doesn't give him room to bluff 200 once you lead for 100. Let's let them talk, see what they have to say.
I'm not in love with the turn lead to fold.
Maybe you just need to get to know the turn lead more then.
No, I understand, but like with his hand, I mean, like
no, yeah,
he was clearly drawing to live with Ace of Hearts. I feel like he just burnt like 100,000 chips. You know what I mean? Like, because I don't think an overpair like that, aces, kings, queens, without the flush draw, has much reason to just be like, oh, there's a flush out there, I'm scared, I call. It's because Chidwick is so short, you know? If Chidwick had more chips, I think he can get away with that lead a little bit more and not expect to get raised. I might be wrong, but...
I agree with you, but I also think that I would love to just pick his brain about that hand and hear where the thought process comes in, what he's targeting. As we move on to the next hand, Danny Tang is just going to shove into the now short stacked, just 10 big blinds for Chidwick. King X is going to do it. Yeah, your BRT on YouTube says I would turn lead with a jam, and that's probably a mistake. It's really important not to bust right now, man. Like, that's the thing. The rules are changing. It's like we're not making a habit of betting with the nut flush draw when we turn it and then folding for 10 big blinds, but there's 23 people left here. If he gets to the top 20, that's good for $250,000. We're playing for up top $4.6 million. So, I mean, there's a reason why Steven Chidwick is second on the all-time cash list in Tritons with 51 cashes. He knows how to make sure how he makes the money. And we saw another player with ace-queen in that exact same spot against Daniel Dvoris, put it in and busted, you know, in 24th. But Chidwick had even less chips and got away. So, kudos.
Muller's been aggressive pre-flop. Is he going to pick on Greenwood? Yeah, he is. Gotta be so annoying to have Muller at your table in these situations. I mean, at some point you just gotta say, you can't have it every time, can you? I'll say if I'm going to continue and I'm Greenwood, I'm more likely to jam. Probably don't play this as a flat too often just because it's so hard to play post flop unless you flop a set. And you're out of position. Moeller definitely has a lot of 3-bet folds in his range. But he also has 3-bet calls, right? You know, the premiums.
And cleans.
How much does he respect the ICM? Enough.
Yeah, ICM pressure. Would have worked the shove, but so hard to pull that trigger, potentially bust 3 from the money. Yeah, I think the last thing I would say, little help from Wayward X on YouTube saying it's because he has to call a turn bet if he checks, which will always be bigger than 100K. And sometimes the villain will just call turn lead and let you realize equity. Like with some of the hands we suggested, something like 2 10s or 2 9s, right, would just call the 100K. Then you get to realize that equity instead of just checking, facing a bigger bet, maybe from the value hands like aces and kings and bluffs. Very interesting hand.
Yeah, I don't think it's very clear. It's a murky one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can you start the time when it's on me?
Sorry?
You started too early.
We didn't start yet.
Okay, good.
Orpin making sure he's given all the time he's supposed to be allotted. Finds a raise with the ace-4 suited. Nice little suited blocker. Hope to just get this one through.
Enrico gonna eyeball Orpin's stack, which determines how loose Orpin is willing to open. Man, Enrico, I'm telling you, he's
so beautiful.
He's a tough customer, isn't he?
So aggressive. I love the hand selection here too. Only getting called by one king, so you get a lot of better hands to fold. You're up against the top of Orpin's range, like queens and jacks, you're still 30%. Ace queen might fold the bubble. Ace jack will definitely fold. So just great work from the Italian.
These are some tough final three tables. Not making it easy.
Not just these guys will not give him anything. You know, Lucas folding the best hand, those pocket eights. Orpin folding the best hand with that ace high. Ding Biao. Lady Gaga, Lady Gaga.
You think that's what he's thinking when he reads his hand? He's,
of
Lady
course.
Gaga, Lady Gaga.
Listen, that is just Triton Cannon now.
Just like no chance Muller doesn't 3-bet, right? Like he's got the solver special. He's been 3-betting relentlessly.
Most of the time he will 3-bet, yeah.
He's
not
you
gonna
can't
like
be
what he
someone
sees,
so well studied and pass up ace-5 suited. Oh, man. Okay, obviously the 4-bet's incoming for Wang Yao, right? Ding Biao, he's got queens. Bigs.
I think Ding Biao...
he's stuck in there, isn't he? He can't lay it down.
Ding Biao puts the rest of the chips in here and just takes the cooler like a man. If he finds a fold here, the level I keep him on in my level of Triton heroes, because right now listen, I've made it very clear, Ding Biao is one of my favorite, top 5, top 10 players on the tour. If he finds a fold here at the bubble, I mean, I don't think it's possible. Just because Wayne could just be looking at a hand that, he feels is too good not to 4-bet that might fold for 1.2. It's like they're so deep here,
Yeah, the thing is, it's the customers that's making it difficult for Ding Biao to consider folding, right? Because Muller, he's clearly been 3-betting a lot. And you could see Wang Yao just kind of like, well, Muller's up to no good. Let me kind of attack him. Put in a cold 4-bet. And Wang Yao's also the type of guy who likes to get in there, as does Ding Biao. I just don't really see how he could lay this one down with these two opponents.
No.
Even then, no one loves putting in a 5-bet. 3 from the money, 40 big blinds. He's currently.
I mean, I think he could fold jacks here, right?
Jacks?
So that's got to be what he's thinking. Is if I'm prepared to fold jacks in this spot sometimes. Oh my God, no way. Oh my God. Oh my God.
He's a sicko.
Oh my God.
Ding Biao folded queens. Hands in the air.
It's just that's my guy right there. That's my homie, man. That's my day one.
He's so sharp.
That's my dude.
To show restraint there.
Yeah, I think I might get Ding Biao shirt made. If I come out to another Triton, I'm going to be wearing my Ding Biao shirt. I'm telling you right now.
Okay, is this hand over? Because Samuel Muller has just put in a time bank against the cold 4-bet. He has the solver special. Is he just going to blow up? He's going to blow up into aces. Oh my God, Muller. He's going to have crumbs after this hand.
Wow. This is...
Queens is out.
What do you think?
You're stunned, Griffin.
This is an insane hand. Yeah.
Shoot.
Look, I mean, Mueller thinks it's unlikely that Wang has aces here because he blocks it. The times he does have kings, he's going to be 30%.
We got... That looks so good. And queen on the flop. You saw Ding Biao.
不是圈圈就勾勾嘛？这个没必要骗人嘛，肯定圈圈。不是圈圈就勾勾了嘛？这肯定。害死我了。
Yeah, and quite a big blow up, obviously, for Mueller, and just a little smirk on his face because he knows that this is just something that he needs to do sometimes with this hand, and it's just it's almost ironic to find yourself in the biggest stage and you know decide to make that 5-bet move and just run into the actual blades. It's like living a nightmare, right?
That was such a crazy 5-bet jam in that spot.
Yeah.
Against a cold 4-bet too. It's very different when it's the original Razor 4-betting you. But I was saying it like Mueller is very well studied. He knows his ranges, and he saw ace-5 of hearts. He's like, I have to be bluffing sometimes, and if I'm bluffing sometimes, this is the hand to do it. And I don't know, sometimes you just got to step away from that logic, right?
Look, Mueller's an incredible talent, and I think that shows a lot of cojones to be prepared to do that. It's the kind of thing where like you need to do it sometimes if you're going to be 3-betting and getting 4-bet, the bubble, all these different things. I mean, this is what the solver says, right? And he pulled the trigger. He was prepared to do it. He was prepared to see the bad news of maybe something like kings more often, where maybe if he got lucky, suddenly he has this massive chip lead in this event, which has so much extra equity moving forward, but just ran into the black aces. I mean, game over.
Hello, new chip leader, Wang Ya.
Back.
You want some time banks back? Time bank change. Ding Biao made an incredible fold with 2 queens. If he just got a little stubborn, this pot would be his.
I'm already thinking about what kind of like shirt design I'm going to go with and what photo of Ding Biao I'm going to use. Should I get his permission first? There's just like a lot of moving parts with this shirt I'm going to get. Am I starting a business? You know?
What's your business called?
Ding's T-shirts? I don't know, something like that.
Good luck.
Look at Mueller. He has 1 big blind left. 25,000.
So what's the deal?
We actually rounded him up.
突然出来这么一个。
确实挺夸张的。
剩2个人bubble 了吗？
No, queens. Oh no, give me like it's 5 aces.
So,
in hand, right?
something I'm thinking about now, as Sammy Mueller does get dealt the 9-7 of clubs, weighing the merits of putting this in versus waiting another hand, is Jonathan Jaffe. One of the reasons he left, because he does not his favorite thing to cover isn't exactly bubble play. He said, and look at what he's missed. So, Jaffe, if you're watching this right now, I hope you're kicking yourself. I hope you're outside somewhere. You found some dirt, and you're kicking the dirt. You're going, ugh, shucks. Speaking of shucks and kicking dirt, Samuel Mueller all but out of here.
And a ticker went down 1. James Hopkins is out.
22 left.
Hopkins got in 10s versus queens, so this is very good news for everyone remaining because Mueller is most likely to be out soon, given he has less than 1 big blind. And we could be on Stone Cold Bubble very shortly. And this is
Mueller. Mueller.
what is these noises coming out of your mouth?
It's a Ferris Bueller. It's one of the most famous early memes from movies, man. Modern movies. Come on, where the teacher is calling for Ferris Bueller to be like attendance at school, but it's his day off because he's taking his day off. Ferris Bueller's day off. Can I get some people that know movie references here?
No, I know
this is why I want. Can I have one shift with Ali that he'll know my movie references? Guy doesn't know Ferris Bueller.
I know Ferris Bueller. I don't know this
Come
scene.
on.
And it's definitely not Ferris Mueller. All right, so decides that 9-7 of clubs is no good. Gonna wait it out a little bit. Opportunity for Enrico to come along with ace-3 suited.
Thank you, Brent, on YouTube. Come on, guys, that's a good reference.
Greenwood King-9 suited. I'm gonna assume he just stays away now because we're gonna be on a Stone Cold bubble very soon.
Yeah, and knowing Enrico, that ace-3 of spades might have gone in his eye if he went for the 3-bet.
Yeah.
So you got to be careful with these phenoms.
Dan Smith, 10-4 hearts. Let's see if he's got any interest. Yeah, he's folding this hand. You know, like he understands the situation.
Violent. So they are catching hands. We are catching hands, right?
Nobody said anything, so we do not know.
Hmm?
Nobody said anything, so we don't know.
You trying to catch hands, Enrico?
We will be announced.
You trying to catch these hands?
We'll probably still behind the other tables, right? So like,
we are way behind.
I think, or maybe not way behind, but I think we're at
they're
least.
not playing in the other table.
Yeah, so we're at least a couple hands behind.
Yeah, so this table is likely behind on hands, just given all the tanking. Muller's got 10-6 offsuit.
5 seconds.
I assume he's going to pass this spot, and he will be the under the gun next hand. He's running out of time.
Wang now with the significant chip lead, which we haven't really highlighted since that hand. I mean, he has 3.5 million, good for 116 big blinds. Going to get through Dan Smith. Small, Orpin, not a lot of reason to play the King-8 offsuit at the bubble here. He knows it. He does reach for his chips for a second, but you can't risk, being up against a better King-high, something of that nature, and getting coolered, or even just trying to call down with second pair on a 10-8 brick board. You just got to fold. Play by the rules.
You don't want to blind down quicker and join those at the bottom as well. Chidwick is super short after playing that ace-queen against 2 aces of divorce. He's only sitting on 8 big blinds. He got ace-jack. He can't really wait around anymore. Definitely because he's going to eat the blinds next hand. There's the chips.
What?
Oh, Danny's gonna.
Ooh, first one is the best one.
See the ace king.
He only sees one so far.
Yeah, call.
Call, table 1.
Not what Chidwick wants to see, of course.
But doesn't even really flinch. This is not his first rodeo.
No. Yeah.
Because it didn't pair up.
Could be our 22nd place finisher.
Not suited as well.
It really seemed like I was disappointed.
He did look pretty disappointed. He's like,
didn't pair.
I guess I got.
No, I was not disappointed. Like, don't listen to them.
I thought you
was
peeled like a nine. I thought you
was
peeled a 9 or something.
excited.
Like that's what
Maybe
I.
she has a
Don't
bad
listen to
feeling
them.
about
Yeah,
this.
like if I
I
had to
was
bet on the second
extremely
card, I would have been
excited,
like
okay?
9.
It was like 9. I mean,
9 deuce deuce.
9.
A little life
As long
for
as
a
I don't,
chop
mind, I don't mind chopping with you, Steve.
with another
Yeah,
9.
but if I had to
Like
guess one
never
card, I would have
three
guessed
plus.
like a 9.
Yeah.
Where it's just
Thank
like,
you.
yes.
Huh?
Oh, don't think we're chopping this one.
Nope.
Bye-bye,
Steven
Stevie.
Chidwick will be our 22nd place finisher. Good for a payday of $0, unfortunately for him.
All right.
But he's cashed
You
more
know what
than
to do, right?
anyone on Triton,
She has
except
more. I don't think
that
so.
of Jason Kuhn.
Feather falls.
That's going to be painful.
Yeah,
Even
he
for
doesn't
him.
love it. I mean, look, he wants to win. He's a competitor. So we head over. We see Mueller is finally all in for his last 24,000. Is dominated by Enrico, who is getting 4-bet from Orpin. This is actually great that he cleared him out. Only going to have 2 kings live with the folded king jack, but at least he's not up against king jack. Spades are live. Not much else to write home about. 27% though.
And it was fine for Orpin to get the chips in there because Mueller is the coverage stack, and if Mueller busts and if Orpin busts, it's okay because he has more chips if somehow Enrico
Yeah,
woke up with a hand.
and this is our bubble hand, right? I mean, there's 21 left, 20 pay.
Exactly.
下把牌哦，同时淘汰他也是。
So Mueller
Should be
needs
125,
a
yeah.
king, or he's going to go home with nothing.
What's the tip per move?
Well, he's going to go home with a good story about how he 5-bet all in 60 big blinds with ace
Exactly, say
5.
that's
And
a good story, but his ace story, here comes the flop, and that's pretty much it for Mueller. Drawing dead immediately.
And yesterday was a good day for coin poker with the big win for Mario Mosbach, but Mueller not going to be happy with that result. But that's the name of the game, baby. He made a very brave move. No one will ever accuse him of not being prepared to go for it. And he stone bubbles.
I get it, but I never used it.
That is the worst feeling in the world.
You can't hear what he's saying, but feels like, well, I went for it. I put all the chips in, and I was hoping to... He was 4-bet folding ace queen or calling with kings, and he had the aces. And now I would like ice cream, 2 scoops.
Going to need more than 2 scoops for that one.
Might need more. Yeah, I saw Pascal after having busted 2 bullets earlier today in this, and he was having 2 scoops of ice cream. If you bubble because you 5-bet all in with ace 5 suited and aces,
Playing one more bubble?
you might need
Yes.
4 or 5. As
They-
Orpin
and
now
they don't
20
know
big
how
blinds
to
with a big
play
smile,
that
knowing he's in the money.
It might be the
没有，
case.
他说没有，我们还要打到打到一手。
That's like bizarre, right?
Wow. So, we are in the money. $249,000 guaranteed for everyone else. Mueller, just shy of that, outside of that. That's
Yeah.
gonna sting, man.
That's, yeah, listen, we've dwelled on it a lot, and the biggest takeaway for me is just Mueller's a hero. And sometimes heroes fall.
Sometimes they do.
119 big blinds for Wang Yi over on the blue table in the chip lead. Daniel Dvoris, a very healthy 96 big blinds. Federer Holtz, 85, doing great. Ponikov's also doing well on that red table. And the rest, they're in that middling zone. You can see Phil Ivey and Patrick Antonius have blinded down a little bit, having to respect the bubble. Now that they're in the money, they're going to be very prepared to get all in, and I'm sure we will be able to watch those all-ins on these future tables. 15,000, 30,000 with that 30,000 ante are the blinds. And again, everyone guaranteed $249,000. I mean, usually, at least in the early events here at Triton, you're going to have to get on the final table to get an amount like that. Here, it's just the least we can do is give you $250,000. All the way up to that first place prize of 4.6 milli. Not bad.
Shaping up to be a big one.
Yeah.
And obviously, a lot of fan favorite players still in the mix. Phil Ivey, Antonius, Federer, Holtz. Your favorite Ding Biao still in there, so t-shirts. You better start making
Yeah,
them soon if
I
you
mean,
want to get some sales
you
in.
know what? Really lost in the shuffle of that hand. It sort of took center stage, the fact that the ace-5 went in, but Ting Gao folding those queens. Me making the vow I would have a T-shirt made of his face. So much to consider as we get back to the action.
But if it busts.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Yeah. Yes.
we good to
that's what
punt?
we were-
Stop
Good to go. Green light.
We're good to punt.
Green light.
Green light. Green light.
Green light
No
to
pressure
punt,
anymore,
says
No
Kiat
pressure
Lee.
anymore.
That's pretty funny.
ITM 了，ITM 了，金钱了，金钱。
啊，叫我紧一点是吧？
不要搞了。
OK，I tight。
Yeah, you're gonna play tight, Wong? I don't think
Tight,
so.
Yeah.
So in case you didn't catch that, so basically this table is one hand behind for hand play and they're playing, but even if someone busts here, they don't have to chop the money with Muller who busted because it's one hand after. If they had busted on the same hand, then they would chop the...
So that's why they were looking for clarification, yeah.
I mean, obviously, Muller doesn't cash, but you get what I'm saying.
King 8 of clubs.
Maybe less.
Going to complete.
这个牌主要是你刚好碰到一个他一直在抢，我不知道前面什么牌，反正你碰到了一个特别激进的嘛。
Okay, so Kiat's got King 8 of clubs. He's gonna punt here or what?
I mean, it's not the worst candidate to continue in this spot. I think we are dealing with under the gun, so it's going to be a little murkier. It's going to really depend, I think, on Kamoski's size here. If he makes it sort of big, maybe Kiat just makes it tight fold. If he makes it small, maybe Kiat continues in the form of a call or a check raise.
You said 155. That's
Yeah,
in
he
the
goes
pot.
big.
He's
Yeah,
so fun to
that's
watch.
just so strong.
Like
Yeah.
he doesn't go standard.
No.
Kind of straightforward poker, does he?
No, not making some little C bet so you can decide to check raise your backdoor flush draw and your live king. No.
Okay.
We're ending this thing right now.
There's no dinner break though. I mean, I don't want.
I think the 6 is kind of nice to have too because it blocks some
I feel
straight
like
draws.
this will
Yes.
Just
last like 3 hours or whatever has been like
我他妈的跟他拼了！
breaks every 10 minutes for the last hour. Like, just run it.
AK 是有概率的，但我这牌 AK 它出来我要盖了嘛，对吧？如果我是 AK， 要盖吗？打了40万进去，他真的推出来的话，
我也不知道。
你 AK 你推了吧，应该直接4比all in。
有可能。
I fold. There's something on this card. I think it's just dust, but I don't want to be the
有个
guy.
人要搞我啊！
Is that ace? King?
对，我应该直接推，我直接推你 call 不 call？ 应该也 call 了吧？
It was the 2 of hearts.
最好情况是
But I think it's just like a little dirt on it.
Two hearts? Probably someone marked
那
it.
你勾勾这个时候咋办？你要是
Good card to mark.
Yeah.
Right?
勾勾
But yeah,
fold
I don't ever want to be the guy like
Yeah,
Dick and.
You can do that and then raise.
勾勾应该也是4比一下，4比 fold 了应该。
That's the play. I think this card is marked.
Go 4B4。
4比了就不会呀。
Over to the outer table. That will be the next blue table. I'm seeing a lot of requests for more red table right now. Well,
I like blue table here.
yeah,
for
blue
next
blue
feature.
tables in general are more featured than reds.
I like seeing Isaac Haxton, Tolerine, Tan Schwen, Foxen, Tolerine announced all in. Chips are in there. Tolerine opened to 65K. Foxen 3-bet to 175,000. Minko cold 4-bet to 790,000, and Tolerine still win all in. Now actions on Foxen if he wants to be overcalling it. He was the original 3-better, but there was a cold 4-bet. Seems like Foxen's in a very tricky spot. Maybe he's got like jacks? Something like this? Because it's always obviously very scary for Ben Tolerane to still commit chips when there was a 4-bet in front of him.
No. You're not online.
All right. Let us see it. Minko. Got ace queen or ace king.
And do we see the other hand?
Tolerane's nodding.
That looks
He's
like a
happy.
double.
He's going to resume dinner. That hand was Tolerane had ace king. Minko had cold 4-bet ace queen off suit.
Oh boy, speaking of ace king.
Aces and oh. Orpin.
Someone
GG.
start the car, warm up the car for Orpin. Incredible cooler here. With 20 players left. Not much you can do, pal.
没有。
哦，不要说这么早。
Please, it was not 3 hands ago.
比 KK 舒服。
I know I'm walking into it, but I'm not.
Back?
你差不多全部太边都被没收了。
Orpin in a little bit of disbelief, and I don't blame him. There's a club at least, and a king. Club no longer relevant, with only one out there, but a king could be possible.
Possible.
Oh, just like I said.
That's right.
Great
it
minds.
is possible.
Our powers combined.
还好进圈。
No, Orpin going to be our 20th place finisher.
不是他泡沫。
The very, very well liked, quote unquote, VIP, but plays like a pro for all I can
GG.
count for.
Plays amazing. Does cash for $249,000. At least that happened on the right side of the bubble.
I was button last time.
Hand button. Yeah.
本来很有信心的，你说了那句后，看到那个 K 有点慌。他妈的，
挺怕的。
对啊，本来没有，本来很有信。
胜率是比番茄高了。
对，本来是很有信心的，他无端端说那句，这个爽的。
只有6%点多的吧？杂花是不是？
搞得有点慌。
Then we go back there, right? I will ask to.
I guess we just get a walk. 7 deuce versus the 9-6 off.
Okay.
It's a nice result. Chip leader continues to grow. And that is going to be the last hand before our break. Players. Or is it? Oh my god.
Foxen standing? No, he doesn't have a hand. It's Tan Xuan who has cards in front of him.
Yeah, and against Ben Tolerine.
Ben Tolerane raises 65,000. Tan Xuan 3-bet to 200,000. Tolerane called.
Yeah, and these are serious stacks, by the way. Both of these players, I mean, Tolerine playing about 60 big blinds. I mean, they both have around 2 million.
Board is 7-3 deuce rainbow. Tolerine checked. Tan Xuan with a C-bet of 150,000. Similar stacks, like you mentioned. All right, so Tolerane makes the call on 7-3 deuce rainbow. 3-bet pot. That's a 5 of hearts. action on Tolerine. Now, if either player did have that ace-x, they do pick up a wheel draw on 7-3 deuce 5, and then Tolerine check called the 150 on the flop, and now he's leading. How much is that? 2 something?
Yeah, pretty tricky. I mean, can you really play overpairs as a raise in this spot if you have the top of your range in Tan Xuan? This is going to freeze up a lot of hands. Certainly ones that, you know, something like your bluff portion. So you do have ace queen here. Maybe your intention would have been to sometimes blast the turn. Now you're facing a lead. Do you just fold? Do you raise? If overpairs wouldn't raise, how can you raise? Tricky stuff here.
Yeah, 180K winning on the turn. Card's a 9. Kind of blanky. I don't really feel like Tolerine is that nutted the way the hand's playing out, you know? Like, jacks at best. Maybe somehow he hit 9s. Whereas Tan Xuan, of course, can have all the big pairs. So another small bet. Blocky. It's 175K into about 1.1 million or so.
What a hand to finish this level. 2 top 5 stacks tangling in a 3-bet pot worth 1.3 million.
Yeah, if Tan has an overpair, I imagine he probably goes for a raise. Just given the line Tolerine's taking, it's check call 150, lead 180, lead 175.
Yeah, it's annoying that Tolerine has been sort of setting the price for you.
Right, he calls. What does Tolerine got? Saw a number, and Tolerine is going to get paid.
I saw like an 8 or a 9 or something.
Yeah, it kind of looked like 8s or 9s. What is it? Is that 6s?
6s.
Wow. So he led the turn of 6s with the gut shot and got value.
So sick.
I presume by like ace 5, maybe ace king high, something like this.
Yeah, maybe an ace 3. Incredible. And there are what the counts are left. Wang Yi with the blinds going up now, down to 88 big blinds, but that's still good for the chip lead. Very, very, very healthy. Devoris leading the red table with 74. All the way down to our short stack legends, our goats. Antonius, 12 big blinds. Ivy with 9. Lucas Greenwood getting a little shorter now, but I think is happy about getting in the money, getting another cash here in Triton, let alone a 6-figure 150K buy-in. Playing for a lot of money here, Randy. $4.5 million up top to our eventual winner, and we're getting down to it now with these final, 2.5 tables, I guess it is.
Yeah, 19 players remaining. Like you mentioned, we want to play for the big 4.6 on
Yeah.
top. They're on the right side of the bubble. That one busted kind of quickly when it got down to the bottom end of it. But Wang Ya is the current chip leader with 3.5 million chips.
Yeah, and a lot to unpack from that level. We really got into the weeds with it. We talked a lot as it was happening, a lot of downtime in between hands at the bubble too, where we would really dissect, obviously, the huge hand between Mueller and Wang and Ding Biao, the 3-way clash, the incredible fold, the big 5-bet all-in with the ace-5 suited. I mean, this is super high-stakes stuff. We are going to take a little bit of a break for 10 minutes, but when you get back, Randy won't be here, but Kevin will be coming in, and we'll keep on watching this incredible event.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Really it's very rare for you to see any kind of drinking culture, end of the night, a glass of wine, nothing?
Super rare. One of my students had a scotch the other night, and I took it from him. He said, there's 40 minutes left in the night. I said, great, you're going to look forward to this in 40 minutes.
Yeah. You're just like hiding it in the venue somewhere so he doesn't find it. Brian Kim going to put in his last 5.5 blinds. Not going to get through Hajayev's pocket fives. Going to be a fair fight. He just loves the suited kings, man.
Yep,
I'm telling
he
you.
does. I mean, it was spades too, wasn't it? Was it king 6 of spades?
It might have been. Of course, we're referencing his very brave all-in play at the World Series of Poker main event final table. Not a lot of players going to be prepared to make a badass move like that. Did not work out for him that time, but let's see if he can stay in this event here. Pretty good flop, all things considered.
10 of spades. Deuce of spades would be fine. Okay, fine.
More opportunities.
Yeah, and also a chance for a chop. I mean, the 10 does give him the prepay. Does give him a Broadway draw, but that 10 would chop things up.
Good game.
And is going to break. And Brian Kim is going to find his way to the non-payout desk.
you were just hoping for misdeal. It's not greedy.
Did you run any ragers when you final table the main?
Did I what? Sorry?
Did you run any ragers?
What, like parties after and stuff?
No.
Why is that?
You want to make things difficult for Dominikas, who's really lacking the nut hands. So a small bet just puts him in a box with his queen. So, you know, Minko can kind of cage Leon's mid-pocket pairs, some of his, let's say, Jack-9 suiteds and whatnot, by, you know, if Minko has his own pocket threes. And then, of course, a hand like he's holding wants to get money in, and he has stronger than that as well.
Okay.
Seems like a good spot to play no raises for your whole range as Leon.
That's a full house for Minko.
Yeah.
That's a dangerous card for Leon because it's not like Minko's betting his whole range, and king is not the intuitive card you expect Vladimir to be betting the flop with. Sure, it could be king queen, it could be ace king, which we block. That's a scary card.
Well, let's check out the blue table, because we do have Seth Davies all in against Dan Smith's 2 kings.
Yeah, clash of the Americans here. This ain't the Poker Olympics. They will fight each other. Backdoor Hope. 8-9. But Davies in trouble. Ooh.
Okay, there's that hope.
Perked up a little.
Not there.
And down.
All right, can we get back to the other hand? I really want to see how that one's developing.
Yeah.
Please?
Yeah, that king, queen, ace,
All right.
jack's dangerous.
Ooh, and 150.
150 was into what? The pot's now 550, so 250?
Yes, that should be right.
Oh, shit.
So he's got the 3 pair going on.
Yeah, I mean, so Vladimir has some 10x bet.
Can it be a decent amount of king, queen, and Leon's range here? So
sure.
Obviously, that's not what Vladimir is thinking, but Leon must see that if this is, faced with a big bet here, it's going to be pretty strong. I mean, Leon can even have, of course, king jack as well. So is Vladimir going to be indiscriminately bluffing at this spot? I mean, it's hard to say. Probably leaning value.
It seems like the clear target for Minko is 10x, right? Like ace 10 or like some queen 10 of clubs. He's just going for all of it.
Yeah.
So he's just praying Leon's got a 10 that doesn't believe.
Wow, that is sloppy.
He got there.
I'm not nervous. You're nervous.
Well, at least Leon doesn't have to consider turning his
I
hand
did
into a
not
bluff.
like that suspicion from Leon Sturm's face. I mean, this must feel like a fold most of the time, but I don't know. There was something in his demeanor, the way he lifted those glasses.
Oh, what does he beat? Just some kind of club draw going ham?
Jack 10, Jack 9. In that case, we don't like having the jack. Which other bluffs? Just some low clubs.
I mean, does he ever have queen 8 of clubs that 2 barrels to try to get out an ace by the river? Probably
No,
not,
I think
right?
the bluffs don't really involve much blocker. It's just a product of the fact that Leon has a wide button call. On the one hand, you say, what do you beat? And they are creative bluffs that a lot of people aren't going to have. But on the other hand, we don't have much ace-king. We do have king-queen. We do have king-jack. Yeah, it's a tough spot.
Deep in the tank. Can he be concerned of a 10? Or the 10 not?
I don't think a 10 is going to shove.
Yeah, especially to overbet, right?
This is polarized.
Yeah.
Wow.
Does make the call. And
Wow.
we'll be shown the bad news.
Massive pot for Minko. The overbet. Did he just say thanks to your mom?
I think he said greetings to your mom.
Oh, okay.
Probably not a Stifler joke.
Yeah. It's not going to go down smoothly.
Yeah, that is a big ol' expensive sip of orange juice for Leon Sturm. One of the great young talents in the game, and just sometimes you step in it.
So he must have called because he blocks a lot of full houses that can go for value. Is that the logic? Or am I just far off?
Yeah, I mean, I think blocking king jack, It's been a tough run for GTO Lab since I got in here. We got Brian Kim went down, Leon went down.
You're the cooler.
Dan
man.
just
you are
lost
the
a big
cooler.
chunk of a stack.
Shit.
Really doing a great way of advertising.
Yeah.
The viewers here.
Jam your suited kings, hero call the ace jack, and lose the fake flip.
Come on, Daniel, hold the fort down for GTO Lab.
Seriously.
So I mentioned the Federholz was the chip leader of the event. Just looking back here, won a massive pot against Yi Wang with 7-10 on 8-8-9. Wang had ace-8 for trip eights. Turn was a 6, making a straight, and that created a very, very, very big pot. As we get over here, and João Vieira in a little trouble. Fair bit of min folds even on this stack size from Michailidis. So you just gotta have to shove and hope you don't run into something better, and has suited properties for NASA. Might create more opportunities down the streets, but he's in trouble here. 66 to 28%. It's a good start. Decent.
Yeah, pretty good.
Looks amazing to me.
Is someone going to say 10 hearts? Come on.
Just the queen.
Need to do all the tricks now.
But you have,
Dominicus
you
is
have to be
breaking it
already
out.
leaving, man. Like, I have. Do you know how this trick works? You should be already like by the toilet at this point.
Didn't work. All right.
Unlucky
Nope.
for Dominicus.
320 maybe.
Played spike ball with him the other day. His serve was on. He was killing it.
Spike ball? Is that what you
Spike ball.
said?
You know what spike ball is, right?
No. It's
Griffin
the ball
played with
was
us in Monson.
You know, I've never been able to figure out these iPads, Randy. I just started fumbling with it here.
Never
I
figured
had
out
it
our
up.
names either,
It's a
have
nice
you,
little
Griffin?
ad. There's Triton Poker. But I'm going to give up on that. Oh, wait. Okay, maybe. Now touch. Oh, now I had to put in the code. Give me a second, guys. 1 sec here. Welcome back to Triton. I'm Griffin Benger. We're joined by Kevin Rabichow now. We are the final 19 players here in this super high roller 150K buy-in. Everybody guaranteed $249,000, all vying for that near $5.5 million first place prize. I mean, obviously our biggest prize so far here of the series. We're really getting into the big boy stuff. And a lot of heavy hitters still in there. Some of the best players, most famous players in the world at the bottom of our leaderboard. Guys like Patrick Antonius and Phil Ivey all the way up to the top. Wang Yi obviously in the lead. We had some pretty crazy hands over the course of that bubble play. You know, highlighted hugely, of course, by that three-way hand between Ding Biao, Wang Yi, and Sebastian Mueller, who had, I don't know if you maybe the punt of the series, but also, I mean, like, kudos to him to have that gear and to be able to pull that trigger. A lot of people very, very excited to, you know, dissect that hand in the chat, and I'm sure a lot of the players talking about it in the field and everywhere here in Triton.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those hands where we've talked about some players are just willing to pull the trigger, and sometimes they look like a genius, and sometimes they make the punt of the series. I mean, why not choose the biggest tournament, 3 off the money, you know, for the most money that we've played for all week? That just seems like the spot, right?
Yeah, and for me, I mean, as that hand was happening, I thought the biggest takeaway was going to be that incredible fold by Ding Biao, folding pocket queens in the spot, but instead, Mueller's like, no, I want the spotlight. And yeah, that's going to be a hand I think we're going to be talking about for the rest of the series. But let's focus on what's left. A lot of heavy hitters in there. Alexander Fox and Dan Smith, Isaac Hacks and Danny Tang. I mean, just a who's who of the very, very top players in Triton. We are here at the Landing Casino in Jeju, Korea. As you can see, Lucas Greenwood there, Enrico. And there are 3 tables highlighted in the middle by our blue table, which will be our main feature table. Benjamin Tollerine playing that brilliant hand with the pocket sixes, taking a good deal of chips from Tan Xuan, who's now down to 35 big blinds. We look at the red table. Devoris been crushing all day. Vader Holtz had the chip lead for much of the day. Now, of course, not so much with some of those big hands that have gone down, but very healthy at 62 big blinds. Always a threat, one of the greatest players in the world. And again, those short stacks. Antonius, Ivy, Danny Tang in that sub 20 big blind range as well. So We're going to see a lot of action over the course of the next level or two and see how things change.
Fold. 5 seconds. Fold.
410.
5 seconds.
Huge hand blind versus blind for João Vieira. No reason to get tricky with the offsuit ace. He just jams his 8 big blinds. There is Alex Foxen. Thought he already checked his cards one at a time, but just wants to make sure he has ace-4 suited.
The Jack Reacher of Triton, we've decided.
Jack Reacher, did you say?
Yeah, you don't know what that is, do you?
Just repeating the words that I heard from your mouth. They mean nothing to me.
Jack Reacher is a famous book character that has recently become a TV character in the very popular Amazon television series Reacher, played by Alan Richardson. Richardson, I think. We got plenty of nerds in the chat down with Reacher.
They'll back you up. Ten Shuang going to come along, +1, effectively the low jack with 7 players at this table.
5 seconds.
A little bit loose from Minko, getting after what he thinks are maybe 2 slightly wider than normal under the gun and +1 ranges. But there must be something more pressing happening at this outer table.
Looks like Lucas Greenwood is at risk. And looks like he likes the result because he's not moving. Looks to be pocket 9s, if my eyes do not deceive me. And unclear what the holding of our chip leader was. As we get back to this 4-way pot. Wow.
Ace-8 suited there. For those curious, 13 big blind all in pre-flop, 9s versus ace-8 suited. So while the ace-4 suited looks like the right kind of combo to 4-bet bluff with, Foxen has to think through the pricing right now. Once Tan entered the pot,
5 seconds.
Minko goes up to 280, only 880 in total available to him to bet. The pot odds might just not work out where he gets all that many folds. So he does pass. And I think we can stick around here with the 5s. We've still got 30 big blinds behind. Price is pretty good once Foxen gets out of the way.
Yeah, the sizing pre wasn't too outrageous, from 80 to 280. I think this is pretty reasonable. If you are going to call +1 with the 5s, I think this defense is okay.
Jack-8 deuce, not mandatory for Minko to bet here, although when he's this low in his range, he's probably going to want to take a shot at this pot. Hope to clear out like a suited ace. Or maybe get a good turn card to keep bluffing against a hand like 5s, but you know, this feels like a pretty good flop for the 2 5s. Probably want to stick around here. We are in the money now. A lot of reason to fight for every pot, go for every chip. Not a lot of pay jumps coming until that final table. Ooh.
Bingo, bango, bongo.
Didn't mention that reason to peel the 5s, which is making an unbeatable hand on the turn.
Yeah, and Vladimir, you know, if this turn was a 6 and then he put in a bet near $500,000, you'd think, wow, what a great 2-barrel representing that top of your range, the kings, the queens, the aces,
yeah.
Putting pressure on hands like 7s and even 9s. But when it's the 5, sometimes your opponent has a set. And look, there's 1.1 million out there. They both have under pot left.
Yeah, Minko's definitely thinking about bluffing this one. Only reason he might not like using this hand, he has no diamonds in his hand, so he doesn't block some of the flush draws that we might see. And he has the club and the heart, so he removes some of the weaker hands that Tan Xuan might have peeled. So a player, I know Minko's very well studied, very particular, but also very aggressive.
Now let's talk about the few bluffs Tan might have in this spot. Certainly 9-10 suited. If he's prepared to call 5s pre-flop and then call the 3-bet, maybe we would see 9-10 be possible. You are blocking Queen-10 suited for the other more, you know, obvious hand potential bluff here.
Yep.
5 seconds.
So I really don't know how we can ever think that 10 is going to be bluffing here.
Yeah, it's hard. If we're playing the hand as Minko with King-Queen, it's just pretty difficult to find the hands that have missed, that we don't interact with. I think only path to more chips going in this pot is if 10 sets a trap, but it looks like he's sizing up a bet.
5 seconds. Bet.
Yeah, 10 is just going to have a great deal of jacks here, whether it's, you know,
700,000.
Ace-Jack, King-Jack suited, Queen-Jack suited. I guess do technically block some with the King-Queen, but Jack-10 suited certainly possible. I think Vladimir should be glad that he didn't find the trigger pull on that turn when he eventually sees this hand or hears about what Tan Xuan had.
Five seconds.
Oh.
I guess 9-7 suited may be a consideration, but is this really going to be played as a call pre-flop?
Everyone sounds like huge patients. It'll be a regular one.
Good try, though.
Sure?
Nope.
You bluff me? I also. My hand is so bad. I can't call you, I'm sorry.
You have queen, you river queen.
River queen? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
good. It's good.
Okay. Got someone asking on YouTube if Phil Ivey is still live. Yeah, he is. 10 big blinds. 17th of 19th. There are 3 players with 10 bigs between Ivey, João Vieira, and Jayev, who just made that big fold with the pocket 9s after all that aggressive action between Vladimir and his opponents.
Been raised to the 80,000. Raised to 80,000. 85.
Interesting spot for Ike here. Relatively early position.
5 seconds.
Going for a jam might feel like the best option for this hand class, but 18 blinds in the hijack with 4 more players that we don't know about. Minko covers us. Do we ever flat? Potentially. Keep in some of these weaker hands.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky, isn't it? Fold seems way too tight. Jam seems risky. Call seems murky, and look at that.
Oh, just
yeah,
a fold.
Does the tight option. It's just didn't love what was going on. So much to lose if, you know, that goes wrong. A live King 8 offsuit for Foxen with the same stack that Ike had. Pretty cuspy. King 10 feels like a pretty comfortable peel. King 9 probably right in the middle, and then King 8's getting a bit weird. You know what? Let's play it as a big card blocker, big blind 3-bet. Really puts something like Ace 7 suited in the coffin. We, of course, can see that if Vladimir did find a shove here, would be getting it through. Not the worst candidate to do it with. I mean...
Yeah, these suited aces are exactly the candidate that we're so accustomed to seeing players think about.
Nice hand from Foxen.
Minko gives that one credit, though. Definitely a nice find, using those hands that are near the bottom of your calling range. Got a decent blocker. And by the way, that low risk premium we're dealing with right now, 19 left, a lot of runway to the final table, very small pay jumps ahead. That is a strong argument for getting rid of some of that ICM focused pre-flop play that we maybe saw leading Sam Mueller to his demise with the ace-5 suited. You know, very, very high risk premium in that spot. Suited ace, very valuable. Not so much here.
5 seconds. Raise 80,000.
Has Minko missed a hand yet since we've been back?
Fold.
I think he's been in all of them.
He's been very active.
That's got to be on João Vieira's mind as he gets dealt this really fringy feeling king-queen for 10 blinds.
Yeah, it feels like Vladimir may be pushing his luck a little bit with this 7-handed open for Queen 9 suited. Certainly one that, you know, we can consider opening, but considering how active he's been and you're up against some of the best players in the world, you know, they're going to start pouncing on you. And this is going to be 3 in a row that Vladimir's going to lose.
How much? 35. 40. 400. 395,000 in total. Oh.
10 blinds, just a bit too much there for the Queen 9 suited.
Yeah, nice find for Vieira.
Don't expect to get a lot through off those stacks, but more and more you are seeing that in the game these days.
Fold. Fold.
10s now and just 9 big blinds.
Raise.
Doesn't look like Ramin wants to induce. Puts in all of it minus 1 chip.
To 345,000. Fold, fold, fold. This one and one more. Fold. Fold. Fold.
I appreciating the button fold from Tan Xuan, a little nodding smile between the two of them. And another one. Look, gets the walk. Queen deuce of spades, he'll take it. Finally, some respect for one of the old dogs. All these kids today raising my big blind.
Is that where Ike's at in his career?
I kind of. I don't know. What do you think of that bit? I mean, I feel like
he's
just been such a legend for so long that. I mean, he can't be any much older than any of the people around him, but it's just like it's like a kind of grandfathered in, you know, like a Hall of Fame. Just one of the greatest around.
5 seconds.
Looks like a close one there. Yeah. Hajiev finds the open fold with pocket sixes. Maybe just a few big blinds less, and he would have been okay with the open jam.
5 seconds. Raise 80,000.
And Minko thinking about playing another fringy one. If he could see the 10-9 offsuit, the Tan Xuan just opened, he would definitely do something here. Oh, and he's going for a big raise. I mean, this is
575,000.
a couple of short stacks behind, I guess, maybe influencing.
Yeah, I think that Javier is going to be keenly aware of how he might need to adjust his range by a few notches than maybe he would normally consider. I think Ace-Jack would be close in this spot, but I think oftentimes a fold, sort of when we're dealing with hijack cutoff ranges and, you know, effective 18 big blinds. But with these two players...
Yeah, and he's only on 12.5.
Yeah, I would love to see him go for it here. I mean, look at what Tan's opening. If he reckons that they both understand that Tan Xuan's capable of raising a hand such as this, then this can be ace-7 suited. This can be king-jack, hands you dominate. In this case, king-10 would be live, but ace-jack would be well ahead and a 10 folded. I would love if Naza could find this in.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's putting in ace-queen all the time, or most of the time in normal scenario, for certainly ace-jack increases in value. Come on, Zhao. Oh, Zhao, no. Zhao. Can he not hear me?
All in.
He goes for it. He heard me from the ether.
He's got more, less.
Yeah, I got him, sorry.
Trevor. Owen and Cole, table 3.
Yeah, and did you see the expression? He's like, "Wow, I was
Yeah.
righter than I thought." I mean, I didn't think he'd have maybe that light.
Yeah, he
Maybe
knows this
something
was
like ace-10, but
he knows this was a little out there. I mean, even king-jack or king-queen, I'm recognizing from the graphic that Zhao only had 12 blinds there. Ike had 17, though. It's a little spicy, the king-10 off.
oh yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of a lot of chips.
And just needs to dodge 2 of the remaining 10s, 3 kings, and a 7 for a chop. Can Naza be rewarded for the brilliant call? Should be very, very proud.
535. I get you.
Since the break, Minko just can't have something go his way. Maybe over-adjusting to his position on Tan Xuan there. Going a little too hard after some ideas and left with just 175,000.
Yeah, and the Portuguese paladin, Xaviera. Nice double up. Really going to put him into contention here. That's going to jump him all the way to 9th in chips. that's going to make Minko our severe short
If
stack.
you're old, of course.
At 4 big blinds. Phil Ivey's still at 9, really been floating around that short stack. I can report, and I'm sure will make many people happy, that Patrick Antonius has doubled 20 big blinds. He's in 14th place.
Raise 80,000. Fold.
And we see Ike now with the same hand that just led to Minko's
5 seconds. Fold, fold.
downward spiral to continue. Does play it differently. He's on 17 blinds. But as we can see, Tenchuan hasn't slowed down. The effective chip leader in this pot.
And an interesting spot for Jayev. I mean,
Yeah, I
you know
like
what?
this find. He should expect some folds in the weaker hands and tens range, and
it happens to get, you know, one of the few hands that would probably fold that he's actually dominated by, an ace 6 off. Have to imagine Tenchuan is going to call, you know.
it's an ugly one with the ace 6. I mean, you know, we saw Queen 9 suited fold for 10 blinds. That was an early position battle. UTG versus hijack.
5 seconds.
There's a loose hijack open facing the last player, the big blind.
Hey, he calls. He's like,
Yeah,
you know
he
what?
just
Show me
flicks it
Queen
in.
Jack, and he doesn't. He shows him ace 5, and Jayev's going to be a little disappointed to see.
Chop chop maybe.
Does know that sometimes there will be a chop. About 36% of the time there will be a chop in this pot.
No chop.
No chop.
No chop and a 5 hits, but a gutter
No
ball
mini chop.
for 10. Can he pop off a 4?
Oh, good card.
Spade working for
Jack of spades.
Jayev. He's loving things here. The 4 comes on the river. The red 4. Just a sick, sick game.
You have all that hope.
Was fun.
Yeah. and
Nice hand.
Jayev's going to be our 19th place finisher. Beats Minko to the payout desk.
I just started the tournament. Almost. Not that bad, huh? Not bad. I would start the tournament at this point anytime. Yeah, I maxed today.
Gents, when you have an idiot, good luck.
Thank you.
Is there any way to see what's going on the other table?
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
The app. Oh, so like if the so I can actually see a hand that's going on right now.
Well, after.
No, you can see hands as soon as they're over. You can't see hands that are in.
Yeah, that's okay.
Griffin, do you mean to tell me we've got an app where you can follow the action
Didn't interest me too much, to be honest.
of the other tables?
No, I
Do you
mean
know what these
obviously
players
I
are
know you
referring
can
to
see
right
hands
now?
After, but like
You know what?
during the hand.
I gotta say,
No, you
Kevin,
can't
usually
see
I don't have the answers. In this case, I know exactly what you're looking for. And it's called the Triton Poker app. You get this thing, you won't even believe it, guys. You can see all the tables, you can see all the players, you can see the leaderboard, all their chips, you can see what they're playing for, you can see past results, you can see videos, you can even get the stream up in the app. But one of the features that makes it especially exciting is you can just click on a player profile. Not only you can see all the scores they've ever had with Triton, how many titles they have, but you can see basically all the hands that they played to get up to this stage. We have, you know, second dealers behind the action recording every move, and then they put it into the app. So you can, you know, I'll give you an example right now. Let's see what's going on with Alexander Foxton. I'll click on his profile right here on the app. and I'll see that, you know, this graph basically, and you'll see these little bumps and bruises. You can see, I'll be like, okay, he went from 750K over here earlier to 1.1 million. How do you do that? And he's, well, he had made a full house with ace-jack suited and knocked out James Hopkins. As an example. Actually didn't knock out James Hopkins.
I'm glad you knew.
He was left with 330, but that was a very improvised bit. So I think overall, I did all right.
Watching right now, Minko has committed just 100 of his 175,000 total stack, giving Tollerine a good price to defend in the big blind, and he doesn't put him in, he just calls. He's got 8 high, he wants to see what develops here. He's going to like that flop, and don't know that there's many hands Minko can fold if he were to decide to lead here. Does he want to just put his stack in, or does he want to check and give Minko a chance? No, he just puts his stack in.
Finish him.
Maybe a pay jump to consider.
Yeah, I believe 2 eliminations from now. The jump will be from 249. Actually, it's 1 elimination.
I can't use
Yep.
these, right?
18th place gets 249. 17th place, 278. So it's a pretty significant $25,000 to $30,000. Vladimir Minko, more like Vladimir Thinko, am I right? I'll be here all week, guys. Not sure, actually. I'm leaving tomorrow. Wait, 2 days from now.
Oh, that's sad.
It is sad. Problem is, the reason is I can't count to 4, and there's 4-card poker coming up.
Done pretty well with the reading the boards, at least.
5 on the turn. Kind of the card that he's looking for, if not the 7 or the king. Now way more outs. King 8-3. Not to be. Out in 18th is Vladimir Minko.
The whole series when I named the card.
I would have picked a
No one will accuse him of not going for it. Played some very interesting hands over the course of the day, highlighted by an incredibly interesting mystery hand, which you missed, I think.
Tell me about it.
Very interesting hand. So he had the mystery cards. He raised under the gun, playing about 100 big blinds effective against Fedor Holtz, who was also playing 100 big blinds effective. They cut off. Fedor flatted the king-queen off. Everyone else folded. Came queen 7-9 rainbow. Check call 2 big blinds. Turn red 9, bringing 2 hearts.
Tony?
So filling jack 10. So
Tony?
Queen 9,
What
7,
happens
turn
when
8.
people bust
Gotcha.
and we are not?
Check, check. River king. Check. So kings up, kings and queens
And
for Fedor.
These refresh at
Fedor bet
16?
150K, which was over half pot, probably B7 or whatever. And he check raised to 1.15 million.
Oh, that's a big check raise.
It's a big check raise. And we did a lot of great analysis with Jaffe and Randy Liu, and talking about how, you know, having 10s or jacks or 10-9, like having those blockers was actually irrelevant because 10-jack would never be check-backed by Fedor, for instance. And we were talking about all the different value hands he can have check raising the river, which range from straights to sets. And Fedor eventually folded. And can you guess? I will give you 3 guesses as to what our Minko had.
Okay. He was the under the gun opener, you said?
Yeah. I would say don't concern yourself with that. That'll be your one hint.
Wow.
Yeah.
So we do not have a premium holding before the flop. Shall we call it?
Queen, 9, 7, 8, king.
I mean, how spicy is this hand? Jack 9 offsuit?
What's
No?
the Jack 9 offsuit? No.
Okay. Wasted a guess. Interesting board here, by the way, for Foxen.
Yeah.
Leading candidate, but maybe not the player we want to be leading against. Tan Xuan proving to be loose and capable, operating with a near chip lead at this table. So more of these low cards in his range. Foxen just checks. I'm gonna also guess. Oh, you threw me with the comment about.
Yeah, because you're gonna. I feel
Yeah.
like you know it's not Jack 10 because that's the obvious one.
Yeah.
So you're probably leaning bluff in your head, but
But if it was value, I would lean like a set.
Yeah.
I would lean like pocket 8s or 9s.
Mhm.
That's one guess.
Was not pocket 8s or 9s or 7s. Was not a set.
Wow.
Wasn't Jack 10. Wasn't a set. Can I just give you one last hint that's very obvious?
Is there any? Okay, sure. Go ahead.
It wasn't a bluff.
But it was exciting.
No, I'm saying it wasn't a bluff. It was better than King Queen, but it wasn't a set, and it wasn't Jack 10. You're like, what was the board again?
Was there a flush? What was on board?
No.
6-5?
Yeah, he had 6-5.
It's 6-5. Oh, low gutter on the flop.
Yeah, check call. No backdoor flush draw.
Oh, and just drills the river.
Drills the turn.
Or the turn. Sorry. Wow.
Yeah,
nice one.
One of the most interesting hands of the day.
Tan has to decide now if.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting.
His hand is worth some
sorry
value.
to distract you, but yeah, this is pot's 390 here. Foxen technically behind with the 6-5. More than technically behind on this 3-pairing river. Might think this 5 is good.
Yeah, this gets interesting. I mean, Tan can be unpaired, for sure. Well, obviously playing the 3s on the board, but, King Jack high, Ace 10 high, Ace Jack, all these types of hands. Does Foxen go with a small block bet, perhaps, to try to get a little bit of value from those hands?
I think so, right? I mean, Foxen is going to have some 6x, 4x kind of bluffs, right? Does come super block. Now, does Tan ever want to go for value here with this nutted kicker?
Yeah, this is usually the strength of the block bet is also when we're behind, as Alex is right now.
You don't face a big
we
value bet.
We set our price against this King 7 that maybe would have gone 200, 240,000 or something versus a check. So, but if he can find a raise, recognizing that kicker helps him out a bit too. No, he does just call. And I think that's the default play. I mean, nothing stopping Alex there from having a really strong hand. He could induce with a flush, a full house.
Tan could also make it 250 and then Foxen could shove.
Yeah, you don't...
don't discount it. I mean,
that could absolutely happen, yeah.
You got to worry about them, like...
No guarantee the 7 was good there, just a responsible call.
Yeah.
I've been trying to schedule your dinner break as best as I can, but it's not happening. It's going to be too late. So once we go down to 16, we're going to do the redraw and then go on a 45-minute dinner break. And then come back and play down to 9 and stop at 9.
So we lose one more player and go on dinner?
Yeah,
okay.
Redraw on one dinner and stopping at 9 players.
Old Nas, what they called him.
705.
7?
705.
Oh, okay.
Salt and Pepper Ben, they call him.
Have to think Foxen's considering a jam with these deuces versus a button raise from a big stack.
Oh, yeah.
Any
These
pair
ducks
for
are going to
15.
fly.
I like that line. That's a good one.
590.
You know what I often say about deuces? Ducks fly together, which is what I just... Did I say that? No, I said ducks fly. You know what that's from, ducks fly together? Mighty Ducks. You watch that movie?
That was my guess.
You seen Mighty Ducks?
I think so.
That's you're like 2 for 2 today on movies. We had this we had that little bet at breakfast with Randy where I suggested that you would have seen Back to the Future, the movie.
A brave wager.
You hear about this, producer James? We had a bet at breakfast that I bet that Kevin had seen Back to the Future and Randy took the under, and I won a voucher.
It's
pretty fun.
Man. It's
it's different.
It's it's like Creole a lot of the time, or like it's a lot of the root words are the same. But
So you might say, if you have seen Mighty Ducks, that the theme of the day is that the ducks McFly together. Right? Because Back to the Future, the main character's name.
Yeah.
But like once you get south,
No, we get it.
You got it. Okay, good. Danny might be in trouble here. Antonius, nah, he knows. Can't put in the king 10.
That's the table everyone in YouTube chat is rooting to see. And we might see these two players that you've been asking for, Antonius and Ivy, I'm referring to, squaring off.
and also
Wow.
mixing
Only
Clash
10 big
of the
blinds
Titans.
effective.
like the language kind of like becomes like a jargon.
Rumor has it they've never actually played a hand against each other. It's finally happened. After all these years, I knew we'd have to turn on each other. Vantage Ivy. Hearts not even working for Antonius. I would like Ivy to win and then Antonius come back. You know, get them heads up at the end. Interesting turn, but it is the heart. Ivy's got to like it. Even if that gives 3 10 outs to old Pat. Here we go. And a clean 8 of hearts. Phil Ivy with the nice double up to 20 big blinds, leaving Antonius on fumes.
395. What a loss for flat rate. Dodge the big blind and win a pot.
$17 remain. Antonius with just 3 big blinds. He's the favorite to be out next. We will be going on a dinner break and a table draw. Yeah, table draw. 16 left. Ding Biao, surprising to see him only on 11 big blinds. Danny Tang also on 12.
I can see actually. You can read? I can read. Not always. Not everyone in B tier can.
Danny,
So
maybe
if I use this, I have the second one, right?
exercising a little clock management here, knowing he's in the blinds next hand. And there's a redraw impending.
Fold. Pass.
Maybe passing on the same idea as Mr. Alex Ponikov's here.
Fold.
Divorce over 3 million now. Been consistently near the top of this leaderboard for quite some time.
All in and a call. There? Yeah. Standing up? No. I'm standing up. Sit down, man.
I mean, we catch up anyway. Like.
No, I know, but why? I'm just concerned that he's.
Fedor looking like he's aiming to misbehave,
Is he all in?
but is actually just going to play it as a call.
Yeah, kind of eyeing
dealing a river.
Patrick's
Yeah,
options
of
over
course.
here in the big blind. Only 55,000 behind,
I don't
one and
know,
a
you
half
have a better
blinds.
view of him than I
Yeah,
do.
so effectively Fedor really playing as the big blind here, right?
Can you run and check? Can you quickly check?
So if he would defend this hand in the big, may as well defend it in the small. With Antonius all in, also not Ivy not that incentivized to bluff down on certain board textures and stuff.
Yeah, Fedor's going to realize a lot of equity in this hand. He's also got 2 million chips, so plenty of room to splash a little.
He doubled up.
Sure, I forgot how rich he was.
Can't tell from that jacket.
I was gonna say he's got the rich guy coat, and I didn't. And the rich guy watch, and I forgot. I'd be taking pause here, trying to decide: do I want to clear out some equity of?
Really, it's targeting Fedor here because he knows Antonius is rarely going to be able to fold for 15,000 into what was previously 280. If Fedor's out of here, probably just flicks it in even with the 7-5. I mean, there's the argument of finding one extra hand here if there's a pay jump to consider. We're at 17 left right now, and no pay jump until 15, so it does just take his equity. I mean, he's got 27% with the 7-5.
Yeah, he'll take that for sure. Way better than seeing a queen. Got backdoor straight draw as well. I think Antonius is, well, I wouldn't say he's thrilled after losing that big flip, but he knows there's a chance that he can come back. Not anymore. Our 17th place finisher. Finish sensation, banana eating, Patrick Antonius.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Gracious as always, wishing former competitors there good luck towards that $4.6 million first place prize. And Ivy now creeping past the million chip mark. People are going to love to see that.
Don't we catch up one hand?
Catch your mom. Cannot say that. That's like direct translation. Sorry. But we do that a lot.
She is not with us.
Really? Really?
Taking a quick peek at our other table.
Two hands on which table? That one. Thank
Tan Xuan flexing that table chip lead as per usual. Actually, correct me. Benjamin Tollerine actually has a little bit more chips, but Tan is going to do what Tan does, especially five-handed. Raises the ace-4 off over to Javier on the button. Taking pause with the 9-7, but going to let it go. Foxen definitely going to play this. Queen 6-6, two spades. I would say advantage 10. Foxen going to know this ace-8 is good sometimes, but difficult to continue with these positions. I guess they're only five-handed, but
yeah, we'll see what size Tan comes with if he bets. You know, some players approaching this spot with checks. Not a lot of sixes in the opener's range, but at the same time, Tan's been getting after it. He's in a good chip position. I think he can represent this board just as well as the big blind. For just 65. Yeah, I mean, we have no backdoor, so it's a little tricky.
Yeah, but Foxen, such an incredibly confident player. Doesn't like giving anything away. He's going to make 10 bet twice.
Yeah.
Going to expect that ace is, of course, live. The 8 often live. I mean, we've seen some incredible call downs from Alex Foxen, most notably and most recently the one against João Vieira. That made the rounds on YouTube.
And with Tan not betting the turn, Foxen might think his hand is good, and a couple of flush draws have missed here, so unlikely to see ace-high try to bluff at this pot. I think both players satisfied to see if their ace can win.
Ace.
Chop.
They'll take half.
Chop. Lucky chop.
Foxen a little disappointed there.
Lucky chop. That's cute. That was a great moment. Some nice little competitive camaraderie between Tan Xuan and Alex Foxen. We'll get a look at the chip counts after that completed level. These guys are going to get some food in their system. Daniel DeVoris doing great, over 3 million, 79 big blinds. Tollerine and Xuan taking the lead over on blue. Tanny Tang getting a bit short now, needs to find some shove spots, and of course Ivy up to 27 big blinds. Ike also getting a bit short. 16 players remain here in the Triton Super High Roller Series. 150K buy-in. Been a pretty exciting day as expected, but you know, it's going to get even more exciting. I mean, $4.6 million to our eventual winner. Bunch of legends still left in the field. They're going to refuel, but this is going to be down the stretch something special.
Yeah, I mean, in that frame we saw Tan Xuan, I think, really controlling the action on the blue table. Basically led to the demise of Vladimir Minko, involved in a number of those pots where he got a little bit frisky pre-flop, ended up on the worst end of every single one of them, and is out the door in 18th place for that min cash. But yeah, a lot of money up top, I think, with still a lot of runway to the final table. We're going to see these players really going after it.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see, you know, when there's a player that's maybe over-aggressive and putting a lot of pressure on the adjustments these super high rollers make. Again, we're going to be coming back to final two tables, which will be 8 and 8. So I don't think we'll see as much, openness as we saw with those sort of shorter tables. But, eventually it'll get shorter and we can see Tan Xuan and guys like that go at it. Again, dinner break, but we'll be back very soon here on Triton at Jeju.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Japan's ability to reopen the action.
He doesn't care, but
Thought we might see a 3-bet.
You're just saying it's a little bit nicer to 3-bet?
Yeah, 3-bet or fold. I think it's pretty brutal spot with David shoving so many hands in the big blind there.
David doesn't shove as we go to a flop 3 ways.
Ooh, yay, David. No, David.
Yeah, who are you rooting for, bud?
I was rooting for David, but...
Because we got the Nutter Butters for Kiat Lee.
Yeah.
They give you the percentages there, helps you know who's ahead.
Yeah.
You were rooting for the guy with 3%. Little 40K sprinkle.
And you can imagine, you know, right away, this spot for Tan, kind of brutal. Like, you didn't call Jack 10 to fold here, but shit, still got a player behind.
You're like, please don't jam, David.
And now,
This
what
is a
does
tough
David
spot.
Yan do? Yeah, I mean...
Very tough spot.
Overcall, overfold?
I mean, with that being Tan in the small blind, and Kiat has plenty of hands that can stab the flop, this
might be a
doesn't
shove.
seem unreasonable to just rip it.
Yeah. Important not to be results-oriented, knowing that Kiat has King-Jack, but like, oh my god, I mean... David, what are you going to do, David?
Looks like he's stacking chips
I
in
like
there.
jam.
Yeah.
I like that play. I mean, Kiat's just got so many just random King X, Jack X that just stab flop. Not impossible if you're Kiat. Stab 2s, 3s, 4s. There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, even maybe like King 7 of clubs or something. Just being able to, you know, have the stronger range against 10, not expect David Yan to have many check shoves.
Yeah, and if Tan's calling Jack 10-0, you can imagine Queen 8 suited's in there, you know.
Yeah.
Is he folding King 8 of diamonds to this small bet from Kiat? Probably not. Not expecting David to have any ace at all
Yeah,
behind him.
So I think in a way, David Yan getting cooler in this spot.
That sounds like fold.
That's definitely fold. And terrible for David Yan.
Your Chinese is
过来呀
improved,
我不来呀
你过来，人我会闪。
Gonna need some runners.
他说不教我了，我说你过来呀我想你教我这把
Okay, we can chop it.
别追了
We
哦
will switch
后门花
the lenses.
有分钱。
葫芦啊！我操！
And Jack 10 would have backdoored a full house.
厉害哦，把你。
So in the event that David Yan had gotten out of that hand in some way, which is
Yeah, that would have been crazy.
Unlikely, it would have been a real
Tenchuan's so
rundown.
tilted.
Yeah.
说他一脸，当短牌。
David Yan's like, yeah, I'm not gonna listen to this. I'm out.
哦，这牌真把你
Oh, he's still there.
这个牌打。
咖啡，冰啊！
All right, iced coffee gonna go over to Danny Tang at some point. He's queen for Robich. King queen quickly in the muck from Chidwick. ICM caginess very clear. Ooh, that's firepower for divorce.
Yeah, this is trouble for Roman. I think it's difficult to navigate these spots with around 30 big blinds, the bubble when a bigger stack comes after you. Feels too tight to fold to a 3-bet, too loose to shove. Not enough room to really 4-bet fold. Maybe too passive and difficult to navigate as a call. So I really am flying blind on this one.
The thing is, Roman, he's a fighter.
Yeah.
He is willing to get in there, and he probably expects Divorce to attack him in this spot. Kind of seems like
It's 8-handed, right? It's not. This isn't like a cutoff button situation. So, you know, I think the range certainly strengthened in that way. I would say it would be a bit more trouble in a sort of button cutoff scenario.
I wouldn't. wouldn't cross. I wouldn't fault him if he was to still get involved. I don't think he will ship. Call. I mean, 4-bet out of position click is a lot of his stack, right?
Yeah, I think he would have preferred to be.
Oh, he's just gonna go for it. Yeah, and Ace King is gonna make the call. Roman in trouble. Did not believe divorce. Told you he likes to get in there.
Yeah, just a really tough spot. You know, you're gonna have to 4-bet shove sometimes in these spots. It's not like we're one for the money either, right? We talked about with only 3 tables remaining, it's gonna be hard to wait to make it. But Roman can get lucky.
Gonna need that queen. That's it.
That's gonna do it, yeah. And that's really too bad for Hrabik, but not too bad for the rest of the players in this field. One more elimination means we're just 3 away from that 249 first pay jump. Pay bracket? Pay slot? Pay hole? You know what I mean. 20th place gets 249 grand. We now have 23 left with that elimination. And now I just got to say, our 4 short stacks between 18 and 20 big blinds are just progressively more legendary. Listen to this. So we start with 20th. We go with Stephen Chidwick. I would argue Isaac Haxton, slightly more legendary, and 20. Ding Biao. Lady Gaga, Lady Gaga.
You think that's what he's thinking when he reads his hand? He's, oh,
of course.
Lady Gaga.
Listen, that is just Triton canon now.
Just like no chance Muller doesn't 3-bet, right? Like he's got the solver special. He's been 3-betting relentlessly.
Most of the time he will 3-bet, yeah.
Just
he's not
you
gonna
can't
like
be someone so well studied and pass up ace-5 suited. Oh man. Okay, obviously the 4-bet's incoming for Wang Yao, right? Ding Biao, he's got queens, bigs.
I think Ding Biao.
He's stuck in there, isn't he? He can't lay it down.
Ding Biao puts the rest of the chips in here and just takes the cooler like a man. If he finds a fold here, the level I keep him on in my level of Triton heroes, because right now listen, I've made it very clear, Ding Biao is one of my favorite, top 5, top 10 players on the tour. If he finds a fold here at the bubble, I mean, I don't think it's possible. Just because Wayne could just be looking at a hand that, he feels is too good not to 4-bet that might fold for 1.2. It's like they're so deep here,
Yeah, the thing is, it's the customers that's making it difficult for Ding Biao to consider folding, right? Because Muller, he's clearly been 3-betting a lot. And you could see Wang Yao just kind of like, well, Muller's up to no good. Let me kind of attack him. Put in a cold 4-bet. And Wang Yao's also the type of guy who likes to get in there, as does Ding Biao. I just don't really see how he could lay this one down with these 2 opponents.
No.
Even then, no one loves putting in a 5-bet. 3 from the money, 40 big blinds. He's currently.
I mean, I think he could fold jacks here, right?
Jacks.
So that's got to be what he's thinking. Is if I'm prepared to fold jacks in this spot sometimes. Oh my God, no way. Oh my God. Oh my God.
He's a sicko.
Oh my God.
Ding Biao folded queens. Hands in the air.
That's my guy right there. That's my homie, man. That's my day one.
He's so sharp.
That's my dude.
To show restraint there.
Yeah, I think I might get Ding Biao shirt made. If I come out to another Triton, I'm gonna be wearing my Ding Biao shirt. I'm telling you right now.
Okay, is this hand over? Because Samuel Muller has just put in a time bank against the cold 4-bet. He has the solver special. Is he just going to blow up? He's going to blow up into aces. Oh my god, Moeller. He's going to have crumbs after this hand.
Wow. This is...
Queens is out.
What do you think?
You're stunned, Griffin.
Queen.
This is an insane hand. Yeah.
Shoot.
Look, I mean...
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series 150K action. And what you just witnessed right there, I confess during the break, I was up in my room. I wondered what that small vibration, that rattle in the building was, and it was an absolutely catastrophic spot. 3 away from the money. Sam Mueller with solver bait, dusting it with ace-5 suited. $3.5 million for Wang Ye. He's been dusting quite a few parties. As we dive into the Triton Poker Plus app, Ali Najad alongside Kevin Rabichow here to unpack it. Chip leader, not by a humongous margin over Daniel Dvoris, who is looking to make a significant score here after going over so far here. And Kevin, just quickly, let's dive right into it. I'm going to pop into this post-redraw blue table, and what do you see?
Well, I'm looking at a pretty stacked blue table with Wang Yi, Ben Tollerine, Dan Dvoris, all next to each other, all top 3 in chips. Am I seeing that right?
I mean, that's pretty unfortunate for the 3 of them, is it not?
Yeah, I mean, you don't necessarily expect these 3 to collide in any significant way at this stage in the tournament, but at the same time, you're playing 80 big blinds deep. There's a lot of room to play some single raise pots against each other. Excuse me, certainly not the advantage that we see at the red table for Tan Xuan.
Yeah, those 3, by the way, back to back to back in terms of their seats. Now, Tan Xuan, a name who currently sitting 4th in chips right now, we're accustomed to seeing in the cash game streets. Chances are he's been burning it at both ends overnight in the massive cash games that take place after tournament action is over, and yet he's looked fresh, ready to go, and I think most importantly for me, motivated, Kevin. Like, it's tough.
Yeah.
These cash game guys, when it comes to a tournament, there's just a threshold where they're like, whatever. But not Tan, not today.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, he's been getting after every pot that we saw leading up to that break, and kind of ruined the day of Vladimir Minko, I mentioned, on the other side of the break. Fell in 18th place. Now down to 16.
I'll tell you what, Minko, no shame in it. It's not going to be the last person whose day gets ruined by Tan Xuan, if I had to guess, just considering that there are 12 players with fewer chips than he. Of course, not all of them are at his table, but those that are on notice. As you get a look at the distribution we talked about, Tan's setup being the more favorable one, we would imagine, when you look over and realize that were he at the blue table right now, he would be 4th in chips. Instead, he wears the sheriff badge with the blinds at 20 and 40. 40K big blind Annie, 100K in orbit, the price of poker. That glimpse brought to you by WPT Global. And not to be glossed over, how about Phil Ivey? Been at it for so much longer than just about anybody who's sitting around him right now. And yet here he is proving that the game has by no means passed him by. Always referred to as a GOAT by the YouTube chat. And we're going to get to observe him with a stack that's dead center field. 8th in chips, 35 bigs. We are going to kick things back off, however, with a mystery hand. Alex Ponikov's
130.
mucked around to his small. He's going to have to contend with Ivy. He announces 130, the size ups from the small blind when opening. Jack-9 offsuit here for Phil.
Yeah, and Phil right in the middle of the deck here. Typical procedure to call the open raise. Ponikov's able to have some trash hands in this 3.25 big blind open. But definitely all the good hands that he's raising with, rate 2, be pretty far ahead of Jack-9.
So Phil defends. Bonakov's covering him. Ace King 4 board.
Now, a lot of players go after this, you know, pretty relentlessly. They think Ace King X, that's me. I'm the pre-flop raiser. Let's bet small with everything. Others take a more polarized approach. They think, okay, I'm opening some trashy King Deuce, some Ace 3-0 type hands. Maybe these start with a check.
Bonakov's has knuckled over. Do we make anything of the fact that the big blind has defended against that upsizing from the small blind, or do we just accept that that's going to be standard as we see the check back from Ivy and the king rolling off, pairing the board?
Yeah, I think we expect a lot of medium cards. I mean, I can see Ivy here with Jack-9, but all the suited hands, all the, you know, Queen through 8, pick any 2 cards type hands, these are pretty typical calls, but there's definitely some kings and aces that Ivy could have. They're just not as common, perhaps, as they would be in other lines.
So Bonakov's with a second check now in front of Ivy. And let's see if he thinks that's an open invitation to ask for this pot. It might seem unnecessary given Jack-9 in terms of a no pair sort of hand is performing well and even better now that the board is double paired on the river.
So these are cool spots, and, you know, Bonakov's just such a high-level player, really deep thinker, you know, can be creative with bet sizing. I'm wondering, in this check down line, does he believe that Phil really has all that many aces or kings? Because he knows he can still have a few. So does he want to represent it with a really big bet? It'd be difficult to bluff, but he might have had... Yeah, he comes with over pot.
Yeah, this is 110%. Now, here's sort of the cool thing about this in terms of Ivy. He doesn't need to worry about queen high.
Yeah.
So this is pure bluff catch territory where Jack high is going to be good or it's going to be just thrashed.
Yeah, you would think so. And, you know, maybe Bonakov's has a hand that was opening a little bit light and made a pair of 4s. You know, I'm thinking like a, I don't know, a 3-4 suited or like a 8-4 suited type hand. And we thought we had showdown value leading up to the river. Now we've been counterfeit. Now we have a low-high card, so we could bluff this type of thing. Or there's always the chance that he just checked 2 streets with total dust and now activates when he realizes he has an advantage on the top end.
Could he ever have ace-king or something, you know, like a king's full, aces full?
For sure he could. I think these are some of the more typical traps. But of course with 2 kings and 2 aces on board, I mean, Phil's got to think this is a fairly unlikely hand.
Improbable does not mean impossible, and there have been plenty of occasions on which blockers have taught us that.
Bonakov's getting a little bored of keeping still. Ivy taking notice.
Well, in terms of live tell recognition, not suggesting that Bonakov's is giving anything away. Ivy has undressed a few souls throughout the course of his career. He does end up laying it down, and Bonakov's got away with one as you see him purse the lips. 8 high.
Yeah, nice.
Absolute air. 2 streets of honest checking and then heaps of dishonesty.
Yeah, and you got to think the beauty of that bluff and the reason I think Phil doesn't expect it is that the board came ace-king high and Bonakov's checked twice over to him. You know, the typical poker procedure you would expect for decades has been the pre-flop raiser represents the ace, represents the king, right? And Bonakov's going against the grain there.
Well, once upon a time, Kev, it was rep often and early.
Yeah.
And then it became en vogue to do the delayed c-bet, you know, where you check, you protect some ranges by doing that. Sometimes you're there, sometimes you're not. But on the turn, you barrel. There you saw the deep delay.
Yep.
And obviously board progression and development there did lend itself nicely to Alex recognizing I have 0 equity here and I'm just going to need to blast my way out. Meanwhile, the baby suited aces, they can go blasting. Just ask Sam Mueller. It's not as though he was glitching when he 5-bet against the cold 4, but sometimes we accept that even holding an ace, aces lurk. It's very much the advent of the solver era to see those baby-suited aces get very proud of themselves.
Dvoris slightly covered here, but still a very healthy stack. Plenty of room to defend the big blind with the typical hands you might at any stage of the tournament.
Queen 9 off on this occasion. Table for 2, King 8-6. Perilous in both camps. Dvoris with a quick check over.
And I like this choice from Wong. King high board. Expecting a wide range in the big blind.
Very ominous sounding.
85,000, take it, sir. Always happy to see the muck. Little pick up there at the expense of Dvoris for Wang Ye. Part of that robust Chinese delegation who came out en masse at the front end of this festival, as we anticipated they would. Event number 1, all 3 of the top slots occupied by Chinese nationals. And for Wang Yi, only 1 slot on his resume at this particular Jeju festival is occupied with the cash. 1 for 5 coming in, 2 for 6 now. TBD how tidy that cash is going to be. But if we flash back to last year's Jeju, it wasn't until the 150K that Wong really made his mark. 7th place finish for just shy of $750,000. And looking to better last year's performance here. Pocket 9s aiding him in the process. Something's got Dvoris entertained. I think Ivy's taken note as well. Queen Jack offsuit in the big for Tolerine. Serviceable kit. Couple of overs to the pair, and he books a date with the flop. Seven, 7-3 is very cozy for 9s. Check from Ben.
And we expect to bet, but we'll see what size Wong comes with. Tolerine can maybe face a little bit of heat, but against the under the gun range, Queen Jack dominated often. Can't count on having 2 overs and having them be live. Even for just 30% pot here, I think we might have to be out.
River. Good level for me.
Back over at the other table, reigning Ivan Liao Player of the Year award winner, Danny Tang. Experiencing some head pain briefly with Queen Jack off. An animated release.
Yeah, it's a big hand for 7.5 blinds, but we're in early position facing the under the gun raise.
Yeah, but it's that Tan Xuan under the gun raise, which should contain a wide array of kit, regardless of what it contains. Kamoshi's going to be here for it.
Maybe considering his options of small 3-bet, but typical procedure just to be all in for 18 blinds, I think, in the offsuit ace-king.
700,000. This is a declaration of war out of 990. Even Tan, with all the appetite he can exhibit, is not going to be here for this.
Yeah, shaking his head, maybe would have continued versus a 250 or 300 raise, but this is too pricey.
Kamoshi will be quite all right with that. You got to ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough to square off with Tan Xuan, by the way. You can't always expect the sort of ranges you might versus other opponents when he does end up looking at you and then slamming a pile of chips down in there and saying call. It feels personal sometimes in those cash game streets. Hi, Caxton. Needs more than 9-3 off, as does Danny. With Queen 4. Just taking a moment. Let's talk just a touch, if you will, about the payouts. As things stand right now, everybody in the field is assured $278,000. Mystery hand time again. This time we black out Ding Biao's holding. Hijack open to 100,000. Kisachoglu, $250,000 went to he, Hajiev and Minko, before Antonius took the first of these 278K ladders. The last of them what we're dealing with right now, so there is a $29,000 jump if you make the top 15. Now, Kamoshi not giving us a jump with ace-9 suited, plays it as a flat. Comfortable with that choice?
Seems like a good option in the cutoff. Can be a little worrisome to allow table chip leader Ton coming in the big blind, but ace-9 suited, the kind of hand that plays well, multi-way, even if that does happen, and just not quite enough hand to put in 18 blinds against Ding Biao.
Well, here we are with 2 spades, 2 queens, and a king. Nut flush draw acquisition for the Italian. Schwen will be disinterested from here forward. Looked like Ding Biao slipped it as well and did so quickly. And now we await Enrico's response. You know, this Broadway-ish board texture is supposed to be interacting with at least one of our opponents.
Yeah, and ace-9 might not feel like it can clear out a better hand on this street. You know, ace-10 and ace-jack having gut shot straight draws to the nuts, and there's... I would say it's unlikely that a low pair is willing to pass for just 2 big blinds, but Enrico maybe has plans of further aggression to solve that problem. So with a call, as the pre-flop raiser, I mentioned some of those pocket pairs probably getting sticky for one street, especially with a spade. But we could even see a hand as strong as ace-king, taking this cautious approach, maybe no reason to check raise the flop, and check in the first place just coming as part of an overall strategy.
615K in the middle as Ding Biao, the only remaining combatant, called the 120. Has checked over. This card deeply divorced from the board.
75.
And Enrico not coming off the throttle. 275 announced. And as a flat caller in position against Ding Biao, story does check out in terms of him having smashed this board.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is intended to represent Queen Jack suited, Queen 10 suited. Maybe the occasional full house, but note that with Ding Biao only having 630K, if he were to jam here, ace-9 of spades, got to just flick in the rest. So he has left chips behind. Maybe saving a bit if Ding Biao were to just check call this turn and we miss the river. This is a committing play, and Ding Biao knows that.
Well, our job in these mystery hands, Kevin, is to try to unpack exactly what it is that the mystery man has. And as he raised check called post across 2 streets now, bringing the pot to 1.165. Kamoshi making the nut flush. Where do you have Ding Biao? In trouble, I would imagine.
Yeah, and I mean, if I'm Enrico, of course I'm happy to have hit my flush, but when we just face the check call on the turn, there's only 7 big blinds behind. I start to worry that I'm being trapped by the, you know, an unbeatable hand, something like pocket kings, pocket queens, or king queen. All very much in Ding Biao's range, and I mean, I just can't imagine not going for this last bit of value with the nut flush. Of course, we can sometimes get called by maybe king 9 suited or king jack offsuit, you know, some top pair that didn't want to commit the rest of the chips at this stage. Is he really thinking about shutting down with the nut flush? I mean, there's very few, maybe no weaker flushes that are possible. But did ace-jack get sticky on the turn, and now river's a straight? I mean, that hand never folds.
Well, we didn't love having to call flop
he got
and
snapped.
turn, and he did get snapped. And Ding Biao just windmills King Queen in Kamoshi's face. An absolute masterclass in slow play. And I think the immediate aftermath, people are wondering why it is that the remains of Kamoshi's stack was not put on request there, Kev.
Oh, Ding Biao covered in that hand, and I think he put out enough to cover the remaining 355, so Biao just snap calls.
Okay.
Maybe some confusion about who covered who in that pot.
Yeah. Yeah, Kamoshi was the deeper stack, so. 620, the official all-in sizing 355. A snap call. And that is one way to let the wind out of your sails here in the 150K. Well, I don't know if they've got any sales, but even at full price, just feast your eyes. Jacob and Kozenev are official timekeepers. House some of the best craftsmen in the watchmaking industry that come together to embody playful spirit into their gambling-themed collections. Triton Epic X watch collaboration slapped onto the wrists of our main event winners. Check out everything that they have on offer at Jacob & Co. Wow, that was... ouch.
Yeah, nasty cooler there for Enrico.
You know, there's, to varying degrees, I think every high-stakes poker player does have some measure of ego. Now, whether it's a quantity that impedes their ability to perform optimally or not, we leave this up to Gen Pop to decide with respect to each particular player. But I can remember, Kevin, and tell me, you know, with regard to your own experience, as we see Kiat Lee opening the baby-suited ace and Ding Biao once again being paid a visit by a king-queen. When you were Enrico Kamoshi's age, in your early 20s, obviously he's accomplished a tremendous amount to be able to be parked here in a 150K event at Triton, and something like that goes down. It used to bother me deeply. And I wasn't even worried about it happening on a stream, you know, but that sense of embarrassment, that sense of, you know, oh, what have I done, you know.
Sure, yeah. I mean, Enrico certainly has to feel like he was just on the wrong side of a cooler when the cards are turned over, but what would have bothered me and would maybe bother him is if at any point in that hand he felt like there was another option that allows him the chance to, you know, just execute better or...
Well, I don't know that 100% of players in his situation were going to find barrels on flop and turn.
Yeah.
Unclear whether or not escape would have been an option if he hadn't, as we see Ding Biao continuing to print on the back of King Queen, this time as a 3-better.
Yeah, Kiat Lee not attached to that solver special. Happy to fold the ace-5 suited in an early position battle.
You know, just from the limited amount of time I've had to observe Kamoshi, though, even though I introduced this kind of concept, it isn't with the sense that he's suffering from it. He does strike me as having the necessary poise and the capacity not to actually, like, carry or you know, the feelings or to dwell on them and to just look at it in a vacuum like a hand of poker, and now we battle on with, you know, more hands to play.
This is certainly what's ingrained in our minds, especially early on, I think. In a lot of young players' career is you have to be able to get over results-oriented thinking. You have to be able to see the long term.
You know, it's
doubt
tough.
he'd be in this tournament if he wasn't able to accomplish that.
Seeing the long term when it gets pretty dark and the tunnel gets a lot longer than you thought it was going to be can be a big challenge. And even the most self-assured among us can really be left pushed to the brink of questioning whether or not this is for them, if they're good, if somehow the game has passed them by. I mean, these are dark conversations that some have been forced into by variance, as Tan Xuan's ace-4 forces the blinds into the muck. Boy, there's nothing like a Tan Xuan with a big stack, is there? You just don't need to worry that those chips are on lockup, ever. He revels in the mischief afforded him when he's got a big stack.
Yeah.
It's almost as though there's some weird sick overlay associated with, like, well, I know this is bad numbers-wise, but I might be able to really scramble a brain here if I get in with this hand.
Certainly explains a few of those marginal spots we saw before you joined the booth, Ali.
Oh, you know, listen.
That Minko was taking on his direct left.
Tan is in this to make a few neural omelets. Is my imagination as much as make the actual money. Credit, by the way, in the chat to that mystery hand between Ding Biao and Enrico Kamoshi. Didn't have an opportunity to hat tip those that did suspect a boat was what lurked. So they had some good sniff. Tan Xuan, King Jack, cut off, coming together.
Another chance to enter the pot here, not going to just be open ripping when Kiat Lee sits in the big blind with 1.5 million.
Danny's just been cuffed here. Has bled down to 5 bigs.
Yeah, Danny got into the money with a short stack, navigating ladders. Extra 30K thus far, seeking another extra 30,000 if he can survive one more elimination.
So Kiat left to contend with Xuan. Ace King 6. Second pair for Tan. Not a whole lot on the stovetop for Lee.
Or is it?
Bet 100,000. Follow through of 100K. Simple release for Lee. Well, eyeballing the YouTube chat at present, there's some questions that might not seem like they're related to the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. In particular, where is Gandalf? Now, this isn't somebody who is conflating our broadcast with the Lord of the Rings series, but rather someone who fondly reflects back late last year on the performance turned in by the man who seemingly was deposited in our field from the heavens, Gambledore, as he was christened.
Not the biggest.
Vladimir Korzunin. Magical run that he had in multiple events, and then simply disappeared into the ether with heaps, by the way, in tow.
I mean, why wouldn't you?
I mean,
A
just
dream
because
run.
he had so much fun. I thought he would come back. I remember he made the claim that poker was broken because he was trying to lose to Ossi Katola in an event and then failed to do so even when making the effort. And I confess I've been on the receiving end of some cash game sessions where it definitely felt like somebody was trying to lose and the deck would not cooperate.
Yep, been there.
Danny trying to do some winning with Queen 8 offsuit. Raises it up and takes it. Offsuit one gapper, not a qualifier. It was dominated, of course. Danny, second shortest stack in the room as Kamoshi now occupies shortest stack slot. 3 cashes and 7 attempts so far for Tang, by the way. Fresh off of 30th in the 50K, rather. Finished 40th in the 25K, 8 max, 15K leadoff event. He finished 22nd. Falling short of, I think, the expectations he has of himself, especially as the reigning Ivan Liao Player of the Year award winner.
5 seconds. Raise 100,000.
Oh, yeah. Tan's just going to keep on coming after these pots. Even with Ding Biao in the small blind, 2 million, he's looking at a big blind of Enrico Kamoshi with just 165K. Happy to gamble for a few big blinds with the Queen 5 suited.
Sure.
Oh.
Danny practicing his ability to pretend to go all in. Passes on the Queen 8.
So around it comes to Kamoshi. 9 deuce suited. He's already got 2 of his bigs in there.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a suited hand fold, especially not against the wide opening range. We generally like to just take a flop. There are some spots to get away from the last 2.5 big blinds, especially if it comes all high cards.
Eight, 7 tray, 1 spade. No pair and just 115 back for Enrico.
Yeah, and this is awkward. When we flop a little something, the overcard, 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush. But we know if we lead all in, there's just so few hands that would ever fold to us. I think we check and hope for mercy. Tan trying to figure out how much is back. Definitely knows that Queen High can be good.
Eyeballing Kamoshi's stack and then mercilessly
yeah,
targeting it, even with a breezy Queen 5 of diamonds on that board, and Enrico must concede. I'll tell you what, he doesn't look like he's carrying anything associated with that King Queen. Just out there trying to bounce. Maybe he's thinking it doesn't have to come a spade on the river, although unclear what he was going to do. Absent a spade, because showdown value may have felt false.
Yeah. I felt a give up was probably coming there, but you never know until you're really living that river situation.
It does kind of feel like it was tough to give Ding Biao a draw once that turn bet was called and we hold an ace in hand.
Yeah.
Haxton holding an ace here, but not interested.
Yeah, pretty fringy one, and maybe a spot you even consider, well, I'm probably going to get the extra pay jump if I allow Enrico to play this hand. Not to mention just the reduced fold equity on a jam when you have a player on just 2 big blinds. Sitting here, very likely to come along in the small blind with anything reasonable.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Did you see?
Yeah.
Enrico, small blind rips in Queen 8. He's ahead of Luke Greenwood. 280K in the middle, desperately needs to go to the Italian if we're going to continue. 16 remaining. Three off the top. King 10-4. Greenwood leaves Enrico beginning the demiking process. One can't blame him. 4 pairs on the turn and things accelerate. Kamoshi needs to play ladies' man on the river. And instead it's a tray of spades. So that'll do it for young Enrico Kamoshi. Future is still very bright for that man there, but the light is extinguished by Greenwood. Bringing us to a pay ladder with 15 remaining, $307,000 now, the next 2 payouts. Kamoshi headed over to the desk with Sonny. Round amucks around to Kiat Lee. Activation comes courtesy of Queen Jack. White flags are waved. Looking at Kiat's Jeju Festival thus far. 2 cashes in 7 attempts. 57th in the leadoff event, the 15K. 16th in the 30K 8 max. This obviously will be far and away his best cash thus far. You know, taking nothing away from that monochromatic Toronto Blue Jays cap that Luke Greenwood is donning here in the event, which I don't know if you got a glimpse of just there. But if we are to make headwear assessments, you know, and pick a winner in the Brothers Greenwood.
Still thinking about that Vikings cap.
Battle of the ball caps, the corduroy Vikings throwback, complete with authentic distress, really casts a long shadow upon that much more contemporary looking Blue Jays hat there, which I like, by the way, but just let's be honest with ourselves. Meanwhile, this is hand composition that really dealt deep wounds to Samuel Mueller. 3 away from the money, and Fedor playing 1.65 coming in, has put 350 in the small blind as a flat. This is a near all-in from Danny Tang. Just 30K remaining. Are you comfortable with the choice to flat it?
Felt like a potentially dangerous choice with a dangerous customer in the big blind, but enough chips behind to be able to get away of facing a jam. It feels a little...
You're referring to Tan Schwen, of course, not Danny.
Yes, of course. And just 7 big blinds, you know, from +1. Danny's kind of, he secured his pay jump. He's going to be fairly loose here. I do think we're getting the price. It's just a question of how often the big blind comes along. That would be my biggest concern.
Yeah, maybe adding a little bit of fiscal dissuasion to things, knowing that 30K is all that's left for Danny. Would have left us feeling a little bit more cozy, but far be it from us to question Fedor's procedures as Danny checks back the nut-no pair.
You don't often see the player with just 30K, you know, flopping decent and hanging on to their chips, but I like this from Danny. Every now and then, Fedor is going to have very little incentive to put the last 30 in. I mean, right now with ace-3 of clubs, what do we accomplish is kind of what he's thinking through. Is there a purpose in putting it in? He does eventually decide that it needs to go in, and Danny's, of course, never going to fold.
So the all-in for 30K. No option but to take a peek for Fedor. Pot up to 860,000. Let's keep this river crab free. That's the thought on Danny's mind. He finds a queen. For good measure, his patience turns into a double up.
一人一个 A， 我还有个 A。你的 A 没中吧？你说他该你跟15。我 A 4。
When the dust clears on that one, Fedor left with 1.3, 26 bigs. Schwen still chip leading, 45 bigs in front of him. Ding Biao on his heels, 5 bigs back, 2 million. And he steps away from a queen 10 offsuit early. Schwen leaning on Haxton.
Yeah, just 8 big blinds here, and Haxton maybe even feeling better about his king high after that hesitation from Ton.
Well, as we can see, that king high is in a world of hurt as Schwen dominates.
Cool.
Yeah, Ike not afraid to take the spots when he thinks this hand is supposed to be performing well against range, and unfortunately for him, you see him shaking his head. This is one of those times where Tan Xuan actually wakes up with the better of the two holdings. Let's see if rabbits and hats can come together. 9-6-5. This magic show lacks luster. Spades work. Top pair, though, for Tan. Way out in front. And on the turn, the GGs are issued as Haxton draws dead and unceremoniously is dispatched from the proceedings. Not far after Komoshi exits in 16th. The mighty Ike Haxton out of here in 15th. $307,000 richer, of course, for his efforts.
Really a mandatory spot for Ike to have taken there. King high, just a lot of hand for the setup. The loosest position you'll see Ton play at the table, you would imagine.
Second cash in 8 attempts for Ike here at Jeju. Flipping back over to the other feature table, one in progress. Daniel DeVoris has a set of 8s. Looking at the road travel to the left of your screen, you see the flop action. It was check call of 130K. And then it would appear Vieira deciding to check on this turn. He defended the big blind against a DeVoris open. 555K in the middle, and little does DeVoris know it. But bottom set on the flop is cooked for the time being and needs to find a pair on board. Now for Vieira, 935 back, that's exactly what's in the middle. After this 380K bet from DeVoris, do we get cute for a street, or do we announce ourselves?
Yeah, right now Zhao has to be thinking, I mean, he trapped on the flop when equity was certainly great. No flush draw on flop, but now hearts have arrived, and this is a chunky turn size from DeVoris. The decision here is to figure out what types of hands is DeVoris bluffing with. Do they have equity? Do they need to call off? You know, are we up against a combo draw of some kind, or are we up against a raggedy ace-3 of clubs somehow? And additionally, how often do we lose action? Yeah. Vieira worried about a variety of rivers that kill his action.
Dvorak just verifying less than $1 million. You can see the irritability in the line of questioning. Doesn't necessarily expect the set of 8s to be good, and a roll of the eyes.
I mean,
as he gets shown the nuts.
From both players, maybe wondering why does Dvorak not think that 8s are good right now? Like, I mean, I know I've got Queen Jack, but can't I have 2-pair every now and then?
There could be a little bit of festival trauma that's associated with that assessment too, because as we pointed out, Jeju has not been kind to Dvorak, and the unkindness repaying him a visit on this river, which fails to pair the board. Obviously, he has made the money here in this 150K. Sits deep enough to absorb this blow, but it is a fairly deep wound being sustained by Dvorak. And really just
One short.
the other part of it is you're not given an opportunity to get away.
Yeah.
It's just, of course I'm going to get the full double through.
Yeah, and as played, I mean, we saw the Jack of Clubs fell on the river there. Had Vieira not gone all in on the turn, maybe a path for Dvorak to save some chips, but of course this is the way it plays out.
That's a great point. Not that we're looking to wield salt and citrus into the fresh gash.
And only there.
It is what it is. There's a peek at the entire field. And I guess I need to emphasize peek because we really didn't hold it for very long on the dealer push. As we prepare to carry on. There it is. Thank you for that. Shortest stack in the room right now belongs to King Dan Smith. 360,000. In front of him, far shorter than he was a moment ago, is Daniel Dvorak, 43 bigs deep. João Vieira vaulting into second, but still heaps of sunlight between he and Wang Ye. Tan Xuan, 15 bigs north of the next closest combatant at his table.
Raise 100,000.
Pocket 10s now for Phil Ivey. Starts the party. And solver bait for Dvorak. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, Kev, but I know you're thinking the same thing I am.
Well, with just 20 blinds in Ivy's stack, maybe no opportunity for Dvorak to 5-bet this hand somehow, but certainly thinking about his option for 3-bet folding, or maybe even just folding right now. It's not that attractive to raise this hand off of such stacks. If we do, it's just to clear out Ivy's hand right now. Try to avoid taking a flop.
So Dvorak does get after it. Ducks are roasted for Tolerine. Now it's back around to Phil. 875 back, another 160 of it on request pre.
And while there's not often a weaker pair than pocket 10s in this range from Dvorak, it is tempting as Ivy just to be all in and shut this one out. We sometimes get it in good against ace-queen, ace-king.
Yeah, 3-bet fold for Dvorak. Neither party wasting so much as a time bank in the exchange. But now that's back-to-back L's that Dvorak has had hung on him. And we'll keep an eye on his stack, but for the time being, we flip it over to the other feature. 9-7 of hearts, suited, 1 gapper, north of 2 million.
Okay.
No interest.
I was break even before the 40K.
Maybe from the cutoff, though, for Fedor. Still, you know, Tan Xuan on his left. Other than the ace-3 suited call there for the 7 big blind all in. We've seen Fedor proceed with some
You-
caution in this table layout.
Or is it
8,
7?
10 total.
Yeah, okay. This is 14.
Pocket tens. Paying Foxen a visit. Haven't seen him involved in the frame.
All in.
Rips it. Ace Queen suited for Danny. He's covered by Foxen, but the leveling of recognizing that Foxen's perceptions of Tan Xuan's open on the button may not be particularly respectful could leave Danny with an appetite for Ace Queen of Spades.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. This is a big hand for this spot. Even were this just your typical player being all in on, or sorry, raising on the button, this is just a mandatory collision for these two stacks.
And Foxen peering over to see what it was that Danny was willing to dig in with and finds that he is in front. That's the good news. The bad news is he's going to have to fade 5. Danny, of course, the at-risk player. 1.77 in the middle. Flop will bring us into focus. Oh my goodness.
Oh, was that all?
What a smash job for Danny Tang as he pulls the 10 of spades out of Foxen's arsenal. Just 1 out. Brutal. Foxen gets the Hong Kong hatchet.
8, 10.
再来一次了，跟你来一次了。
When the dust clears, Alex will be left just north of 8 bigs. For Danny, a very key spin up.
现在球有点疼了。
啊？
丹尼，够严重了。 活过来了。
Well, 30 and 60 as the blinds ascend is adding insult to injury for those that have been on the receiving end. Most recently, Alex Foxen.
That pot leaving Alex with just 7 big blinds, ahead only of the 6 big blinds of Dan Smith at the other table.
Mm-hmm.
But ace queen suited, certainly a welcome sight.
All in.
Well, it wasn't so welcome post-flop when the 2 10s
415.
unraveled. But Foxen will take it nevertheless. You see Kiatley asking for a count. This would be a great spot for Alex if Kiat decided that he was willing to spin with Queen 5 of spades. This feels like it's not enough, and
Yeah,
into the bin it goes.
Too much, I think, for Kiat there, especially now that his stack has been reduced only to 24 blinds with the increase to 30-60.
Another all-in breaking out here, and not 1 but 2 seats, as Dan Smith does take those sub-10 bigs and get them in. Devoris providing some protection, if we can call it that, considering that Devoris is ahead of the ace-deuce. His journeys have lacked profit of late. Dan Smith certainly hoping that that trend will continue in an 840K exchange. Doesn't rate to be the case on this board. 6s holding on. Oh, and Dan Smith now doing the same as he finds the ace of clubs on the turn. Dvoris thinking of a 6 and instead being shown a 4. And, you know, subdued is the joy that Dan Smith is experiencing right now, because he'd much sooner be fighting on than collecting his belongings. And obviously measured as well, given that he still has some issues toward the bottom of the leaderboard. But 14 bigs is a far different proposition than 6.
Yeah, he's got to be feeling good and taking a moment to enjoy himself.
Tell you what, at what point does Dvoris ask himself if the doom switch has been flipped?
Yeah. Not long ago was among the leaders with 3 million. Now below average. In 10th with 1.4.
You know,
5 seconds.
it's obviously not something we wish upon Dvoris, but it's a cool opportunity to witness just how quickly, not necessarily doing anything wrong, can lead you just free-falling down the leaderboard late in one of these tournaments where the ladders are big, and of course 6, 7-figure payouts await you. And it's kind of strange because, you know, psychologically we have all of these rationalizations that we make. Sometimes, you know, the frost comes late and we think, well, the only reason I was able to fade those 3 all-ins and lose those 3 pots was because I was white hot coming in to this moment, you know. So Dvoris far from out in front of his skis as we see Ivy. A6, raise and take. Daniel has a great mindset too. He just takes everything very much in stride. The opportunities I've had to briefly converse with him over a meal or two here or there at festivals just very much leaves you with no concerns that what he's experiencing right now is somehow going to cause him to deviate from playing the game that got him here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not something unique to him as you stare at the remaining field, by the way. All of these characters, they've been through the meat grinder and definitely have learned lessons along the way.
120.
Have been forged
120,000.
in the fires of Triton. And a kiln or two before this. Ace-9, Vieira, under the gun. Asking questions of the whole field behind.
5 seconds.
Konakov's lacking an answer with Queen Jack off.
Not looking like someone who enjoys folding. A couple of high cards. Not going to cut it against the under the gun open of Vieira.
VJ in the chat asking, are we playing down to a champion tonight? No. We are going to play down to the final table and then call it quits for the evening. Allow the remaining 9 to go get a solid night's rest before coming back and battling for the largest prize pool.
I have to say I'm a little surprised to see Wong pass on the ace-10. He's still the overall chip leader, but not liking the playability perhaps of that kind of hand against the under the gun open.
So Vieira taking the pot, and then also Dan Smith small blind apparently as Dan chimes in. Tan, ace-6 suited, under the gun, Kiat Lee with a king-queen off. So we flip it to the other feature.
Reasonable call, I would say. King, queen. Likely to be ahead of the under the gun opening range, but just 23 big blinds. Maybe too much hand to 3-bet and then fold.
So flat, the selected choice.
Does invite Fedor to stick around.
Yeah, the math is mathing for 10-6 of clubs. So 450 in the middle. As 3 will peek up at 3. 9-6 deuce, and Fedor has found the same pair that Tan Xuan has, but he has kicker issues. That said, the 10 could go to work towards a straight, potentially. Kiat-Lee with the 2 naked overs. King of spades, relevant.
Wouldn't mind a bet or a check here. Tan's hand certainly strong enough to get some value from either or both of these players. And this is not straightforward for Kiat's hand. Even with Fedor behind, you've got 2 very strong overcards to presumably a loose opening range. You've got the king of spades. I think in a heads-up pot we would have seen Kiat continue that, but maybe worried about the big blind connecting well with an all-low card flop.
So the 165K follow-through clears Kiat, and it's back around to Fedor. He does peel, understandably. Pot grows to 780. Oh, and he finds top 2, a card that gives Tan Xuan the nut flush draw. This is straight out of the writer's room.
Yeah, if
Tan it's 10s and 6s, not top 2. Apologies, Kevin. Go on.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if Tan decides to continue betting with this hand, it's expected to have so much equity against a potential check raise from Fedor. Do we ever see the 6 check to just realize its showdown value, or are we going to keep betting and deal with the potential consequences? Yeah.
You know, Fedor's check here is definitely in recognition of the fact that he's got a higher frequency better behind him. And so these 10s and 6s have done well for themselves to coax this 505 off. What they don't realize is just how much peril they find themselves in. An ace or a diamond would all bring Fedor crashing to a halt in this one. And I think even with a somewhat feral Tan Xuan, 505 on the turn here, and Fedor recognizes something real brews. With that said, he will take the spot. A snap from Tan. He'll be quite thrilled not to be up against a set or the straight and have the best of it with one to come. Won't be so thrilled to recognize just how much danger the German finds himself in. Covered by Tan Xuan. Over 3 million in the middle as a big collision inbound, and a king of clubs will leave Fedor Holtz chomping down on Tan Xuan's spoils. And I'll tell you what, if you're at this table, you would much sooner see that big stack resting in front of Tan Xuan, where you know that it's going to be splashed around, versus being transferred over to Fedor Holtz, where the process of extraction is a far more challenging one.
Yeah, and by the way, action happening during that pot at the other table, following in the Triton Poker Plus app, saw Dan Smith get another double through chip leader Wang Yi. Pocket 7s against ace-7 suited pre-flop. Fedor now just 60K difference between him and Wang Yi for the chip lead.
Wow.
They sit neck and neck in the 1 and 2 spot.
Again, an illustration of just how quickly this dynamic landscape late in this 150K, and for that matter, any of our tournaments, can shake the leaderboard up.
We're catching up or they're catching up?
We or they?
We are.
Alex, can you pitch here?
475.
Certainly good enough to put it all at risk. Suited ace, less than 10 blinds under the gun. Not wanting to post the big blind and ante next hand.
475 of 565 is a deep commitment.
Yeah, I think that's a good pass from Ding Biao. Queen Jack suited. Maybe a small blind or a big blind proposition for this amount, but too early in the cutoff and he escapes.
Oh my goodness, Fedor Holtz, pocket tens here, newly minted. He might be claiming a pelt.
And we saw him just call in the small blind before with ace-3 suited. That hand did show down.
Well, the difference on that occasion is what, Kevin?
Well, Tan Xuan behind, now only with 1 million chips. Previously, Tan Xuan with a covering stack.
Correct. So the request for the remains by Fedor Holtz, prompt exit from Tan Xuan. Of course, Alex was always ready. 1.25 million chip pot. Fedor looking to continue the God candle, but the ace queen 6 has other ideas as the pocket tens lose their religion. 10 of hearts working. Unemployed now. 2 outer for Fedor. And for Foxen,
565? Yep.
He'll take it. Chance perhaps to loosen the collar a bit in that seat. Even though Fox is not really the collar type. In fact, I don't know that I've ever seen him wear a dress shirt on stream. Or any collared shirt.
He has the challenges of many with, you know, a bulky frame, a certain body type.
I mean,
clothes maybe not fitting him off the rack.
He's literally been chiseled from stone. You know, generally reserved for the halls of Caesar's palace or such physiques, as I definitely don't want it that bad, Kevin. You know, respect to all the effort turned in by Alex, but long ago, I, you know, resigned myself to the idea that the discipline required to craft ourselves in this model is just, you know, I'm good. And by the way, I'm also likely drawing dead is probably the more important thing for me to acknowledge. But yeah, I mean, you're not really going to walk in to most tailors and find whatever that dimension is. You know, do you have the triangle cut? Like, that's what I need. Ace-8 for Fedor. Doesn't need chips right now, but he wants them. On the button. Targets. Foxen. Queen Jack. In the big. Round 2 could be upon us.
Yeah, big hand here, but doesn't feel strong enough to go for 3-bet. Happy to take a flop with this kind of holding.
Defense yields a pair of jacks for Foxen, once again getting the better of Fedor on this king-high rainbow board.
And you expect these boards to favor Fedor's button range here. Just 20 big blinds effective. We hear from a lot of strongest top pairs. 2 pairs sets, all those hands on this board. Fedor expected to play this texture very aggressively in ace-8 with not a lot going on.
85,000 though, despite that. Alex, content to call. Pot grows to over $500,000 and now trips for Foxen. Holtz drawing dead. The kind of card that could see him slow down.
Yeah, Jack, very good card for Foxen's specific hand and his overall range as well. Some players will take the opportunity to lead in this spot. But if check 2, Fedor probably seeing some showdown value potentially with the ace-8 high. He can be ahead of a few draws. Some weaker ace highs.
130.
Foxen's not going to give him the chance, though. Starting to lead, and I mean, we don't immediately want to give up with ace high, but it feels ambitious to stick around. How many hands are we ahead of except for the gut shots that didn't check raise the flop?
130K lead from Foxen, breaking with the flow of play. Oh, and Fedor drawing dead unbeknownst. Is going to make the call, unconvinced that ace high is no good.
Yeah, sticks around. A few chances for him to improve potentially if Foxen were to have just a pair of threes.
Now, relevant is the fact that Fedor unblocks spades. He knows Foxen will have some floats after check calling on the flop. Maybe a backdoor flush draw decided to get frisky. Queen 10 has arrived.
Yeah, rates to be a good card for the weaker parts of Foxen's range, and that normally means we just play aggressive in this spot. No reason, in my opinion, to set a trap right now. Perhaps worried that we would lose action from like pocket 10s, rivered pair of 9s, any marginal pair. Even a king may check behind.
$820.
Well, Alex is going to put almost all of his stack in here, and 820 is an overbet, but the polarity, not anything piquing Fedor's interest. A snap fold there, and again, he is snacked on by Alex.
And not much to think about with the ace-8 of Fedor on the 9 of diamonds. River might even lose to some of Foxen's bluffs or chop with them.
There's nothing worse than clicking call and then realizing that your opponent just accidentally value bet you.
Yeah.
Of course, this wasn't one of those occasions, as the Trip Jacks is a real powerhouse for Foxen. Surging right now. Alex now sits 1.6. King 10 of clubs for Ding Biao. Takes us to 1 1/4. The min plus a tickle. Danny taking a spin with the 6-deuce of diamonds, which turns into a flush draw on an ace-high board. No club out there, but Ding Biao has purchased the right to rep this ace-high board.
Yeah, a whole lot of nothing for the King 10 of clubs, but certainly a texture where we would see a lot of small c-bets, clear out the trash in Danny's range. We'll see if Danny wants to play this one aggressively. Just quarter pot. Maybe some ways for us to clear out. Hands just like this. King 10 of clubs has 45% equity right now against the flush draw of Danny Tang. Wouldn't it be nice to check raise and get this hand out of here?
Pretty remarkable, given that just our instinct is to favor Danny's hand so much more when we're staring at the screen.
Yeah. Does find the raise, and I like this a lot. Big gap there between the ace and the 9 on the flop. A lot of hands like this king 10 of clubs in Ding Biao's range.
Yeah, Broadway combos are just put adrift. And when we hold the diamond draw, we don't need necessarily to be as concerned that that lurks in terms of the combos. So all of that king through 10 Broadway collective withers under this pressure, and that's exactly where he found his opponent. So no further need for improvements. Danny's flush draw taking the aggressive line and taking the pot.
Oopsie.
So we repay a visit to the other feature table. It appears that Phil Ivey in the big blind defended against an open. No, this was a limp from the small blind of Ponikov's. Ivey then 3-betted. Ponikov's called. The 7-5 deuce board you saw just moments ago, Ponikov's check calling 250K with middle pair against top pair as both of the ace highs hit this board. King of spades turn. Alex checks once more.
Actually, somewhat surprised not to see one of these two hands just stick in the money before the flop. Playing 25 big blinds effective, couple of offsuit aces in a blind versus blind battle. Somewhat unusual to see these hands squaring off post-flop.
5 seconds.
Phil has to feel pretty okay about the king of spades on the turn. Not only is it a card that he could represent and bluff frequently, but it's a card that Ponikov's isn't going to connect with all that often. Does have the ace of spades in his hand, less need to worry about protecting. Maybe we leave some chips behind.
5 seconds.
When you see Ivy take this long, you've got to think there's multiple options, maybe even 3 different choices spinning through his mind. Do I check behind? Do I bet 40%? Do I jam for all of it?
Seconds.
Ivy settles on a 300K barrel here. This feels nice.
Yeah, I like this play. It's, you know, Ivy recognizing if the king doesn't connect that well with Alex, he can barrel thin, pair of 7s, maybe even a few weaker hands like pocket 6s. Certainly the overpairs to the 7.
Yeah, and the Ponikov's limp call range on his mind and a size that allows 5X to remain interested. Pot laying over 4-1 to that.
Ponikov's has to feel like this hand's just too much to fold for that price in a spot where Ivy's certainly capable of bluffing.
Well, the 4 of clubs rolls off after Alex makes the call. This pot has grown to over $1.5 million.
It's starting to feel, I mean, while Ivy might think he has the best hand, this is a huge pot right now. If Ivy checks and wins, he's up to 2.2 million. If he goes all in and loses, he's out in 14th. Do we want to check behind just because those last 690 are so valuable, or, you know, how sure are we as Phil that we just have the best hand right now?
Yeah, it did feel a little bit thinner once the 4 rolled off.
Yeah.
Not sure how much 6-8, ace-3 sort of stuff we're concerned lingers, but that was a healthy pot by all metrics. And that health, in part, attributable to the turn 300 from Ivy, which did feel like a very nice barrel as he bests Ponikov's. Tidy pickup. Ivy sitting in that 40 big blind territory. Long game. Still chip leading. Danny Tang currently in second. Zhao Vieira in third. Ivy in fourth. With 14 remaining here in the 150K. There is Zhao.
5 seconds.
Jacks in the cutoff. 120.
Almost drawing that.
Oh, ace-queen
Almost
offsuit
drawing
for
that.
Dvoris. You know,
I was thinking
recency
I'm gonna
bias
banter.
would suggest that this is not going to be fruitful for Daniel.
Yeah, in Dvoris' spot here, not so attractive to go with a small 3-bet against the cutoff open. We have an offsuit ace. Things can get awkward post-flop. He does go 400. I expected more jams. Does he not anticipate the occasional flat from Vieira? Although I think with jacks, we just have so much hand, we're probably in there.
5 seconds.
All in.
Play roll in.
There's the jam from Vieira. Dvoris says call and gets shown the better hand. Daniel covered. Not that long ago, it was unfathomable to think that his back would be against the wall given how deep he sat, yet that's where he finds himself, hunting an ace or queen. And the king 9-3 board fails to deliver. Still 2 to come. Tension mounts upon Dvoris. The 10 does take the queen off the board. Vieira interfering with the straight, and now interfering with the hopes of Daniel Dvoris, who has been showered. Crab.
Yeah. A look of frustration for sure.
I mean,
you come in with such high hopes. I mean, the position he was in not 1 hour ago.
Didn't he have like 79 bigs or something?
Came in with 3 million, I think, to these final 2 tables.
Keep it that way.
At the 50K level.
I will try to be always around.
So a very disappointing and unexpected exit. Premature in nature. If you were handicapping things an hour ago, $307,000 for the 14th place finish. As 13 remain, and among them, the new chip leader. More on that in a moment, but if you want to find yourself at a Triton Poker Super High Roller Series, well, have we got a path for you? WPT Global is where you can qualify for Triton events, including the next WPT Global Slam, win passport dollars, and use them to buy in right here at Triton. It all happens only on WPT Global. Download now and use code Jeju for a 100% deposit match up to 1,500 smackers. Flipping back over, ace queen, again trailing a pair. Tan Xuan well off his high water mark, covered by Alex Foxen. Might similar carnage be in the air? Alex, 3 bets to 320.
Yeah, leaving some room for the potential 4-bet all-in. With just 20 big blinds, I mean, how can Tan Xuan get away from ace-queen?
You feel it coming? Tan eyeballing Alex, by the way. Yep. The jam, verification, and Alex was prepared for this, and to be fair, set the stage nicely to bring it forth. 2.37 million chip pot. Shades of what Dvoris experienced moments ago. Being experienced by a man who's on a similar downward trajectory. Quite the converse for Foxen, who's hoping to keep himself pointed north here. Can he hang on the flop? Yes, he can. 8-7 deuce. The light flickering on Tan Xuan's porch. Ace or queen needed to keep the current flowing through that seat, and unavailable. And you see the shake of the head for Tan Xuan. He too just left somewhat breathless.
Cover?
Yeah.
Boy, and one player's demise is another's good fortune. Alex Foxen, the beneficiary there, as another face and name that we really may not have expected not long ago would be far removed from departure, dispatched.
Yeah, top of the chip counts right now looking very different from just moments ago.
Yeah, we haven't even had a chance to get to him, by the way, as Tan will collect the first of the $337,000 payout bands. His departure means 12 remain, and we do have a near 50K difference between 12th and 11th place money. But looking at the overall leaderboard, Javiera, who showered Devoris with those jacks versus ace-queen, sits up top with 3.8 plus, having dethroned Wang Yi, and Alex Foxen says hello to a podium slot on the leaderboard, third. You know, he was just kind of lingering in that 10 big blind territory at the top of the frame. That's why it's so important psychologically never to fall prey to a sense of resignation, no matter how dire things may feel, no matter how card dead it feels like you are, no matter how foregone the conclusions can seem. Ace Queen, the hand of the moment. Offsuit iteration on the button. Ding Biao makes it $1.25. Luke Greenwood's been very quiet, but ace 6 suited could see him chirp.
Yeah, gotta think against a button raise, we're gonna continue in some fashion. Luke may be considering his options between, honestly, all three. Do we go small 3-bet and fold? Do we flat? Or is a suited ace against the button raise enough to just pile 22 blinds?
I mean, it does rate to be the best hand against range, as we can see far from it on this occasion. Luke taking the high variance path. Can't fault him for it, but obviously deflation when Ding Biao snaps. You know you got issues, and they're the bad kind. Domination. 2.75 million chip pot. And Luke really has just been spectating for the most part. Finally found himself a spot. Felt like it was a good one. As it stands, not great, just 29%. The ace-10-5 board doesn't improve that. Down to just 10% with 2 to come. Monotone texture of no issue. No 6 on the turn and just 3 outs. Present the escape to Greenwood.
Back 6.
And the board pairing 10 makes it official as Greenwood wraps the rail with a single fist. And all of a sudden the gridlock of 14 remaining broken as a bevy of busts come in prompt succession. Greenwood snatching the 337K for 12th and leaving us with 11 remaining. 384K. The next payouts.
Yeah, and I suggested earlier in the broadcast that we still had a lot of runway to the final table. Now just 2 spots off, but you know, the gap from where we're at right now and the money up top is quite large.
14 or 14.
Yeah, 14.
Even for your usual high roller field.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, we haven't even talked about the money up
Of
top.
course.
Just say the
I
number
just
if you
thought I
would.
heard all that.
Kevin, just
my
because
bad.
it's so
No, no.
nice.
Good. You're good.
The champion in this event, Ali, is
Good
getting
bluff.
$4.61 million.
Is it weird that I'm drooling? I'm not even in, but just hearing 4.61 million.
More than double, I believe, the largest previous number at this series.
Yeah, I think 2.2 was our biggest score coming into this one. Runner-up, by the way, 3,139,000. Third, 2 million plus, 1.7 for fourth, 1.3 for fifth, $1 million and change for sixth. That's how many 7-figure payouts are available, and we are not that far from the final 7. 11 souls on board. We're playing down to 9 today before we come back for the FT tomorrow. Jack 9 suited. Dan Smith got a reprieve on the turn where he found an ace from space. That's allowed him to stick around, and then he found a double after that. So playable stack depth. He's going to limp it against the chip leader, Javiera.
I like this limp covered pretty significantly out of position. Jack 9 suited a really strong hand for the spot, honestly. But we do need to protect that limping range, expecting a lot of aggression from Vieira.
Ace, queen, 5, bottom pair for Joao.
And normally when the ace and the queen are here, this is going to favor Dan. Limping a number of strong hands, incentivized to play cautiously against the chip leader. Wouldn't have been surprised to see him bet here, but Jack 9, it's a showdownable one. We don't expect to fold out anything better than this with a bet. Vieira going for thin value, maybe feeling like he can get away with whatever bets he likes, not expecting a lot of check raise aggression. Let's just stab our pair of 5s. It's probably good. It could use some protection.
I mean, some of this is the luxury afforded us when we have so many chips. And we expect deference. And a pretty one pre. Turns into an unattractive one post as the 5s. Sprinkle and take. Looking at Vieira's festival. Coming into this event, he had played a total of 7 events. And while he broke the seal early, cashing in that 15K leadoff, he's been 0 for 6 since. And now looking to right that ship in a very real way, as he has found a tantalizing cash and looking for added rungs up the ladder. As this event has already taught us, we cannot presume that just because he sits atop the leaderboard right now means it's cruise control straight through to the FT. Statistically, we would expect such things, but just ask Tan Xuan and Dan Devoris how that played out for them. Ace, queen, yet again, saying hello, this time to Smith. On the button, no less.
135.
Got
135. Announced, and Vieira inspecting how deep Ponikov's is.
I mean, we might see this go in. We saw Luke Greenwood willing to make this same play in these same positions for basically the same amount of chips.
Yeah, you're right.
And he wasn't even the chip leader. Now with Joao Vieira being able to leverage that stack.
He does exactly what you predicted he would. Smith very proudly announcing call, recognizing the breadth of Vieira's range and how the ace-queen rates to perform. And all of a sudden, Dan, You can see feeling a little swaggy. $2.6 million potentially going to be pushed his direction, provided he can hold. This would be dirty if he didn't. Queen 10-7, and he is in the driver's seat. One diamond lurking, that 6 dangler could get pesky. Turn brings focus, and the board pairing 10 means it's a wrap. Well, how about this ascent for Dan Smith, by the way, which one could go back and track in the Triton Poker Plus app. Every single hand he has played to this point is available, and you just see these big just jumps in the dot line coming most recently courtesy of this double through João Vieira. And King Dan surging. Surging is what you want to be doing when the blinds are nipping on your heels. 40 and 80,000. That's where we go from here. Current shortest stack in the room, by the way, is the 15 big blinds deep. Kiat Lee, Ponikov's, Tolerine, and Fedor, the 4 beneath the average stack of 2.3 million. Tolerine's been quiet on the day. King 7 not going to make noise.
Yeah, Tolerine was also near the top of our leaderboard with 16 left, and looks like he's just coasted his way downwards towards the bottom as the blinds have raised twice.
Well, a coast, a drift downwards is something we can handle. It's the violence that some of the other chip leaders experienced that he's looking to avoid. Meanwhile, Ponikov's not having any sort of avoidment attachment style to pocket nines.
This can be dangerous for Phil. Ponikov's, he should know, is capable of getting a little frisky blind versus blind with some trashy hands. We've got an ace, less than 20 big blinds effective. All in's the standard play, and there it goes.
Ivy choosing the higher variance path off of 2.5 million, covering blind versus blind. Ponikov's not out of the woods. It's 2.93 come pouring in. $875. Ivy's ace of diamonds becomes relevant. The nickel needs to turn into 15 cents to dethrone the nines. No such luck on the turn. No flush draw acquired. Let's keep it ace and 5 free. That's what the Latvian's thinking. Compliance on the river.
1-4-25.
So Ivy getting snacked on. Still left with roughly $1 million when it's all said and done, but obviously that'll put him down near that 10 big blind threshold, which is where we don't want to find ourselves. And that exchange does put him at the bottom of the leaderboard with 11 left. Ponikov's, conversely, ascends. 36 bigs. Good for third overall. Let's call it 37 bigs. That glimpse brought to you by GTO Wizard. And there's another one brought to you by Jacob & Co.
我也该推，我也没答对，对，没答对你哦，你可以推，那你论出了我也可以推哦。
Ace-6 of diamonds. Danny Tang, cut off raise.
不可能拿这个令谱抠吧？这样。
No takers. Are final table bubbles beyond whatever the actual pay ladder is a thing for you? Kevin, do you think that these players experience some sort of like, well, I really want to make the FT beyond simply the money?
Yeah, I think so. Well, and my first thought was beyond the money that you get immediately, perhaps there's the future expectation of maybe making a lot more money by securing that final table spot, but also just the relief of reaching the next day and feeling like there's a lot of value in being able to take that chair and be on the big stage in the biggest event. I mean, I certainly feel that when I'm 2 tables left in almost any tournament, let alone 150K.
Mm-hmm.
小红帽啊，小红帽啊。
The more that I look at this lustrous and egregiously broad collared jacket that Fedor is rocking, the more I feel like he is prepared for whatever the greatest after parties the Paris Fashion Week has available. That's the one you reach for. Look at that. 10-7 versus Queen 9. 240K in the middle. Jack, Jack 4 with a couple of diamonds. Foxen's Queen high, still best. Foxen stack has been under construction, and the development has been going well. Looks like the workers are going to take a pause as he checks back. Double paired board now.
I have to admit, I learned my favorite method of stacking chips.
Okay.
From none other than Alex Foxen in pretty much the fashion he's got going on here. Not sure that I can give him credit for inventing this technique, but certainly...
Well, the Egyptians did the pyramids. But this one's not so three-dimensional. But I assume a triangular... Is it a trapezoid that we're after? What do we...
Well, this is designed for function. Reachability of every color available to him on either side of the pile, right? Not just blue chips on the bottom and bigger denominations on top covering the possibility of using those blue chips, but...
Okay, so form and function.
Yeah.
And he specifically, you bogarted it, or like he specifically took you under his wing and was like, hey, crab.
Oh, there was a...
Take a look here.
There was a very high-priced mastermind that I had to register for.
Masterclass, you mean?
Yeah, masterclass. Not ashamed to say I spent $25,000 learning how to stack chips.
Ah, I see. It wasn't that you necessarily paid as overt tuition for such lessons, but a front row seat and maybe a takeaway, if you will, as most of your stack was taken away. And you saw how it was repositioned. Fedor, by the way, positioning 80,000 out there.
Yeah, kind of interesting. I mean, block bet attempt to fold out a chop every now and then. Fedor claiming that he can beat the board, although both players often won't in this kind of situation. Yeah, Foxen's too curious. They're going to chop that one up.
King playing.
But no, I think it was at a tournament table, Ali, perhaps in Florida, where I often come across Foxen in the same events. And I noticed a number of players starting to model their stacks after this design. I think he explained the purpose to me.
I mean, is it a Foxen original by chance? I mean,
I've seen Chance Corneth do the exact same setup, and it looks good in photos too. You know, like if you're trying to, when you have a brand designed around being the chip leader, you gotta really flaunt the idea that there's a lot.
You're
There's a
talking,
lot
of
in
course,
front
about
you.
chip leader coaching.
I am.
The CLC crew, of which Foxen and Corneth are a part. Yeah, I suppose that's fair play. Meanwhile, here's a look at how play has taken shape. A real logjam of 30-some-odd big blind stacks at both tables. Leanest stack in the room right now, Phil Ivey, after things didn't go so hot for him. In an all-in spot. Kiat Lee's second leanest in the field. Not going to play this one. Mystery hand time. Yes. Fedor. Takes us to 180 from the button. Queen Jack offsuit, small blind for Foxen.
Fedor raising off just 20 big blinds into 2 covering stacks. Danny Tang waits in the big blind. Close fold there, I think.
180.
180.
Is that Kiat Lee?
Someone doing the same thing.
He's really bored out there, isn't he? He hasn't played a whole lot of pots. I confess. Normally, you got to sit on your own jewels to hit that note. (10-9) deuce board. Tang, second pair. We don't know what Holtz raised with. That's your job out there in the chat. The more data points you have, obviously, the more you'll be able to whittle down this range. 480 in the middle and a check in front of Fedor. We await his choice.
And I don't think we'll always see Fedor continuation bet. When he is covered, and Danny, you would assume, connects pretty well with the 10-9 part of this board. But he does have something willing to size up just a little bit here. About 30% pot.
So 145. Check called by Danny. We know what's got him doing it. Now an open-ended straight draw arrives, even though it's a second overcard. He checks once more.
Queen's a really good card for Fedor's range here. He's going to pick up a lot of equity with his high card hands. Really the only weak hands on this board that he would open on the button are the Ace-X combos that don't have any straight draw, like Ace-7 offsuit. Everything else has something, a pair, a straight draw.
$420,000.
So to see continued aggression, the only hands I'm starting to rule out for Fedor might be something like pocket 3s through 7s, even pocket 8s. These hands probably wanting to check. Maybe a hand like Ace-9 probably wanting to check. But if he's got a 10 or better, second barrel, very normal. And if he's got anything weak, anything weaker than a pair, bluffing definitely on the table.
So Danny hanging tough. Another 840 into the middle. Pot growing to 1.6 plus. Board pairing 10 on the end. Jack kicker no longer plays. How concerned, if we're Danny Tang, are we about 10x? I would imagine not too much, right, as played?
I think Fedor can bet his 10x on the turn, although maybe not all of them will.
Would it have to be specifically one that has a straight draw to go with it?
Those are the most likely for sure. A hand like ace-10 or perhaps 10-7 suited or whatnot, maybe not so excited. Even 10-8, you know, these hands would be awkward if they face check raise all in on the turn. Still a lot of hand for the spot. Definitely some 10s. And now that Danny has checked, I mean, a couple reasons Fedor is maybe not too concerned about Danny having a 10. No check raise on the flop, no lead on the river. Some percentage of these 10s would do either of those plays.
Not lost on Fedor is the fact that he has placed himself in this spot, 945 back, sub 1 SPR.
And we saw not long ago Phil Ivey exercising caution against a thin river value bet, so perhaps a hand like pocket jacks or even a weak queen would do the same in Fedor's position here.
And Holtz is ripping all but 5K into the middle. And I assume this is a polarizing sight if we're Danny.
Yeah, starting to rule out
Queen X,
those weaker hands.
Or is that
Feel
still
like
in there?
maybe we draw the line at Queen Jack. You know, we have a kicker that plays. We chop with one of Danny's strongest Queen X hands himself. Maybe Danny could have King Queen. Maybe Danny could have a handful of 10x, but we don't expect Ace Queen ever for Danny. Two pair very hard to make now that the 10 is paired. King Queen feels like it can go in there for sure. Maybe Queen Jack.
And this is game recognized game. You know, both Danny and Fedor are warriors out there. Unafraid when they feel like the spot is to be taken to do exactly that, independent of the actual landscape.
And let's talk about Danny's hand too. A really reasonable quality bluff catcher for the hands that he's most worried about for Fedor, namely King Jack offsuit, very common value hand for Fedor. We have a jack, pocket nines, 10-9 offsuit, all possible from the button.
Is the 9 of spades a troublesome one for him to hold? Is he maybe looking for that to be?
I think it's safe. Fedor wouldn't bluff with the 9, but he would value bet with it. So I think it's just a safe card. And does Fedor even open the button with a hand like Jack 4 suited? Maybe not. So maybe we don't interfere with too many bluffs. We just block value. It's a pretty good catcher. A different spade we might hate to have, you know. The King of Spades, maybe not such a good card, but the 9 of Spades, fine.
This is for over half of Danny's remaining stack. But by the way, if he clicks call and he happens to catch Fedor bluffing, Holtz is going to be left with just 5K. Danny digs in, and it is the King Jack. And again, the deck reminds us that while blockers do help to inform, they don't eliminate the possibility that trouble lurks. And that is a painful reminder being experienced by Danny. On the flip side of it, pleasure is all Fedor's there.
And like you suggested, just a respectful call from Danny, knowing he needs to do some bluff catching against such a capable player. Found that that one was just too good to let go.
Letting go of plenty of his chips is Danny as we flip it over to the other featured table. Phil Ivey opened to 160. Smith flatted on the button, bringing us to this paired flop where Ivey is following through. 125K into Dan, who's got King Jack of Spades, flirting with that 10 of Spades nicely.
Playing just six-handed now, and Ivey starting this hand with 15 big blinds, using that offsuit ace as a light blocker open. Dan, with as many chips as he has now, can play plenty of calls on the button. So King Jack suited pretty strong even within this range on this board.
This turn is also pretty strong for Ivey, is just in case there was some ace-x that flatted on the button for Dan that was ahead of ace-7. I'm not sure just how wide that range is, but we've remedied that as the kicker no longer plays. And of course, ace high is in front of king high. Ivy pumps the brakes. Let's see if Dan wants to tell a story.
Yeah, king jack is a tricky one. There's maybe the illusion that we have some showdown value, but it's going to be very difficult to actually show it down and win against something Ivy doesn't bluff.
So Smith does check back. Ivy actually improves to a 7.
Now we might expect Dan to take a stab on the turn with something like pocket 6s, 7s, 8s if those hands don't 3-bet before the flop, but not necessarily going to stab with a full house. If he does have a 10, he might trap it. Ivy, I think wisely checking over and maybe hoping to induce a bluff. Hard to imagine getting value from this 7 and potentially we run into a full house. We don't want to overplay this hand strength.
So it is a shutdown as Ivy doesn't seek to open the action. Benefit of potentially inducing as well. But Smith will not bite as king high gets shown. 2 cards that beat it. Ivy starting the rebuilding process. You know, we've talked on more than one occasion, Kevin, prior to you being a part of the broadcast team, about sort of the rebirth of Phil Ivey. It was some very dark days for him. A stretch kind of where he disappeared for a little bit. Obviously had some legal issues. A lot of Baccarat-related, you know, edge seeking, edge sorting situations. I think most of that now in Ivy's rear view, and he's a dad, practices yoga, has really matured and kind of changed, I think, as an overall human, feeling very complete and content and very present is Phil.
160.
And I think a lot of people have maybe been tempted to write him off as one of those who had been passed by the game.
It's 4 white stacks.
What may have worked and earned him his fame once upon a time no longer would prove successful. But Ivy here making this deep run and reminding us that it is a dangerous game you play if you want to underestimate him as an opponent. Meanwhile, Javiera, suited and connected on the button, takes us upstairs. Bonakov shares an 8 with a better kicker, also suited in clubs. He played this one as a flat from the small and finds top pair versus a gut shot straight flush draw.
Yeah, Bonakov showing that he's unafraid to take confrontations. Just 2 eliminations away from a final table. Similar stacks here. But liking his chances playing flats out of the small blind against a late position open. Vieira's hand is huge right now, but he's got to be thinking that Jack 9X is a texture that connects with a lot of the hands that choose to call in the small blind. Sizes up a little bit more than you might on a drier board. 33% here.
160.
And with Jack 8, weaker kicker with our top pair, not a good redraw. In general, I'd like to see a call.
425.
And of course, contrary to my suggestion, we see door number 2 where not a big check raise, not a committing statement, but maybe an attempt to charge for equity.
425. Ponakov's taking the speedy path.
I mean, with the strength of Vieira's draw, he won't be able to fold to further aggression. He does just call, not enough in there to think about 3-betting all in.
So another 850 in total. flood the middle. 6 of spades on the turn. Vieira makes the flush and finds another path to improvement in the opposite direction. Not that he needs it. Ponikov's drawing dead.
And now that we're here, you know, a lot of players find it uncomfortable to check raise flops and stop putting money in, but I think Ponikov's is going to recognize that this is not a good turn card for not only his range, but just his specific hand hates this. We got to slow down.
Ponikov's agrees. Coming off the throttle. And now for Vieira, 1.3 in the middle, sitting roughly the same depth as Alex. We have to expect that there was something
450.
worth the check raise that Ponikov's could be proud of, and the sizing here strikes me as being designed to retain that pride, 450.
Yeah, this feels like Zhao is saying this is not a thin value bet. 450, pretty chunky for the situation. Not something he would do lightly. Even something like King Jack or Queen Jack, I think, feels a little too weak to go for this size. So we're either bluffing or we've got a pretty sizable hand. Nice fold. Just gets away from top pair on the turn. No backup equity.
Yeah, it was going to be muddy water. If he made the call there, the pot was going to swell even further. He's looking up at what the SPR would be and expecting that with some frequency, there's going to be a big request on the end, and you're just adrift with one pair. So really, really nice from Alex Ponikovs to be able to check raise to 425 and then recognize that the performance of his holding wasn't looking so great from that point forward after that 6 of spades rolled off. And a big pickup there for Vieira.
Yeah, I thought the check raise was unusual, but probably saved him money in that hand. I mean, hard to imagine folding to a turn bet if we just go check call on the flop.
Again.
Folded. 160.
Boy, 8-3 suited. Ponikovs getting after it. No incident. Alex really is a terrific player. Kevin, forgive the obvious, and it's not obvious, you know, or rather it's not unique to him in terms of the remaining field, but have really enjoyed the opportunities that we've had to watch him do his thing. And I think a lot of it centers around the fact that he's one of those that is so confident in his talents that he's willing to exercise the deviations and the exploits more than perhaps some others.
Yeah.
And it takes us into some, you know, darker corners where exchanges that are less often observed and lines that are less often observed await us. Pocket jacks, meanwhile, awaiting Ben Tollerine in the small. Spoonful of medicine for Jack 8 suited, the same hand that cost Ponikovs a small bundle. Smith, by the way, activated under the gun with this one. Kevin. Feeling a little bit of momentum?
Smith is the chip leader at this table, the chip leader of the tournament at present, and 6-handed under the gun, a low jack open. I think it's allowed, although definitely not something he would have been doing 45 minutes ago.
Third scoop. Takes us out of the ice cream parlor. You got a favorite ice cream flavor, Crab? You know, first off, how's the lactose? Can you process?
Yeah, I'm not bad with it, but thank you for
A
asking.
lot of adults can't. No shame
Yeah,
in it.
yeah.
You know, count me amongst them. Not that that's ever going to slow me down. You know, I
It did.
decided long ago I'm not, give up? Are you insane?
Did have me wondering why you're asking about favorite ice cream flavors if you can't indulge yourself, but it seems you've chosen your path.
Listen, indulgence and yours truly go hand in hand.
Understood.
Including this conversation. More of a gelato guy? What's your deal?
No,
Crap, I can't
ice
really
cream.
put a read on you.
Ice cream definitely the preference.
Okay. Don't tell me you're just like a, oh, I like strawberry.
Well, something I used to do, I don't do as much anymore, as I used to always get 2 scoops, and one of them was vanilla, and the other was a fun flavor, let's call it.
Well, you know,
And I liked
fun
the
is
I liked the
subjective.
pairing.
Walk us through fun.
Yeah, let's say I get, you know, like a like a salted caramel. And
Okay,
get it
I'll
with
allow it.
vanilla, right? Kind
Allow
of.
it. Yeah, that's a nice.
You know,
yeah.
not overly indulgent feeling.
Sure.
Although somehow 2 scoops feels less indulgent than 1.
Wang Yi looking to indulge in Jack 10 suited, by the way, as he salts 160 out of Ivy.
Not a flavor I order a lot of in a number of places, but what's that popular one in Vegas?
I believe.
What do you mean? A
There's
flavor or an ice
a
creamery?
location, an ice creamery.
On the strip?
Salt and
straw?
Salt and straw, is that the
Yes,
one?
sure.
Yeah. Was tipped off to that
Fair
one by a couple of locals who spend more time enjoying the Vegas food scene than I do, and
Kind of an
that was
artisan.
that was a really good flavor.
Yeah.
Salted caramel over there.
You ever heard of mud pie, Kevin?
I mean, it sounds like something I've probably seen, but
The good folks over at Dryers, Edie's as it's known on the East Coast, back in the United States, decided to replace vanilla in cookies and cream with coffee ice cream.
Interesting.
And I must tell you, despite the fact that I'm not a coffee drinker, perhaps one of my favorites of all time. I'm also a Rocky Road guy, but, you know, my personality suggested this. Meanwhile, Tollerine, Queen Jack offsuit in the cutoff, making it 180K. Dan Smith with Crab Bisque in the small. Took the pass. 9-6 for Vieira.
And this one's not clear to me. Yeah, just passing when we cover, but not by a huge margin. Maybe not enough buffer to get really out there with our big blind defense. Definitely feeling the pressure of that short distance between them and final 9.
Sure.
Sorry.
So close yet so far, it would seem. Nobody eager to take a spot, it would seem. Of the remaining 11 payouts, 6 of them are 7 figures. Wang Yi was the man of the moment, the top of the day. Ace 5 off. Takes us up. He's currently 9th of the 11 runners. Nine, 8 off for Ponikovs in the big. Let's take a peek. Well, I think this will work if we're Alex. As between the shin bone and the femur, we find the joint. Two quick checks as Wang Yi doesn't get cute. Board pairing Jack is unpleasant for the 8-9, although I don't think any immediate concerns for Ponikovs.
Yeah, as Wang Yi sometimes players using this zero interaction hand to bluff, but I would say more traditionally we recognize how well the big blind can connect with this kind of flop and just pass when we don't have a good blocker.
325. 325.
3 1/4 announces Ponikov's. And where are we really looking to go with ace-5 from this point forward? Every chip so precious. This is really not our board. Sure, the ace of spades is there. Sure, we could float and then see whether or not something heroic would be available to us on the river. But I don't think anybody would be critical of Wang Yi if he decided to step aside, which he does. I love Ponikov's glasses, by the way, these reflectors. He's also got a terrific sense of humor, by the way. I know it's not always front and center, especially when we're playing for 4.6 up top, although far be it from him to be feeling the weight of the moment. Just another day at the office for Alex, truly. But actually hung out with him, I think it was in the airport lounge in Riga, Latvia, where we do a lot of post-production for the Triton Super High Roller Series. And given that he's based in Latvia, we were both headed to, I believe it was the Montenegro Festival. And that was a very entertaining pre-flight combo, for sure.
Are you just going to leave us with that?
Well, he just talked about how horrible everybody else in the field is. No, I'm just kidding. Although it is funny when you do get into some private conversations, some of the opinions that some might have about the overall quality of the fields, which I always sit back and marvel at as being extraordinary, and yet that respect is not always shared. Ponikov's with King, Queen of clubs plays the Dan Smith Open as a flat. Smith with ace-jack. Table for 2. Appetizer course is delivered. Pair of 10s with the deuce.
Now, I would normally say Dan can attack textures like this without too much fear of facing check raise, but Ponikov's proving quite recently that even in spots where check raising is not traditionally
110.
expected, he's capable of it. King Queen suited has to think it's good against a fair number of hands, but 10-10 deuce also a board texture where maybe the way that we continue is just with pure aggression.
110K blunt force. Sub-quarter pot, however, and Ponikov's not prepared to step aside. Tearing one off out of position with the 2-overs, the backdoor clubs, double paired board now, and the ace-high doesn't mind this at all. It really doesn't complicate matters whatsoever. Now, do you favor the check back and then decide on the end in this spot if you're in Dan Smith's shoes in this specific exchange, Kevin, or do you like putting something out there, not only because maybe you take the pot here and now, but also because presumably you're going to have the chance to decide what to do on the river?
Yeah, the consideration for me is around how many pocket pairs we think that Ponikov's arrives to this situation with. Does he 3-bet with 8s, 9s? Maybe not. You know, we don't want to put too much money in against those hands. They're in pretty good shape. Also, does he ever check raise the flop with pocket 4s, 5s, 6s, and the like? Just kind of trying to figure out how much equity ace-jack actually has in this turn spot before committing more chips.
So after the check back from Smith, a 6 of spades rolls off.
230.
And Ponikov's comes with 230. 240, I suppose. And this isn't exactly huge. Smith could very casually just click call, especially at his stack depth, but
Yeah, this is interesting. It might be designed to fold out some chops. You know, king-queen now tying with any potential king-9, king-jack.
It just doesn't expect to fold out an ace-high, though?
Well, it could. I don't think ace-high is an automatic call. Those hands I mentioned, 3s, 4s, 5s, even all the way up to pocket 9s, probably going to flat pre-flop in this setup at this stage, probably going to go for value right now. How often do we have unpaired less than ace-high to take this stab with? It's not like we're expected to float the flop with 9-7 suited and the likes. I mean, we need to have some high cards.
Boy, Smith giving this a pretty healthy chew.
And let's not assume that Smith is only thinking about call. I mean, is raising not an option to represent the occasional 10 that has checked behind, the occasional pocket 6s that arrives here?
Smith never needs to turn this into a bluff, does he?
That looks like someone who maybe just decided to pass. Yeah.
And sure enough, the best hand finds the muck as Smith is convinced that he was being milked by maybe some 10x, deuce x, or some of those aforementioned underpairs to the 10. Missed opportunity there for Dan Smith, but he didn't miss a whole lot of them in that frame, that's for sure. Performed quite well to spin it up to 3.3 million and change. That's good for a boss stack over at the blue table, Ding Biao at the red table. Your overall chip leader as Smith slips to second. Very neck and neck, those two stacks. Fedor Holtz running in third. Back at the desk, Alina Jad, Kevin Rabichow with you. And that frame was sort of the operator's special. It was kind of chiselly, a little bit cobbly. That obviously, you know, after we got those 3 rapid-fire bust-outs. And now as you look at these stack depths, I think you got to expect that this final table bubble could prove thick.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen in the last hour kind of the rapid fall of some of our recent chip leaders, notably Dan Dvoris in 14th place and Tan Xuan in 13th place, atop the leaderboard just moments prior. I mean, the shift that we saw in the leaderboard recently, also leaving Danny Tang on just 4 big blinds when we come back.
Yeah, I mean, cautionary tales, by the way, for those who are enjoying a slot up toward the top of the leaderboard right now, is it can come undone in a quick hurry. Now, a quick commercial. Hurry back. We're going to have this table down to an FT, and then we're going to call it quits. A couple of bust-outs between now and then as 11 remain, and we play down to 9 here in Jeju. Stay close.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code JEJU and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker and daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun, and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Living that river situation.
It does kind of feel like it was tough to give Ding Biao a draw once that turn bet was called and we hold an ace in hand.
Yeah.
Haxton holding an ace here, but not interested.
Yeah, pretty fringy one, and maybe a spot you even consider, well, I'm probably going to get the extra pay jump if I allow Enrico to play this hand. Not to mention just the reduced fold equity on a jam when you have a player on just 2 big blinds. Sitting here, very likely to come along in the small blind with anything reasonable.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sit down.
Yeah.
Enrico, small blind rips in queen 8. He's ahead of Luke Greenwood. 280K in the middle, desperately needs to go to the Italian if we're going to continue. 16 remaining. Three off the top. King 10-4. Greenwood leaves Enrico beginning the demiking process. One can't blame him. 4 pairs on the turn and things accelerate. Kamoshi needs to play ladies man on the river. And instead it's a tray of spades. So that'll do it for young Enrico Kamoshi. Future is still very bright for that man there, but the light is extinguished by Greenwood. Bringing us to a pay ladder with 15 remaining, $307,000 now, the next 2 payouts. On his heels, 5 bigs back, 2 million. And he steps away from a queen 10 offsuit early. Schwen leaning on Haxton.
Yeah, just 8 big blinds here, and Haxton maybe even feeling better about his king high after that hesitation from Tan.
Well, as we can see, that king high is in a world of hurt as Schwen dominates.
Cool.
Yeah, Ike not afraid to take the spots when he thinks this hand is supposed to be performing well against range, and unfortunately for him, you see him shaking his head. This is one of those times where Tan Schwen actually wakes up with the better of the 2 holdings. Let's see if rabbits and hats can come together. 9-6-5. This magic show lacks luster. Spades work. Top pair, though, for Tan. Way out in front. And on the turn, the GGs are issued as Haxton draws dead and unceremoniously is dispatched from the proceedings. Not far after Kamoshi exits in 16th, the mighty Ike Haxton out of here in 15th. $307,000 richer, of course, for his efforts.
Really a mandatory spot for Ike to have taken there.
So Vieira taking the pot, and then also Dan Smith small blind, apparently, as Dan chimes in. Tan, ace-6 suited. Under the gun, Kiat Lee with a king-queen off. So we flip it to the other feature.
Reasonable call, I would say, king-queen. Likely to be ahead of the under-the-gun opening range, but just 23 big blinds. Maybe too much hand to 3-bet and then fold.
So flat, the selected choice.
Does invite Fedor to stick around.
Yeah, the math is mathing for 10-6 of clubs, so 450 in the middle, as 3 will peak up at 3. 9-6 deuce, and Fedor has found the same pair that Tan Xuan has, but he has kicker issues. That said, the 10 could go to work towards a straight, potentially. Kiat Lee with the 2 naked overs. King of spades, relevant.
Wouldn't mind a bet or a check here. Tan's hand certainly strong enough to get some value from either or both of these players. And this is not straightforward for Kiat's hand. Even with Fedor behind, you've got 2 very strong overcards to presumably a loose opening range. You've got the king of spades. I think in a heads-up pot we would have seen Kiat continue that, but maybe worried about the big blind connecting well with an all-low card flop.
So the 165K follow-through clears Kiat, and it's back around to Fedor. He does peel, understandably. Pot grows to 780. Oh, and he finds top 2. A card that gives Tan Xuan the nut flush draw. This is straight out of the writer's room.
Yeah, if
Tan
Tan were to
10s and 6s,
continue,
not top 2. Apologies, Kevin. Go on.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if Tan decides to continue betting with this hand, it's expected to have so much equity against a potential check raise from Fedor. Do we ever see the 6 check to just realize it's showdown value, or are we going to keep betting and deal with the potential consequences? Yeah.
You know, Fedor's check here is definitely in recognition of the fact that he's got a higher frequency better behind him. And so these 10s and 6s have done well for themselves to coax this 505 off. What they don't realize is just how much peril they find themselves in. An ace or a diamond would all bring Fedor crashing to a halt in this one. And I think even with a somewhat feral Tan Xuan, 505 on the turn here, and Fedor recognizes something real brews. With that said, he will take the spot. A snap from Tan. He'll be quite thrilled not to be up against the set or the straight and have the best of it with one to come. Won't be so thrilled to recognize just how much danger the German finds himself in. Covered by Tan Xuan. Over 3 million in the middle as a big collision inbound, and a king of clubs will leave Fedor Holtz chomping down on Tan Xuan's spoils. And I'll tell you what, if you're at this table, you would much sooner see that big stack resting in front of Tan Xuan, where you know that it's going to be splashed around, versus Wang Ye still chip leading. Danny Tang currently in second. Zhao Vieira in third. Ivy in fourth. With 14 remaining here in the 150K. There is Zhao.
5 seconds.
Jacks in the cutoff. 120.
Whew, almost drawing that.
Oh, ace-queen offsuit for Dvoris. You know, recency bias would suggest that this is not going to be fruitful for Daniel.
Yeah, in Dvoris's spot here, not so attractive to go with a small 3-bet against the cutoff open. We have an offsuit ace. Things can get awkward post-flop. He does go 400. I expected more jams. Does he not anticipate the occasional flat from Vieira? Although I think with jacks, we just have so much hand, we're probably in there.
5 seconds.
All in.
Play roll in.
There's the jam from Vieira. Dvoris says call and gets shown the better hand. Daniel covered. Not that long ago, it was unfathomable to think that his back would be against the wall given how deep he sat, yet that's where he finds himself, hunting an ace or queen. And the king 9-3 board fails to deliver. Still 2 to come. Tension mounts upon Dvoris. The 10 does take the queen off the board. Vieira interfering with... And welcome back to continuing coverage of the 150K from here at the Landing Casino at Jeju Shinhwa World. Triton Poker Super High Roller Series coverage eking toward midnight local time. Ali Najad and Kevin Rabichow alongside hopefuls that are trying to make it to this final table. As it stands right now, 11 players remain. Down toward the bottom of that leaderboard, we find Danny Tang. 4 big blinds in front of him, Kevin, and a decent amount of runway for Phil Ivey, sitting 12 bigs, but obviously you get gobbled alive by these blinds. 50, 100, 100. That's the state of affairs out there as you look at the 2 feature tables. Nothing much really changed from before the break.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at these stacks, I'm thinking of some of the previous final tables we've covered where we got down really quickly and a chip leader was able to accumulate really fast and we got a deep heads-up match. Right now, only 34 big blinds for the chip leader, Dan Smith. Number of players above that average stack of 2.3 million who are right in there for the race at the top. I mean, this is anybody's game right now, and I think we're going to see some fireworks.
Yeah, and here's the thing about it. You know, when you say chip leader Dan Smith, people would double take you if you were trying to make that claim an hour or so ago. He really wasn't anywhere near the top of the leaderboard. In fact, he was just a couple of cards away from elimination, found an ace, kept his seat, and then kept his composure, and he has been gifted the top slot right now. Kiat Lee sitting second in chips, Zhao Vieira in third. At one point, the Portuguese delegate was at the top of that leaderboard, and the cluster is fairly tight above that average stack of 2.3 million in chips. So let's send it back down into the arena for the resumption of play in this 150K, where eventually $4.6 million awaits a champion. We are going to stop play, however, once we get to the FT, so that trophy is going to get the night off as we hop back to the coverage. Cheers to those of you watching us in the wee hours in the U.S. time zones. And, of course, elsewhere in the world, in this very international affair. on all fronts. There's your 11 players, 5-handed at the red table, 6 at the blue table. 1 player will be drawn at random to move back over to the red table intermittently so as to try to balance the opportunity. That glimpse brought to you by BetACR. Danny Tang obviously in the on-deck circle. And if you're at that red table, you are keenly aware of those 4 bigs of Danny. On-tap payout, $384,000. It'll stay static for both 11th and 10th. Ace Jack now for the deep stacked Vieira.
Fold. Pass.
Min raise open. Tolerine has gone to the Sith Lord look. He's like one black mask away from administrating a Squid Game out here. Not referring to the progressive Squid Game in the cash game streets, but the actual Netflix.
I was confused.
Smash hit. You've seen Squid Game, right, Kev? Oh no, Kevin. Oh my goodness.
I will admit, I've seen the first episode.
Okay, and somehow you put it down?
I was just like, eh. And I stopped.
What do you mean you were just like, eh?
That was...
It had everything in that first episode.
That's how it went down. I'm being honest.
It really didn't grab you?
No, it was good.
But then you just decided...
Just other thing. I don't know. I don't remember why.
Rabbit Chow. What's going on? Is your account still active?
On Netflix?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So you...
I considered watching the other night, actually, when they showered me at the cinema, trying to use my American visa.
It's not everywhere you want to go, apparently. A7 of spades, Ivy ripping in from the button here. Jack 10 in the big blind. Wang Yi doing a little math. 11 bigs is kind of chunky for a Jack 10 off.
Yeah, ambitious. Maybe in a blind versus blind battle, that would be kind of on the cusp, but...
Yeah, enough about that, Kevin. Let's return to what truly is more captivating for the time being, which is the fact that something that basically any and everybody that has a Netflix account watched, which was Squid Game. You actually did watch and then turned away from after the first episode. I mean, you know, we're talking like 3 SDs away from the norm as far as where you lie.
You think?
Watch 1 and done Squid Game? Yeah. Yeah, I think you're like 99.9 percentile.
99.7 if I remember my SDs. But yeah, I understand.
If you understood, you wouldn't be sitting at this desk. You'd be watching Squid Game right now, calling out from work. Meanwhile, Tolerine, button plus 2 10s, doesn't require a whole lot of understanding.
Oh boy.
Ace, King of Hearts for Wang Yi in the small. 2 trains heading in one direction, which is toward one another on the same track as the all-in is announced. Dan Smith's King Jack of Clubs was otherwise lustrous, but in the face of this, I don't think his affinity remains intact.
Yeah, doing his due diligence to get a count here, but hard to imagine the King Jack suited getting involved for any more than 8 or 9 blinds. 1.4, pretty expensive for this stage. Tolerine happy to get in there though with the 10s.
Ready for it, and we're off to the races here early in this frame.
Together in big events.
Tolerine the covering stack and the better hand. Not a great spot for Wang Yi to find himself in. One-time chip leader in this event, playing for 3.1 now. And he finds a 2-heart 9-high board. It could be a lot worse. Note he's got more equity with 2 to come by a hair. Oh, and he finds the heart. On the turn, knows that the 2-10s draw dead.
哎呀，他都不会打10几个 BB 啊！这不是我的饭，这个叫什么？
Wang Ye going to take a big bite out of Ben Tollerane. Meanwhile, we'll flip back over to the other feature. See what kind of bite Fedor wants to take out of the blinds here on the button with King 4. Keeps the fangs to himself.
I don't know. I haven't looked yet.
That's a good answer to what do you have? Obviously referring to the 225,000 chips that Danny Tang has behind.
Yeah, Tang with just crumbs, always rated to find himself in this situation sooner than later. Foxen's ace 4, ready for him. 9% dog is Danny. Ivan Liao, Player of the Year award winner.
But he have no heart, so it's like
last season.
Maybe 2-7 better.
Would pick up heaps of points.
2-7 even more greedy.
Work his way further in this one. Dog with the suited 1 gapper. 3 of hearts in the window was pretty. He does find himself a gut shot straight draw. The 4 for Foxen interferes. Board pairing 3.
7 of diamonds.
On the turn. Danny saying please. Whispering into the ear of the dealer.
7 of diamonds. 7. GG.
And the 10 of diamonds makes it official as the GGs are delivered. It'll be no further than 11th place for the mighty Danny Tang. Falls victim to Alex Foxen's ace high.
We're getting 1 player, right?
Giving love to his good friend Kiat Lee before exiting. Now, Joao Vieira with an ace 4. Unfortunately, his is not performing nearly as well as Alex Foxen's, but it would be a mere flesh wound to him as Tollerane's ace 10 of clubs is all in, just 425,000 in total. Turn. Puts the deuce out there. Tollerane hoping that this kicker will still play so he doesn't have to share, and the river complies. So this 1 million will be hauled in by Ben.
Goodbye. What? You're moving?
I guess. I would expect that.
Yeah.
Or maybe we play another hand if we're faster.
Vieira not flinching, obviously. Still plenty of chips in front of him.
In the meantime, can you please grab the red salmon? Yes, I can. Can everybody give me the red salmon?
So the fast action system has been called off now as we are on the
5 more of these at the final table?
Yeah. Final table
9
bubble.
more.
No,
5.
get when we are down to 9. Yes.
5, yes.
That was very clear. I'm just a little slow.
Could be German. 9.
She's not German.
She's
far from German.
Does feel like a little bit of a purge switch was flipped, some pressure released, perhaps, although
Latvian.
as you touched on earlier, Kevin, the final table is a real
They're
bubble
not showing
beyond
this table, I know.
All right.
the money as you seek the prestige of being associated with those that will have a chance to plant their flags at the summit
Right away.
of this largest buy-in on the docket.
We had 1 behind?
They were behind, they played 1 more hand,
We're even now.
Do we combine at 9 or 8?
9.
What should I do with microphone?
We finished the day at 9.
Will we combine at 9?
And end of the day.
So we're gonna start hand for hand. In case of an all and a call, first face down, please. Okay? As soon as we hit 9, I'm gonna have you draw. We're gonna back up and come back to 9. We're not gonna draw pictures or anything.
So Sonny walking the players through the particulars now. On the final table bubble, we're going to go to stone hand for hand. And of course, an all-in and call situation so as to protect and not influence the action at the other table. Sonny asking players to keep their hands face down and not let on. With the loss of Danny Tang, eyeballs now fixate upon the bottom of the leaderboard, where despite the double just moments ago through Vieira, Ben Tollerine finds himself 10 bigs. Ivy north of him, 9th overall with 14 bigs, and then Alex Fox and 17 bigs. Those are the three parties below the 2.6 million average stack. As the cards are back in the air here in the 150K. Just one bust out away from hitting the hay. 20 minutes shy of midnight local time. Ace-6 of hearts. Tollerine. Could he go with this?
Yeah, definitely looks good enough playing just 5-handed. It would be a lot of hand to raise fold.
Keeps a quarterback in case of emergency. Ace-8 suited for Ivy.
And they're so close in chips. You often see these two players somewhat willing to collide with each other because Phil understands the upside of calling and winning this hand. I mean, you'd be straight to the final table with an extra million chips.
And so the covering stack of Ivy does put in a request for the last 25,000. Tollerine makes the call. You see our dealer Alex immediately advising and reminding the boys to keep them face down. Not tip their hands. We'll wait for action to complete at the other feature, and then we'll get on our backs to see Phil flashing a smile over at Ben. Mum's the word. Neither of them have let on. Okay, now authorization coming down. And 5 times roughly. These two are going to chop when it's all said and done. But the advantage belongs to Ivy in a 2.15 million chip pot where we could be on our way to the final table bubble, or to the final table rather, if the best hand holds. Queen 9-6 board. Tollerine hops in front. One spade out there. Some backdoor straightiness could be a thing. A snowman will put Ivy back in front. Instead, a red 3 leaves him with just 3 outs. Can he return the favor to Tollerine and punch his ticket to the FT? He can't.
Again.
Ben just shrugging his shoulders. Ivy said one word. It was again, suggesting that it's not the first time he's taken the best of it up against Ben and come out on the wrong side, if I had to guess. And like that, Ivy now finds himself in the spot that Danny Tang was in not long ago. Tollerine finds himself in a much nicer spot. 22 bigs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it's bad for business in terms of our viewership anytime Phil Ivy isn't on the screen. And he rates, as it stands right now, to be the man on the outside of the final table unless he can find some spins. Ace-8 suited versus Ace-6 suited. Give it to him every time. He's going to take it. But the taking was Ben Tollerine's to do in that last exchange as you look at the whole field, stacking up with Ding Biao currently atop the leaderboard. The margin not broad between Alex Foxen, who is 9th of 10 runners, and Ding Biao, 23 bigs separating them. That glimpse brought to you by GTO Wizard. You know, sometimes it's so cliche when you hear broadcasters say it's anyone's game, but truly, and we've seen it, so it's not just lip service, it has been anyone's game thus far in the 150K.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was eyeing those stacks at the outer table, the one we're not watching right now. I do wonder if Ding Biao is, you know, recognizing that Ivy's sitting over here, just 3 big blinds, maybe trying to exercise a bit of pressure over that table while everyone pays attention to the chance to get that last ladder for the night.
Pardon me. Queen 6 suited. Dan Smith, cutoff open. Vieira's pocket 10s. Playing the button as a flat. Ivy now with ace-9 in the small.
Yeah, and Vieira not wanting to commit too early with a potentially marginal hand for 30 blinds effective against Dan Smith. Treading cautiously while Ivy remains in the field with just a couple of big blinds. And you get the sense that he's legitimately hesitant here with, you know, an objectively huge hand for 2.5 blinds, maybe picking up on a little bit of, I don't think João Vieira is light right now, but what else can I do but put the money in with this hand?
I mean, the proposal before him to maybe triple is just too tempting. He's gotten it in. He isn't dominated. In fact, he's dominating Ben Tollerane, who's got this baby suited ace. Might he have weird ideas of a squeeze?
Yeah, it definitely crossed my mind that, you know, does Ben want to try to isolate this situation? Did he just announce? I think he did just announce all in.
Wow.
Trying to isolate the situation. Ivy reasonably likely to be all in with light hands. Nobody interested in making a difficult, or rather marginal, call in this situation.
Yeah, Smith promptly into the bin, but Vieira, a very different situation on his hands. You see the brow furrowed. He's looking up at the tournament clock, trying to get his bearings. 10s is a lot of hand.
Yeah, I don't see how he can get away from 10s. Vieira's covering by almost 7 big blinds.
And by the way, what a catapult into the FT it would be if Vieira did make the call and wound up ahead.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the stage of the tournament where you take your chance, I think, to find yourself in a very advantageous position down the stretch. You mentioned earlier that it is anybody's game right now, but if Vieira calls and wins this pot, I mean, it's all his game going into the final table.
And that's definitely on his mind as well. So, Vieira did announce call. He whipped over the 10s prematurely. Now he's got them back face down, but I would suspect that those paying attention caught a glimpse. Not great for Ivy to have only one overcard and to realize that that overcard is shared with Ben Tollerane and occupied. So Vieira
They can't see our hand.
covers both opponents right now. The bulk of the biscuits in the side, 3.6 million, the million and change in the middle. That's what Ivy's going to be playing for.
No, you're good. I don't mind.
He's got 14% equity. Tollerane with 12%. Vieira has this bad boy in a chokehold. Still awaiting authorization to get on their backs.
And Tollerane certainly frustrated to be finding himself in this spot, maybe thinking he's running into the top of Vieira's range. If he paused this long with pocket 10s, surely we think he folds pocket 7s, folds maybe ace-jack. A lot of hands we could have cleared out.
So here comes Sonny. And you heard Joao immediately say nice once he realized that the 10s are not smothered by a larger pair, which could have been a part of the process for Tallerine.
9-4 suited.
And, well, we can think of more than one way in which that big smile on Zhao's face could be wiped off. For the time being, it would be an ace on the flop. But he is performing oh so well, and he knows it. Nodding his head, anxiously, looking up at King, Jack, Deuce. Despite the presence of 2 overcards, Vieira's 10s holding on. Hearts a non-issue. Tallerine really performing poorly, but all of a sudden a ray of hope on the turn as a 5 would do the trick. That, along with the aces, what Vieira's anti-sweating. Looking to claim 2 pelts and bring us to this FT just 8-handed. Is he going to do it? The answer is yes. And a violent
I got two 7.
bursting of the final table bubble here as both Tallerine and Ivy have been eliminated. Tallerine came into that pot with more than Ivy, so he will collect $460,000 for 9th. Ivy, $384,000. Nobody loves to see this more than Alex Foxen, who was second shortest in the field before the double elimination. He and the remainder have $595,000 locked up. Blinking, you might have missed it. The rare double knockout. You think Tallerine's going to be thinking twice about his choice with the ace-4 suited, given the outcome, Kevin?
I would say at least twice, Ali. I mean, Ben's going to be going through that one, I would imagine, for a little while. No obvious decisions in spots like that. It's not often you prepare for, 3 players ahead of you to be involved in the pot in some way.
Right.
Playing a 5-5 final table bubble, someone's already at risk. I mean,
and realistically,
these are rare.
Vieira, as a flat caller of the Smith Open, doesn't have to be that high up in range.
No.
With 2 10s, plenty of kit that we would expect we could have cleared out. So here's a look at the final 8 in the 150K. It happened in a hurry. And Joao Vieira propelled up to over 5 million in chips as we bring you back to the desk. Ali Najad, Kevin Rabichow, I confess, calling it a night a little bit earlier than I sort of expected. Granted, once Ivy fell to Tallerine, he was sitting on a nub after the Tang exit. All eyes were on him, but to lose not 1 but 2 players, one of whom was Tallerine taking the high variance route, this was unexpected. But Ben has to be prepared to live with this outcome when he takes that line, right?
Yeah, I mean, we were just getting into talking about the hand, but it's a complicated spot that a lot of players, I think, have never really thought through exactly how they're going to navigate that kind of situation. You've got a raise from the cutoff, a chip lead open, a button flat, and now a 2.5 big blind all in the small blind. We're not exactly sure. Ben, of course, secures the pay ladder if there's a double elimination, so there's a little bit less risk for him to deal with there. But Ben's also thinking, there's a lot of dead money out here. Maybe I can isolate this, and I don't know. What's the worst that can happen? Well, I suppose now he's got to figure out if that was worthwhile.
As we found out, though, not all of the money was dead. In fact, full of life was those 2 10s for Joao Vieira, whose stack now is full of life and vigor heading into tomorrow, where 6 7-figure payouts await. Alex Foxen obviously delighted at what just took place. He's going to come back with 17 bigs, 1.675 million. As we call it a night here in Jeju, we dive into the app to give you one last glimpse. And as per usual, I do want to remind those of you who are trying to figure out how to plan around tomorrow's coverage, 2 p.m. local time, in South Korea. That's when we're going to resume. But before we do say goodnight for the night, Kevin, I want you to handle things. It's the exclamation point survey command in the YouTube chat that we want you guys to exercise, and tell them why.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, we've said before, we're trying to make this stream better every day. We want to hear your feedback. If you type an exclamation point survey in the chat, you'll get a link to that survey that tells us exactly how we can improve, or just all the things that you love about what you're seeing from us.
Yeah, and by the way, don't write make Ivy at the final table. We don't have control over these things. Of course, we were rooting for it as much as the next person was. Chances to watch the legend go up against the greats of today is always delightful, but unfortunately not in the cards for us here at Triton. However, we do have 8 warriors entering the arena, 2 o'clock local time tomorrow. Set your alarms and come back and see us. Until then, on behalf of our crew here in Jeju, it's Ali Najad and Kevin Rabichow saying so long.